Chapter 27-26. I don't care if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I'm afraid that you. Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Qing's small hand and gently rubbed it. I feel that it's too much. TSK, her small hand was smooth and white. It felt like he was touching the best silk, making him reluctant to put it down. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's impudent actions. She shyly withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. Don't be like this. It's weird. Yang Kai said with a straight face. Didn't you say that we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Zhu Qing asked curiously. Do we have to do this if we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Of course. Yang Kai's nostrils flared hot air. This is the most basic. Zhu Qing couldn't help but look a little hesitant. Then what else do we have to do? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Many things, many things. Tell me, I'll see. If I can do it. Zhu Qing's pink neck was a little red. She seemed to have realized something. Her appearance made him restless. Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his heart. He took the opportunity to lie down on Zhu Qing's firm and round thighs. His head touched her lower abdomen, and he said comfortably, Let's try rubbing a few times first. Zhu Qing's face was red. Although it wasn't the first time she had such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and she had done it even worse before, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered and her heart was beating faster. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed her thumbs on Yang Kai's temples. Then she gently rotated them a few times. Yang Kai's bones loosened. He felt as if he was flying up and down in the clouds. It was so comfortable that he almost wanted to cry. He thought that this girl was actually so cooperative. He wondered if he should let go of everything. He wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, a violent force came from his temples, as if he had been hit by two sledgehammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face instantly twisted, and his eyes widened. Do you really think that I don't know anything and that you can do whatever you want? Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and erupted with a brute force that could move mountains and seas. His two thumbs were like drills, rotating back and forth on Yang Kai's temples. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yang Kai's head was clamped, and he couldn't move at all. Even though it's my first time leaving the Dragon Island, I'm not an idiot. Don't bully me again. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and her hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like he was going to die. His whole body became unwell. He arched his body and suddenly shot up from the ground. She kicked at Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing waved her hand and easily blocked the attack. She took advantage of the situation to stand up, put some distance between Yang Kai and herself, and stared at him angrily. Yang Kai swayed a few times, but he still felt a little dizzy. He almost lost his balance. He said angrily, You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. That's no fun. As if he had been deceived, a huge wound appeared in the depths of his heart. I've had enough of you. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and shouted. I didn't ask you to stay here. You're the one who didn't want to leave, and you're blaming me? Zhu Qing's chest heaved up and down, as if there was a volcano in her chest that could erupt at any time. She stamped her foot and said, Fine. I won't bother you anymore, and you also don't come looking for me. What a joke. Yang Kai put his hands on his waist. Spittle flew everywhere. Even if all the women in the world died, I won't look for you. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, Remember what you said. She turned around and left. Yang Kai sneered, raised his hand and waved, Goodbye. I won't see you out. But there was no trace of Zhu Qing. A figure flashed, and Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She glanced at Yang Kai, and then looked in the direction that Zhu Qing left and said, Did you have a fight? Yang Kai snorted coldly. It's too late to say anything. It's not too late to chase after her now. She hasn't gone far. Hua Qingxi looked into the distance. She's a woman. You can just coax her. She's angry with you, which means she cares about you. She has other intentions. Yang Kai curled his lips and turned to look at Hua Qingxi. Why are you looking for me? Hua Qingxi said in a deep voice. They're here. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he sneered. They're here. Come, let's go and experience the glory of the great emperor's disciples. Outside the high heaven palace's mountain gate, outside the sect protecting Grand Formation, a huge ship floated in the air, like a dark cloud that covered most of the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Ji Ying stood at the forefront, waiting with a gloomy expression. Li Jiao, the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, and Mi Qi, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, stood on his left and right like bodyguards. The 2 people behind them were Ji Ying's disciples, and Li Xian was among them. Li Xian had lost more than half of his teeth, and his cheeks were still swollen. It wasn't that his injuries were too serious. He was an alchemist himself, and he was from the Medicine Pill Valley, so he naturally had some good healing pills on him. This kind of external injury could be easily healed, but he deliberately left it there in the hopes that Ji Ying would see it and let him understand how he was bullied and humiliated in the High Heaven Palace. And it turned out to be very effective. When Ji Ying saw his beloved disciple being beaten until he looked like a pig, and more than half of his teeth had fallen out, his anger exploded like a bomb. Although Li Xian was only a second-generation disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley and not a direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was still a member of the Medicine Pill Valley. Being humiliated like this in the Northern Territory was simply unforgivable. And today, when he personally came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually blocked outside the mountain gate, not receiving the slightest bit of respect and treatment he deserved. This made him have a bad impression of the High Heaven Palace. This is simply outrageous, Li Jiao said angrily. This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. It is their honor to have Grandmaster Ji here, but no one came to receive him. This kind of sect has no manners at all. Mi Qi chimed in. That's right. This High Heaven Palace doesn't seem to put Grandmaster Ji and the Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. They didn't mind watching a good show. The 2 of them couldn't wait for the High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fan the flames. Ji Ying's already ugly expression became even uglier. He was a disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and he himself was a respected alchemist emperor. Which sect didn't treat him like an honored guest when he traveled in the Northern Territory? No matter where he went, he would be warmly received. But when he came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually refused entry. Just now, there was a chief steward who ran out, but after asking a few questions, he shrank back and was nowhere to be seen. This High Heaven Palace was actually so rampant. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, when he heard Mi Qi and Li Jiao talk about the High Heaven Palace, he knew that the 2 of them were afraid of the High Heaven Palace and were deliberately trying to smear their reputation. But now, his own personal experience told Ji Ying that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't that great. Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. Li Xian jumped out at the right time, snot and tears running down his face as he mumbled. That High Heaven Palace's palace master not only hit this disciple, but also stole the source crystals this disciple used to buy spirit herbs. This disciple mentioned Master and the ancestral founder's names, but he didn't take it seriously. Master, you can't let him off so easily. What? Ji Ying's expression changed, and he said fiercely. He actually dares to not put the ancestral founder in his eyes. Although his own experience and his disciples' experience had angered him, it hadn't reached the point of losing his mind. But now, when he heard Li Xian say that this High Heaven Palace's palace master didn't put the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors in his eyes, Ji Ying completely exploded. Li Xian observed Ji Ying's expression, his eyes turning as he said, He also said, what did he say? Ji Ying asked with a dark expression. Li Xian said timidly, This disciple doesn't dare to say. Say it. Ji Ying glared at him. His brother next to him also said, Junior brother, whatever that person said, just tell Master. Don't be afraid. Li Xian seemed to be encouraged. He said that we alchemists are all bullshit, that we think we're superior just because we know how to refine pills, but we're actually worthless in his eyes. Impudent! Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees and said, Master, I didn't say that. It was that person who said it. Master naturally knows that it wasn't you who said it. Jiying took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He raised his hand and said, "Stand up." Li Xian stood up shakily and raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew Ji Ying's reverse scale. The wondrous pill great emperors were Ji Ying's teachers, and the art of alchemy was the great Tao that Ji Ying pursued. These two things occupied an unimaginable position in his heart, and Ji Ying wouldn't easily forgive anyone who dared to offend these two reverse scales. Now, according to his description, Yang Kai had both, so it would be strange if he had a good ending. Let's see how you die now. Grandmaster Ji, it seems that there is no need for this high heaven palace to exist. If it continues to remain in the Northern Territory, it will be a disgrace to our Northern Territory. Li Jiao coldly said, I ask Grandmaster Ji to gather the fellow Taoists in the Northern Territory and eliminate the High Heaven Palace together. Mi Chi added, My High Sky sect is willing to use the strength of the entire sect to eradicate this malignant tumor in the Northern Territory. Jiying frowned, and only after a while did he say, Let me see the High Heaven Palace's palace master first. He wasn't an emotional person, and although he couldn't suppress his anger, what he heard just now was only his disciple's side of the story. Although he felt that Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, to be safe, it was better to first see the High Heaven Palace's palace master and see what he wanted to do. If it was really as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against the High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both knowing that this matter shouldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what Jiying had said, and even made up some false accusations, so he was really afraid of confronting the High Heaven Palace's palace master face to face. However, after thinking about it, he had always been obedient and sensible in front of his honored master, so even if he confronted the palace master, there would be no evidence. As long as he stuck to his previous words, would his honored master believe an outsider instead of him? Thinking this, he relaxed a lot. Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the High Heaven Palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Chi and Jiying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things because he was too nervous. It's you! Li Xian cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. Who is she? Jiying frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace, so she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master, it's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering. Li Xian cried bitterly. She also made a move. Ji Ying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source Realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xian wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless. Ji Ying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xian's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his Emperor Qi. Let me teach you a lesson and seek justice for martial nephew Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness, but after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this high heaven palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered, "How dare a mere speck of light compete with me?" He pushed his hands forward as his Emperor Qi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Mi Qi's Emperor Qi as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Mi Qi's chest shattered. What? Mi Qi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her Emperor Qi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Hong long long. The petite fist smashed into Mi Qi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Mi Qi could clearly see that Mi Qi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back, a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Mi Qi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in midair. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Mi Qi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Mi Qi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead already. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Ji Ying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Mi Qi in. This king underestimated you, what? Mi Qi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as paper. Ji Ying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. Who are you? After punching Mi Qi, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, Who are you? Ji Ying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? Qing Air, don't be rude. A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing Air. Master Mi has come from afar, This palace lord has not greeted you properly. Please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Ji Ying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Pill Emperor Ji Ying. Ji Ying said indifferently, "Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace." Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. "I have long heard of Master Mi's great name. It is the honor of my high heaven palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us." Li Jiao said sinisterly, "Palace Lord Yang, Master Mi came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect-protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests?" "Your Excellency is." Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Ji Ying said, "This is Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Lord Li Jiao. So it is Palace Lord Li. Then who is the one vomiting blood next to you?" Yang Kai looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart. But when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Ji Ying said, "This is the High Sky Sect's sect master, Mi Qi." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Sect Master Mi is also here." Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, "Why? Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me and brother Mi?" Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, "Indeed, I don't welcome you. It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains." Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Mi Qi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "But since you are already here, please come in." As he spoke, he opened the sect-protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Ji Ying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. "Everyone, please follow me," Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, "Qing, why aren't you coming in?" Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon's source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. "Palace Master Yang, this woman is..." Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. "Haha, it's just a mere female servant. Palace Master Li is too concerned," Yang Kai said casually. "Female servant." Li Jiao was speechless. "Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me?" Mi Qi almost choked to death, extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. "Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you?" Mi Qi didn't know what he meant and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Ji Ying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. Qing, go and serve the guests some tea. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back. Yes. Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. I'll help you. Hua Qingxi hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 27-28. Inside the High Heaven Palace's guest hall, the host and guests were seated. Ji Ying's expression was somewhat ugly because Yang Kai was sitting at the head of the table, placing him in the second position. This was something that had never happened before. When he walked through the Northern Territory, no matter which sect he went to, he would always be treated as an honored guest. This head of the table was prepared for him, and it was the same in the Fire Dragon Palace a few days ago. Normally, Ji Ying wouldn't care about this. After all, a guest should follow the host's wishes. No matter how noble his status was, he was still just an outsider. The head of the table was nothing more than a seat, nothing worth fussing over. However, he already had a preconceived impression of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, so at this moment, he increasingly felt that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't consider this. He was the host, so it was natural for him to sit at the head of the table and receive guests. He looked down and chuckled. It's such a coincidence that Master Shao is here with the two sect masters. Ji Ying quickly said, This is not a coincidence. This Ji is here thanks to Palace Master Li and Sect Master Mi for escorting me. Yang Kai asked curiously. Grandmaster Ji is a person of virtue and prestige, and Medicine Pill Valley's reputation is in the Northern Territory. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for Grandmaster Ji? I heard that the Northern Territory is very peaceful. Li Jiao coldly snorted and said, It was indeed very peaceful in the past, but recently, it hasn't been that good. How could Yang Kai not understand the hidden meaning in his words? He was simply saying that the birth and rise of the High Heaven Palace had caused the Northern Territory to become restless. Ignoring him, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Xian behind Ji Ying and said with a smile, Little brother, we meet again so soon. Li Xian's face paled as he cried out in alarm. You? What do you want to do? I'm warning you. Don't act recklessly. Half of it was an act, and the other half was because he was truly frightened. Last time, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and still had some lingering fear. Yang Kai sneered. Little brother really knows how to joke. It seems that this palace master was not a good host last time, causing little brother to feel resentful. If you have time, little brother can stay as a guest for a while. This palace master will make you feel at home. Li Xian said angrily, Only a ghost would want to be your guest. With his master here, his courage had grown by quite a bit. There was no need for him to bow and scrape like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi walked up with tea and served it to everyone. Hua Qingxi was fine. Zhu Qing threw the teacup on the table, splashing tea all over the table. Yang Kai was furious. He slapped the table and said, What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Get back here. Zhu Qing was nowhere to be seen. After serving the tea, Zhu Qing immediately left the room. Yang Kai hooted for a while before helplessly saying, Grandmaster Yi, please don't blame her. This girl's temper is a bit wild. This palace master will definitely teach her a good lesson. Ji Ying said indifferently, It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous, but I wonder why Grandmaster Yi has come to my High Heaven Palace this time? Mi Chi slapped the table and stood up, sneering. Palace Master Yang. Why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know what you did a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at him sideways and said, I wonder what this palace master has done to make Sect Master Mi so agitated. This should be the first time I've met Sect Master Mi, and I have nothing to do with your High Heaven sect. Mi Chi snorted. This king and palace master Li have come here today to seek justice for this martial nephew Li. Palace Master Yang. One must know that one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao also nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, So the two of you are here to make things difficult for my high heaven palace? But I wonder how my high heaven palace has offended the two of you. Mi Chi said, You didn't offend me or Brother Li, but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the holy land of the Northern Territory. Offending Medicine Pill Valley is equivalent to offending the entire Northern Territory. As a citizen of the Northern Territory, we naturally can't stand by and do nothing. Yang Kai said in surprise, When did I offend Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said with a sullen face, My good-for-nothing disciple is still injured. Does Palace Master Yang still want to lie through his teeth? Yang Kai turned to look at him, then glanced at Li Xian's swollen cheek. Only then did he come back to his senses and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Ying looked at him expressionlessly. Palace Master Yang, don't tell me that you didn't injure my disciple. That's right, I did it. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Ji Ying flew into a rage and gritted his teeth. Palace Master Yang is from the Emperor realm. Why are you bullying the weak? Humiliating my disciple? Do you really not put my Medicine Pill Valley in your eyes? Yang Kai, how dare you? Grandmaster Ji, we can't let this matter rest. Otherwise, if word gets out, Medicine Pill Valley will lose face. Li Jiao and Mi Chi both said angrily, as if the one being beaten was not Li Xian but them. They couldn't wait to encourage Ji Ying to teach Yang Kai a lesson. What else do you have to say? Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. A child has done something wrong. Can't you teach him a lesson? Did something wrong? A trace of anger flashed across Ji Ying's face. My disciple has always been obedient and sensible. I don't know what he did wrong to make Palace Master Yang teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at Li Xian with a smile and thought for a moment. I want to know what he said to Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying snorted and ordered, Xianer, tell me in detail what happened that day. Don't be afraid, Master will uphold justice for you. This? Li Xian suddenly hesitated. In the end, what he said in front of Ji Ying was something he had casually made up. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the courage to confront him. However, if he didn't confront him, it would make him seem too guilty and his lies would be exposed. With his honored master's temper, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him then. But if his honored master was willing to believe him, it didn't matter what he said. Thinking so, a vicious light flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he secretly made a decision in his heart. The situation is like this. Although Li Xian was still young, he was quite eloquent. He recounted the day he came to High Heaven Palace to buy medicine under Ji Ying's orders, but was blocked outside the gate by the High Heaven Palace. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to question him, but after learning his purpose, the person actually beat him up. Not only did the person beat him up, but he also stole the source crystals he used to buy the medicine. As he spoke, Li Xian's face paled and his body trembled as if he was recalling what had happened that day. He wiped away his tears from time to time, making those who heard him cry. As he spoke, his words became clearer and clearer. His voice became louder and louder, and his back straightened as if he had really experienced what had happened. Ji Ying's expression became uglier and uglier while Mi Chi and Li Jiao secretly rejoiced. They knew that the worse Li Xian's situation was, the greater the trouble the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai would face. Look at what you've done. After Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Chi immediately jumped up and pointed at Yang Kai angrily. Bullying the weak. Bullying a Dao Source Realm cultivator with the status of the Emperor Realm is one thing, but you actually robbed him. You've lost all face as a cultivator in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Li Xian with a smile. Are you sure you have nothing to add? Li Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly hid behind Ji Ying. Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple? Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. It's not a threat. I'm just asking. So, you admit it? Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ji Ying. Grandmaster Ji, do you believe what your disciple says? Ji Ying snorted. This disciple of mine has been in my sect for 10 years and I watched him grow up. I know his nature very well. He is not someone who makes things up. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, If you say so, it seems that it's useless for me to say anything. Ji Ying snorted. Do you have a different opinion? No. I just feel that Grandmaster Ji's eye for choosing disciples is not very good. Ji Ying narrowed his eyes and said, If you have something to say, I can listen, but if not, there is no need for this high heaven palace to exist. You will also have to return to Medicine Pill Valley with me and ask for punishment. Only the direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had the qualifications to decide the fate of a top sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, What crime have I committed? Ji Ying said, Not putting my honored master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and looking down on all the alchemists in the world, is the greatest crime. Yang Kai said sternly, If the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were as rotten as you and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master would indeed not put him in his eyes. What is Medicine Pill Valley? Bullshit Northern Territory's holy land. Ji Ying's face changed drastically. Impudent. Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully and said, What? I'm impudent? Bite me if you have the ability. You. Ji Ying pointed his finger at Yang Kai, wishing he could bite him. But even though he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still just an alchemist. He had very little experience in fighting with others, so how could he really take the risk? Glancing to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood and pushed their Emperor Qi together, preparing to pounce. 3 sensational demonic Qi suddenly burst out as 3 figures shot in from outside the hall and stood in front of Mi Tian and Li Jiao. You want to fight? I dare you to. Shilei clenched his fists tightly as he stared ahead gloomily. Mi Tian and Li Jiao were shocked and instantly froze in place, their spirits high. Although they knew that there were monster race masters in the High Heaven Palace, and that the destruction of Seeking Passion sect was due to the monster race's intervention, they never expected that it would be 3 monster kings. 2 against 3, they had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was still a woman named Qing in the High Heaven Palace. That woman had sent Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so she was probably stronger than these 3 monster kings. Dragon's Pool, Tiger's Den. Where did so many masters come from in the High Heaven Palace? With such a background, it wasn't much worse than the sects of the Great Emperors, except that they were missing one Great Emperor. Ji Ying also felt cold all over. How many years had it been since he had encountered such danger? The rolling demonic qi almost made it difficult for him to breathe, but as a disciple of the Great Emperors, he had a good temperament and cultivation, so although his expression was solemn, he didn't panic. Chapter 27-29. What do you want to do? Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai said, Nothing. It's just that Master Ji is willing to believe what his disciple said. This palace master feels that it's useless no matter how he tries to explain himself. I'm too lazy to argue with him and just want to show you something. What is it? Ji Ying frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Yang Kai clapped his hands and looked outside the hall, saying, Come in! They all looked outside the hall and saw a person walking in from outside. Standing in the middle of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Palace Master. And Yang Kai nodded lightly. You, Grandmaster Nan Men, why are you here? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both widened their eyes and looked at the Southgate army who walked in. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the two of them naturally had dealings with the Southgate army. They knew that this person had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Arrays and was somewhat arrogant. In the past, the two of them had tried many times to win over the Southgate army, wanting him to join their sects. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Seeing the Southgate army appear here and being so respectful to Yang Kai, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both had a surreal feeling. Was this still the Southgate army? There was actually a time when they lowered their heads to others. I'm now the Chief Array Master of the High Heaven Palace. Why can't I be here? The Southgate army glanced at the two of them. Chief Array Master. Grandmaster Nan Men Yu Sai. Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi were shocked and disappointed. They had tried to win over the Southgate army countless times, but they were rejected by him. The High Heaven Palace had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already subdued. What method did this guy called Yang Kai use? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, "Grandmaster Nan Men, take that thing out." Yes. The Southgate army responded and suddenly took out a few array flags from his space ring and arranged them around him. Not long after, an array formation had been set up, but it left everyone confused. They didn't understand what he was trying to show them by setting up the array formation at this time. The Southern Gate army took out something from their space ring, something that looked like a mirror. The strange thing was that there was no reflection in the mirror, which made one's scalp tingle. Holding the mirror-like object high up, Southgate Dajuan said, "I obtained this in my early years. It's called the image mirror and it can record some images. I don't know how it was formed. I've asked several master refiners to take a look, but no one knows what material it is. Usually it's not very useful, so I'll have to show it to you today." Image mirror. Record the video. When everyone heard this, they vaguely understood the intentions of the Southgate army. Li Xian's countenance even turned pale as he stared blankly at the photographic mirror, and he seemed to have never imagined that such a miraculous thing actually existed in the world. Jiying frowned and looked back at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian couldn't help but avert his gaze. This made Jiying's expression turn even uglier. The Southern Gate army stretched out his hand and tossed the photographic mirror into the air. He then waved the array flag in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi. In an instant, the center of the hall was filled with a dense fog. An array of light suddenly shot out from the photographic mirror. A relatively clear image suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized that the scene in the image was the entrance to High Heaven Palace, because the plaque engraved with the 3 words High Heaven Sect was right in the center of the image, allowing everyone to see it clearly. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the image. One of them was Li Xian, and besides him there were 3 women. 2 of them were the 2 women who had left earlier, and the one called Qing was among them. No sound came out. This photographic mirror seemed to only be able to record images. As the Southern Gate army pushed his Emperor Qi, the image continued to change, as if it was reliving the past, vivid and lifelike. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian leaned over to Zhu Qing and said something with a cheeky smile. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold face. Several times, Li Xian actually tried to make a move on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing looked angry, but all she could do was dodge. After a while, seeing Li Xian's actions becoming more and more presumptuous, Zhu Qing slapped Li Xian and sent him flying. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after asking a few questions, he slapped Li Xian hard, sending his teeth flying. The image changed again, replaying what happened that day in front of the mountain gate one by one. It was not until Li Xian left that the image suddenly froze. The Southern Gate army put away the array flag and the photographic mirror, cupped their fists to Yang Kai, turned around and walked out of the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian strangely, their expressions both angry and amused. They had already experienced Zhu Qing's strength. She was a powerful existence that even they were no match for, yet this Li Xian actually dared to make a move on her. Being slapped was already a stroke of luck. If not for the protective cloak of a Medicine Core Valley disciple, he would have died on the spot. What was even more hateful was that this guy actually slandered Yang Kai, saying that not only had he slapped him, but he had also stolen his source crystals, causing the 2 of them to follow in confusion. Now, it would be difficult for them to escape. Jiying's eyes spat fire as he turned around and glared at Li Xian, his face filled with disappointment and pain. "Master, I was wrong. This disciple was truly wrong. Please punish me." Li Xian knelt down with a thud. With the image recorded by the photographic mirror, he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it would be useless. He could only quickly admit his mistake and hope that his master would not expel him out of the sect on account of their relationship as master and disciple. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Jiying's heart ached and he angrily raised his hand to slap Li Xian. In the past, Li Xian had always been extremely obedient and sensible in front of him, So he really did not expect his disciple to act like this. He was thoroughly disappointed. Master! Li Xian was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, that slap didn't land even after a long time. After a long time, Jiying let out a long sigh, put down his hand, and calmly said, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and stared at Jiying in shock. "From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Core Valley. If you dare act in the name of Medicine Core Valley again, I will not let you off," Jiying said with a flick of his sleeve. "Master!" Li Xian panicked, knowing that Jiying was really going to expel him. As a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, he had many advantages and a bright future ahead of him. So how could he bear to leave? If he really became a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, there would be no place for him in the vast northern territory. "Say one more word and I will take your life." Jiying did not look at him, his expression resolute. He was determined to expel him from Medicine Core Valley. He hated himself for not being able to see through such a petty person who could distort black and white. If he continued to stay in Medicine Pill Valley, who knew when he would ruin the Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and implicate his honored master's reputation? Even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to redeem himself. Li Xian wanted to plead for leniency, but after hearing this, how could he dare to say anything? The big brother next to him gave him a meaningful glance, and Li Xian stood up with tears in his eyes and rushed out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a time. Only the sound of Yang Kai sipping his tea could be heard. After a while, Jiying recovered and smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems that Palace Master Yang is right. My eye for choosing a disciple is not very good," Yang Kai said lightly. "If not for Grandmaster Nan Men's photographic mirror, this Palace Master would not have been able to defend himself. If he really had to confront Li Xian face to face, he would only be able to make up his own story without any evidence. At that time, Jiying would definitely believe Li Xian rather than him. If his reputation of despising Medicine Core Valley and robbing Medicine Core Valley's disciples was confirmed, how could High Heaven Palace maintain a foothold in the Northern Territory? Knowing that Yang Kai was angry, Jiying cupped his fists and said, "Today's matter was this Ji's fault for believing the words of a petty person. This Ji hopes Palace Master Yang will not blame this Ji. This Ji apologizes to Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he stood up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained seated and said lightly, "Grandmaster Ji is too polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is no big deal." Jiying said, "Palace Master Yang is magnanimous. This Ji is ashamed." After a pause, he continued, "However, there is one thing this Ji must say." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Please speak." "This Ji is the one who came here today, so I will take Palace Master Yang's previous words as mere words of anger. But if Palace Master Yang encounters my senior brothers in the future, please don't say such things again," Ji Hao said calmly. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. "Words that despise my Medicine Core Valley," Jiying said seriously. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had said Medicine Core Valley was nothing but a fart. Smiling, he said, "I'll remember that." At that time, he had indeed said those words in a fit of anger. Jiying said seriously, "Although we alchemists do not deliberately pursue the martial Tao, what we cultivate is still one of the world's great Taos. Since ancient times, only my master has ever stepped into the Tao of alchemy and ascended to the position of great emperors. My master created Medicine Core Valley not only as a holy land in the hearts of all cultivators in the Northern Territory, but also as a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. If Palace Master Yang's words were spread by someone with ill intentions, it may offend all alchemists. In the future, how will High Heaven Palace ask someone to refine pills for them?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up when they heard this, secretly considering whether or not they should spread Yang Kai's previous words and make him an enemy of all alchemists in the world. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There is no need to ask anyone for help. This palace master can do it himself." Jiying was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Palace Master Yang is also an alchemist?" Even Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they had heard some sensational words. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know a little. Jiying couldn't help but become interested. May I ask what rank Palace Master Yang is, and what kind of pills he can refine? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, What rank is an Emperor-grade spirit pill that can be refined? What? Jiying was shocked. Being able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, wasn't that an Emperor-grade alchemist? Looking at the entire star boundary, how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there? Although their brother and junior brothers had already reached this level, that was because the wondrous pill great emperors had extremely high requirements for accepting disciples. Moreover, after so many years of personal guidance, if they still didn't have any achievements, wouldn't that mean the wondrous pill great emperors had poor eyesight? They were them, others were others. In the entire star boundary, apart from them, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade alchemists. Chapter 2730. Suddenly hearing Yang Kai say he could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, Jiying was taken aback. Soon, his expression sank again and he said with some displeasure, Palace Master Yang must be joking. How could emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an emperor-grade alchemist could refine them. If anyone could become an emperor-grade alchemist, then emperor-grade alchemists wouldn't have such a high status in the star boundary. Looking at Yang Kai's young age, being able to raise his cultivation to the emperor realm was already a sign of his talent. So where would he find the time to learn alchemy? Therefore, Jiying concluded that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense. This was simply a humiliation to all alchemists in the world, an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Sure enough, this person didn't put alchemists in his eyes. Although that traitorous disciple Li Xian had turned black and white upside down, this point was not wrong. Jiying was annoyed and wished he could just flick his sleeves and leave. But because he had misunderstood Yang Kai just now, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, his expression had clearly darkened. Grandmaster Ji, you don't believe me? Yang Kai looked at Jiying. Jiying snorted. Forget it if you don't believe me. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. He was an emperor-grade alchemist. There was no need to prove anything to others, but after thinking about it, he suddenly raised his brow and said, Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet? Bet? Jiying frowned. Bet on what? Bet on whether this palace master is an emperor-grade alchemist or not. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying's frown deepened. Yang Kai's confident appearance made him doubt whether this guy was really an emperor-grade alchemist. If so, then it would be incredible. Anyone who could become an emperor-grade alchemist was enough for him to take seriously. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to verify the facts. What are the stakes? Let me think. Yang Kai pretended to scratch his head, looked around, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, Got it. When my High Heaven Palace was first established, there were many things waiting to be done. Now that I have a chief array master, I just happen to lack a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Feng loses, how about you become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace? When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, both of them were greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. Master Ji, don't believe him. You can't gamble with him. The High Heaven Palace was already hard enough to deal with. If Jiying became the chief alchemist and became related to the Medicine Pill Valley, then in the future, no one in the Northern Territory would be able to do anything to the High Heaven Palace. The High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only rely on the High Heaven Palace to survive. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were not willing to see such a situation. She glared at them. Shut up. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything else. Jiying was stunned. He laughed and said, So this is what Palace Master Yang wants. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Does Grandmaster Feng dare to gamble? Jiying said, This Ji's wager is to become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. May I ask what Palace Master Yang's wager is? Yang Kai said straightforwardly, If I'm not an alchemist emperor, Grandmaster Feng can do whatever you want. This palace master has no complaints. Jiying's expression froze. When Yang Kai said this, he realized that the other party wasn't spouting nonsense and really had something to rely on. This reliance was undoubtedly his identity as an alchemist emperor. He really was an alchemist emperor? Ji Ying was somewhat convinced in his heart, but he couldn't help but be shocked. At such an age, not to mention that his cultivation had reached the emperor realm, how could he still have time to cultivate alchemy? He was an alchemist emperor himself. Knowing the thorns and hardships of this path, he naturally understood how rare an alchemist emperor was. After thinking seriously for a moment, Ji Ying said, No, Palace Master Yang's wager is not appropriate. You are taking advantage of this Ji. Only Yang Kai himself knew whether he was an alchemist emperor or not. If he really made such a wager with him, he would be too stupid. There was no benefit if he won, but if he lost, he would be enmeshed in a cocoon of his own making. Ji Ying wasn't stupid to such an extent. Does Grandmaster Feng not dare? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying shook his head and said, Don't try to provoke me. This Ji won't fall for it. The more Yang Kai said this, the more Ji Ying felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Kai was setting a trap for him. Once he lost the bet, he would become the chief alchemist of Towering Heaven Palace. Alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, he was the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. How could he become an alchemist of another sect? What's more, refining pills in such a large sect would exhaust him to death. Yang Kai scratched his chin and said, Is that so? Then let's change the wager? Ji Ying frowned and said, What does Palace Master Yang want to do now? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yang Kai said, The wager remains the same. I will compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, refining the same kind of pill. Let's see who can refine more spirit pills of higher quality. Ji Ying was taken aback and said with wide eyes, You want to compete with me in alchemy? Did he hear wrongly? As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, someone actually wanted to compete with him in alchemy? Mi Qi and Li Jiao also had strange expressions on their faces as they seriously sized up Yang Kai, wanting to see if this guy was crazy. Of all the things to compete with, he actually wanted to compete with Ji Ying in this. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? That's right. Let's compete in alchemy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said provocatively, Could it be that Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare? Ji Ying's face sank as he said, Palace Master Yang. This Ji's traitorous disciple inverted right and wrong. So this Ji has no qualms about disciplining him. This Ji also apologizes to you. Since Palace Master Yang was able to establish a sect, could it be that you are also a narrow-minded person? Do you want to humiliate this Ji again and again? If Yang Kai's previous proposal to compete with him as an alchemist emperor was reasonable, then this proposal to compete with him in alchemy was simply too stupid. Ji Ying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, That's not the case. I really want to compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, and sincerely hope that Grandmaster Feng can become the chief alchemist of my high heaven palace. Hearing this, Ji Ying was furious. You think you can win against me? His original displeasure turned into anger. To him, Yang Kai's words were no longer deliberately looking for trouble, but a complete humiliation. Why? Why did he think he could become the chief alchemist of the high heaven palace? All of this had to be built on the basis that he won. He had been learning alchemy from his honored master for so many years, and everything he had learned was taught by his honored master. Humiliating him was equivalent to humiliating his honored master. How could Ji Ying tolerate this? Originally, he felt a little guilty towards Yang Kai because of Li Xian's matter, but at this moment, that guilt had disappeared and was replaced by anger. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a step forward, smiling faintly as he asked, Do you dare, Grandmaster Feng? Ji Ying's eyes spat fire, and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said, If Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said anything. Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Ying slammed the table and stood up. How could he endure being provoked like this? If Yang Kai had said that he was inferior to him in a life-and-death battle, Ji Ying would have endured it. After all, he didn't like to fight others, but now that this involved alchemy, Whether Jiying was willing or not, he had to accept this bet. He had to prove himself, Medicine Core Valley, and the wondrous pill Great Emperor's reputation. He had to make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped. But the bet must be changed. Jiying coldly snorted. How so? Yang Kai raised his brow. Jiying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, I will take Palace Master Yang's head. Since you dared to bet with me on alchemy, I'll play a big game with you. Let's see if you're afraid. This was a matter of life and death. No one could remain indifferent. Jiying thought that after he changed the bet, Yang Kai would definitely panic. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding? All right, we'll do as Grandmaster Ji says. You! Jiying was stunned, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How many years had it been since he was this angry? In fact, he didn't really want to kill Yang Kai, he just wanted to scare Yang Kai away. Who would have thought this person would accept his bet without batting an eyelid? Did he really have the confidence to win? How was that possible? Even if they were both alchemy emperors, there was still a gap between their alchemy skills. In this world, the only alchemy emperors who could surpass him in alchemy were his several brothers. Despicable! Jiying had never felt that there was anyone more despicable than Yang Kai. Even if he dared to look down on him, he should have a bottom line. With a furious expression, Jiying said, Palace Master Yang, do you want to change the bet? You can take this Ji's life if you want. Yang Kai laughed loudly. I only want Grandmaster Ji to become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Why would I want your life? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Jiying flicked his sleeves angrily. Since the bet has been set, let's discuss what kind of pill to refine. Yang Kai looked at Jiying and said, Palace Master Yang can decide. This Ji doesn't care. Jiying's words were filled with strong confidence, as if he wouldn't care no matter what kind of pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. After so many years of alchemy, what kind of pill had he not refined? The only thing he had yet to refine was the dragon blood pill, because he had never obtained the dragon blood flower. Then, Emperor Essence pill it is. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and quickly gave an answer. Jiying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, Palace Master Yang, are you sure you want to refine the Emperor Essence pill? Although the Emperor Essence pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the most demanding alchemy techniques. Why not change it to a Dao Source-grade spirit pill? This guy is really an Emperor-grade alchemist. As soon as Yang Kai proposed to refine the Emperor Essence pill, Jiying confirmed this point. Although the Emperor Essence pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine it. Moreover, it required a lot of alchemy techniques. Just like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills, the same principle applied in alchemy. An ordinary Emperor-grade alchemist might only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Essence pills from the same set of ingredients, but in Jiying's hands, he could definitely refine 9 pills. Chapter 27:31. 9 was an extreme number, so a furnace of spirit pills could only produce 9 pills at most. Proposing a Dao Source-grade spirit pill was not because Jiying had no chance of winning, but because he did not want to win in an unfair manner. He had been an alchemist emperor for many years and had refined countless Yuan emperor pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an alchemist emperor, it was impossible for him to have such rich experience. If he chose to refine an Yuan emperor pill, he would be taking a huge advantage. But if it was a Dao Source-grade spirit pill, although he would still be at an advantage, at least their starting points would not be too different. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No need, many thanks for Grandmaster Ying's kindness. I will refine the Yuan emperor pill. He naturally understood why Jiying made such a proposal, and his impression of him improved slightly. Not everyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace. Even if Jiying was a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, if his character was not up to par, Yang Kai would not have any ideas about him. Previously, when Li Xian was involved, Jiying had readily bowed his head and apologized, even expelling Li Xian from Medicine Pill Valley in front of Yang Kai. This made Yang Kai feel that Jiying had a good heart and a kind heart, and now it seemed he was right. Looking at it from another perspective, Jiying was a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors and a member of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai could not do anything to him, unless he really risked defending Medicine Pill Valley. Although Jiying had a noble background, he did not have the hypocritical arrogance of most alchemists. Coupled with his status as an alchemist emperor, if he could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai would not have to worry about the sect's spirit pills in the future. Could even be said that Jiying could train a group of alchemists for High Heaven sect. The development of a sect could not be done by one person alone. Only by taking care of all aspects could one move forward. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this will naturally not be a problem. Then I naturally have no problem with that, Jiying said in a deep voice. He felt as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. As he spoke, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and divided them into 2 portions. Turning to Yang Kai, he said, "These 2 sets of herbs are all used to refine the Supreme Emperor Pill. Regardless of quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I trust Master Feng's character." "Then choose one," Jiying said. Yang Kai casually chose one. Jiying's reputation and status were there. Even if he wanted to defeat Yang Kai, he would have to defeat him fair and square with his alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to use any underhanded tricks. Seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, this Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin. Since Palace Master Yang was a pill emperor, he should have his own pill furnace, right? Do you need me to lend you one?" "No need." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Since they wanted to compete as alchemists, they naturally had to do it in public. It was impossible for them to hide it. He didn't even move. Instead, he took a stance in the middle of the hall. Jiying casually tossed out a pill furnace. A 3-legged pill furnace flew out and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as this pill furnace appeared, a peculiar fragrance filled the hall. It smelled like orchids and musk, causing one's spirit to soar. The pill furnace was simple and unadorned, obviously quite old. The 2 dragon heads on both ends were raised high, giving off a lifelike feeling. They seemed to be the key to adjusting the size of the furnace's flames. The interior of the furnace was filled with dense runes and patterns, causing one to feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. An emperor's intent filled the air. A good furnace. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he praised. As fellow alchemists, it was natural to have a special fondness for good pill furnaces. As soon as Jiying took out this pill furnace, Yang Kai knew it was not an ordinary object. Moreover, from the fragrance that filled the air, Yang Kai deduced that Jiying had definitely refined countless pills with this pill furnace. He should have reached a kind of unity with this pill furnace. Jiying proudly declared, "This is the worst pill furnace this Ji has." Taking out the worst pill furnace. He didn't want to take advantage of Yang Kai and was confident in his own strength. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his hand, and tossed out his own pill furnace. This pill furnace glowed with a purple light and was filled with Emperor's intent the moment it appeared. It was clearly an Emperor-grade pill furnace on the same level as Jiying's pill furnace. Jiying couldn't help but be startled, not having expected Yang Kai to have such a strong foundation. However, on second thought, if Yang Kai was really an Emperor-grade alchemist, it was normal for him to have an Emperor-grade pill furnace. The only thing that puzzled Jiying was that this pill furnace looked a little familiar. Jiying was sure he had never seen this pill furnace before. If he had, he would have definitely recognized it. With the duel imminent, Jiying didn't have the time to think too much and quickly immersed himself in refining. Even if his opponent was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't take him lightly. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Showing his true ability and defeating him in all aspects was a sign of respect for alchemy and a response to his honored master's many years of teaching. "Shall we begin?" Jiying's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. "Sect Master Me and Palace Master Li, Would you like to place a bet as well? We can place a bet too? Mi Chi and Li Jiao looked at each other in surprise. Since you're already here, are you two willing to return empty-handed? Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. Good. Mi Chi shouted in a low voice. We'll place a bet. But I wonder how big Palace Master Yang will be willing to bet. I'll accept as much as I can. Even gambling with the Sex Foundation is fine, Yang Kai said casually. What? Mi Chi and Li Jiao's expressions changed when they heard this. They were frightened by Yang Kai's words. Gambling with their Sex Foundation was simply too much. Although Mi Chi and Li Jiao wanted to add insult to injury by cutting off a few pieces of Yang Kai's flesh, they didn't even dare to think about gambling with their Sex Foundation. Even if they had full confidence in Ji Ying, they didn't dare to make such a big bet. You two don't dare? Yang Kai looked at them contemptuously. It's not that we don't dare, it's just that there's no need. We have no enmity with each other, so why make such a big bet? Mi Chi said stubbornly. Yes, just play casually. Since that's the case, what do you two think you should place to accept? Yang Kai asked. Mi Chi and Li Jiao looked at each other, and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and just stood to the side, smiling at Ji Ying and saying, Today's weather is good. Ji Ying frowned, thinking, Isn't this nonsense? The sky outside is clear, even a fool can see it. But why is he telling me this? Is he trying to interfere with my state of mind? How insidious! He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and look down. Palace Master Yang, I've discussed it with Brother Li, Mi Chi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Mi Chi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of income from our respective sects. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept. Even Ji Ying's expression changed slightly when he heard this bet. Although 10 years of income from their respective sects sounded simple, if converted into source crystals, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Top sects like the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had countless properties and their own source crystal loads. So their annual income was at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that was 500 million high-rank source crystals. The two great sects would be worth 1 billion. This number was simply terrifying. It seemed that Mi Chi and Li Jiao were determined to get some benefits from the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what expression he had now. His expression should not be good, right? At first glance, Ji Ying was startled. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain and sneered. Both of you are famous figures in the Northern Territory. How can you be so stingy? Stingy? Mi Chi's face sank. You dare say we are stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes. Palace Master Yang, are you deliberately mystifying us? Are you afraid to accept this bet? He thought he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and spoke in a strange tone. 50 years. Yang Kai declared and raised his hand. I will bet 50 years of income from each sect. Hiss! Mi Chi and Li Jiao both gasped. Ji Ying's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai like he was crazy. You. Mi Chi's mouth was a little stuttered, showing how much his mood was fluctuating. Do you know how much the High Sky Sect's income is in 50 years? You dare to boast like this? Yang Kai calmly said, I'll give you 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 500 million in 10 years, and 2.5 billion in 50 years. Two sects will only earn you 5 billion. But 5 billion. Li Jiao almost choked to death by Yang Kai's big words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai if he knew what 5 billion high-rank source crystals was. Yang Kai sneered and looked at them disdainfully. What's wrong? You two don't dare to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was nothing, but the second sentence was serious. If they really retreated, wouldn't it be like Yang Kai said? They had no confidence in Ji Ying? This matter could be big or small and could even offend Ji Ying. How insidious and cunning. Li Jiao and Mi Chi gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not back down. So Li Jiao coldly snorted. Brother Mi Chi and I naturally have no problem. 50 years it is. I just don't know if Palace Master Yang can take out that much money. Indeed. Mi Chi nodded in agreement. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is not a small number. If Palace Master Yang reneges on his debt at that time, what can Brother Li and I do to you? What a joke! Yang Kai pointed to his nose and said, do I look like the kind of person who goes back on his word? Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at him seriously, the latter saying, we're not familiar with each other. Who knows what kind of person you are? Good, good, good. Yang Kai's exasperated look made Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel that he was deliberately mystifying things. Mi Qi laughed. If Palace Master Yang can take out the corresponding bet, Brother Li and I will bet. What harm is there in that? You said it yourself. Don't regret it. Yang Kai stomped his foot. Take it. Li Jiao seemed to see through Yang Kai's expression and urged. I'll take it. Yang Kai shouted. Take it. Take it. Yang Kai flipped his hand and a space ring appeared on his palm, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2732. Did he really take it out? Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, slightly shocked, but more than that, they didn't trust Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, occupied its foundation, and obtained the wealth accumulated by the Seeking Passion sect over the years, they didn't believe that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in his ring. The Seeking Passion sect was almost the same as the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect. Although its annual income was astonishing, its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Most of its income was consumed every year, leaving only a small part to be accumulated. Even the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace only had 1 billion high-rank source crystals in their reserves, so the Seeking Passion sect should have the same amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai obtained the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, he would only have 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the source crystals he obtained from the Seeking Passion sect, the total would be 2 billion to 3 billion, so how could he possibly have 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I must inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, we must inspect it. Yang Kai nodded. But I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to inspect it. You too trust Grandmaster Ji, right? Naturally, Mi Qi nodded quickly. Li Jiao naturally had no objection. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed the ring to Jiying. Jiying caught the ring and casually swept it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, This. He was an alchemy master and did not lack wealth. In the entire Northern Territory, there were countless people who wanted him to perform alchemy for them, and every time he performed alchemy, he would receive a large amount of income. Not to mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even 10 billion was not enough to shock Jiying so much. But at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something extremely incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked, wondering what good things were inside this ring that make Grandmaster Ji lose his composure like this. Although they were curious, they were too embarrassed to take a look. They didn't think that Yang Kai let them take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiying to check the ring. Where did you get so many? Jiying turned her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai chuckled, took the space ring from Jiying's hand, shook his head, and said, I can't say. Jiying gulped and reluctantly watched as Yang Kai put away the ring. However, she knew that this should be Yang Kai's secret and was too embarrassed to ask further. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you lose this competition of alchemy, then you'll have to face the consequences. I don't want your head anymore. How about you give me half of those things? He didn't intend to take Yang Kai's life, he just wanted to scare him. Now that he saw something better, he naturally changed the bet. Inside the ring was none other than the 1,000,000 inner cores that Yang Kai had brought out from the savage ancient land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Jiying. But these 1,000,000 inner cores were different. There were so many inner cores piled up together. What's more, there was no lack of 12th order inner cores. Forget Jiying, even the 10 great emperors had never seen one before. What's more, a monster core had endless uses. When alchemists were refining pills, they often needed to use a monster beast's monster core. A good quality monster core was equivalent to a perfect catalyst for refining pills. It could be used to refine a furnace of excellent pills. To Jiying, inner cores were much more attractive than source crystals. It was no wonder he was so surprised. Does Grandmaster Ji want them? Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. Jiying blushed and coughed dryly. Which alchemist wouldn't want such a good thing? If you want them, I can give them all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Really? Jiying was surprised, but he quickly reacted and calmly asked, You wouldn't want this Ji to perform alchemy for your high heaven palace, right? Yang Kai laughed and said, Grandmaster Ji's eyes are sharp. Jiying snorted and said, Palace Master Yang's idea is good, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree. Yang Kai had already expected this and was naturally not disappointed, nodding and saying, In that case, if Grandmaster Ji agrees, I will give you half of these things. Good, 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 you said it yourself. I hope Palace Master Yang will keep his word. Jiying was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was simply Yang Kai giving him an inner core. He never thought that he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy. Grandmaster Ji, can the things in that ring be worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Mi Qi listened for a long time but still did not know the value of the things in the ring and could not help asking. 5 billion. Jiying glanced at them disdainfully and said indifferently, The things in that ring are enough to buy your 2 sects. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both turned pale with fright. Enough to buy 2 sects. What kind of treasures were in that ring to make Grandmaster Ji so certain? They became more and more curious and wished they could knock Yang Kai unconscious right now and snatch the ring to see what was inside. This palace master's bet has been determined. Do the two of you still want to bet? Yang Kai turned to look at Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Mi Qi frowned and said with a firm expression, Of course, why not? How can we not want free benefits? That's right, Li Jiao also said seriously. This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Jiying frowned and said, If you want to bet, it's your own business. The outcome has nothing to do with me. Alchemy was not used for gambling. The reason he agreed to bet with Yang Kai was mainly because he was angered by Yang Kai, so he naturally did not want Li Jiao and Mi Qi to be tied to his victory or defeat, making it seem like the outcome was his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right. Li Jiao quickly corrected himself. This is just a bet between Brother Mi Qi and I and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying turned to look at him and said, You go first. Yang Kai quickly said, Is it really okay for Grandmaster Ji to look down on your opponent like this? Although he said that, his hands were not idle. He stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, assuming a posture of working hard. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the purple origin cauldron immediately flew out, and a long-prepared spirit herb flew into the cauldron. With a whoosh, a flame seemed to burn and the temperature in the air suddenly rose, but strangely, there was no trace of Yang Kai circulating his Emperor Qi. Conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying's expression changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. He did not expect Yang Kai to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. This alone was enough for him to take this seriously. Conflagrated knowledge C was a type of variant knowledge C. Those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C had a unique advantage in alchemy and artifact refining because in the process of alchemy, one's divine sense played a very important role. Whether it was controlling the flame or grasping the timing of the spirit flower insertion, one's divine sense was required. And those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C could directly adjust the intensity of the flame and grasp the timing of the spirit flower insertion to the peak. Even when inscribing spirit arrays, one did not need a carrier and could simply carve them in the air. This was something no other alchemist could compare with. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so confident. You actually have a conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying suddenly understood what Yang Kai was relying on. His expression suddenly became solemn and he no longer hesitated. Flipping his hands, he circulated his Emperor Qi and a small flame immediately rose from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Jiying threw the same spirit flower into the pill furnace. With a sizzling sound, Ji Ying's hands formed a series of seals as he began carving a spirit array inside the pill furnace to assist in condensing the medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Ji Ying's strength surged as the two alchemy furnaces exuded scorching heat. Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to come up and see what was going on, but they were stopped by the three Monster King, who glared at them covetously. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed, so the three Monster King were naturally extremely vigilant against these two, lest they use any means to disturb Yang Kai. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao furious, but there was nothing they could do. Can Palace Master win? Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing stood side by side not far away, watching silently. Yang Kai was actually competing with Ji Ying in alchemy, which made Hua Qingxi feel very unconfident. So she quietly asked Zhu Qing, "I don't understand alchemy." Zhu Qing responded lightly. Hua Qingxi also agreed. Although she had seen alchemists perform alchemy before, she knew nothing about alchemy, so she could not see who had the upper hand in the situation. "But look at his demeanor, he seems to be very confident," Zhu Qing added. Hearing this, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai carefully and found that, as Zhu Qing said, Yang Kai's expression was full of confidence and high fighting spirit. If he had no hope of winning, he would never have such an expression. This discovery made Hua Qingxi feel relieved and secretly cheer for Yang Kai. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of fire crackling could be heard as the hands of the two competing in alchemy constantly moved, changing hand seals one after another. Exquisite and small spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace one after another. Spirit herbs were tossed into the furnace, condensing into a medicinal liquid and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ji Ying had been quietly paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Although Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge see and could not be underestimated, Ji Ying still felt that it was impossible for him to defeat her. However, after some observation, Ji Ying was able to confirm one thing. This Yang Kai really was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his foundation was extremely solid. This was because his movements when condensing the medicinal liquid were meticulous, without the slightest mistake, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was extremely pure. If he was not an alchemy emperor, it would be impossible to achieve this. Ji Ying secretly rejoiced that another alchemy emperor had appeared in this world. If she told this news to her honored master would be very happy. The alchemy Dao had a long history and was much more difficult to advance than the martial Dao, which also led to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Others only saw the limitless glory of alchemists, but how could they discover the bitterness behind it? Medicine Pill Valley was dedicated to promoting the alchemy Dao, and several disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors also took this as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there would be more alchemists in the world. Only with more alchemists could the Star Boundary Cultivator keep up with the demand of pills and increase their cultivation rapidly. Chapter 27:33. As he watched, Ji Ying was slightly startled because he was shocked to find that the purity of the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was not inferior to his own. What shocked him even more was that the timing and order of Yang Kai's addition of the spirit herbs was exactly the same as his. There was not only one pill formula for a spirit pill. Every alchemist had a different understanding of the Tao of alchemy, and their personal preferences and abilities were different. This also led to some subtle differences in the process of refining a spirit pill, such as the order and timing of the addition of the spirit herbs. Some alchemists felt that it was better to add one type of spirit herb first, while others felt that it was better to add another type of spirit herb first. This also led to a situation where there were many different pill formulas for a spirit pill. Perhaps even the medicinal herbs needed were not the same. A pill formula did not only include the ingredients needed for refining a spirit pill. A complete pill formula not only included the medicinal herbs, but also the refining process. It could be said that a pill formula was equivalent to a complete alchemy manual. This was why pill formulas were precious and were the crystallization of the alchemist's hard work. Now, Ji Ying was surprised to find that Yang Kai's method and process of refining the Spirit Emperor pill were shockingly similar to his. It could be said that they were carved from the same template. In other words, the Spirit Emperor pill formula that Yang Kai had mastered was the same as the one he knew. How was this possible? The Spirit Emperor pill was a spirit pill used in the Emperor realm to restore one's Emperor Qi. It was also the most common Spirit Emperor pill. According to Ji Ying's knowledge, there were 8 or 10 pill formulas for this Spirit Emperor pill. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The best Spirit Emperor pill formula was naturally the one he had mastered. This was because this pill formula was personally improved by the great emperors of wondrous pills many years ago. It could be said that there was no other pill formula in this world that was better than this. The great emperors of wondrous pills had only taught this pill formula to a few of his disciples. No outsiders had learned it before. Now that he saw traces of this pill formula in Yang Kai's hands, Ji Ying was naturally surprised. Not only was Ji Ying surprised, but the other onlookers also had strange expressions. This was because they noticed that Yang Kai and Ji Ying were in the process of refining a spirit pill. It was almost exactly the same. The only difference was that Yang Kai's movements were slightly faster while Ji Ying was slightly slower. This was not because Ji Ying's alchemy skills were inferior to Yang Kai's, but because he had a slow start. Although Ji Ying understood this, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if Ji Ying was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy, taking whatever herbs Yang Kai took. When Yang Kai's spirit pill formula, Ji Ying was Yang Kai's formula had Yang Kai's, the doubts in Ji Ying's heart grew stronger and stronger. He originally thought that this situation was just a coincidence, but halfway through the refinement, he was sure that the pill recipes the two of them had were the same. Where did you get this pill recipe from? Ji Ying couldn't help but ask. This was a pill recipe passed down by his master. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Gue, you're getting distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you continue like this, you'll lose this competition. Ji Ying's body shook. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just a moment ago, he had been so focused on Kai Yang's pill recipe that he had been somewhat distracted. This had led to him not being able to use his full strength in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid. Looking at it now, his own medicinal liquid seemed to be slightly worse than Kai Yang's. Condensing the spirit pill was the first step in alchemy. It was also the most important and fundamental step. If this step was not done well, it would affect the quality of the spirit pill. Alchemy was like playing chess. One wrong move would lead to another. Not doing a single detail well would result in failure. He could not lose. This was a match that concerned Medicine Pill Valley. His master's reputation was on the line. He could not lose. Ji Ying's expression changed. He seemed to become a different person. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura. His mind was immersed in alchemy, and there was nothing else in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely serious. Although he was an alchemy emperor, this was his first time competing with another alchemy emperor in alchemy. Moreover, this person was the legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. If he did not give it his all, he would not win. He had something to rely on. It was not the conflagrated knowledge sea that Ji Ying saw. This was just a small advantage he had. His real trump card was the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Back on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had soared in the Tao of alchemy after triggering the grand alchemic Dao Tone. If it were not for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai have advanced so quickly in the Tao of alchemy? He had not spent much time on alchemy over the years. Under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to become a Tao source grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to become an emperor alchemist. However, the grand alchemic Tao Tone had given him allowed him to easily climb to the level of an emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare with a veteran alchemist like Ji Ying in terms of experience, so he could only give it his all. His mind suddenly became empty, as if his whole person had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements suddenly changed. Suddenly, as if he had epilepsy, he began to dance with joy. Qi! This appearance made Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost burst out laughing, but under the covetous gazes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Ji Ying's movements were smooth and meticulous. Just looking at him was a kind of enjoyment. Compared to Yang Kai's performance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was obvious who was better. You want to win against Grandmaster Ji? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi also noticed this and could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing. His performance before was good, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Of all the people present, there was only one person who suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme shock appearing on his face as he stared fixedly at him. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. This eldest disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai. It was not because of Li Xian's slander of Yang Kai, but because of Yang Kai. Li Xian was expelled from the sect by his master. Although he despised Li Xian's previous actions, he was still brother for many years and still had some feelings for him. He originally wanted to wait for his master's anger to pass before persuading him to take Li Xian back. After all, his junior brother was still young. How could he not make mistakes? It would be good if he knew how to repent. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not even give him a chance. Regarding Yang Kai and Ji Ying's match, he was filled with disdain. He didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to win, so he had been staring at him with a look of hatred, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he was defeated by his honored master. Who would have thought that, with a single glance, he would see something incredible? In the eyes of others, Yang Kai was twitching crazily and waving his hands randomly, without any sense of beauty, but in his eyes, there was a completely different feeling. Somehow, he vaguely grasped something, but when he tried to grasp it, he couldn't. This made him so anxious that sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at Yang Kai carefully, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. All of the spirit herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace by the two of them, condensing them into pure medicinal liquids. The lid of the pill furnace was sealed and the pill nourishing stage was reached. Inside the pill furnace, where no one could see, spirit arrays began to appear and disappear one after another. A variety of medicinal liquids began to mix inside the pill furnace, producing a mysterious change. Ji Ying's eldest disciple suddenly knelt on the ground. This strange movement surprised everyone except for Yang Kai and Ji Ying. Hua Qingxi looked over and saw that this eldest disciple was sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a life-or-death struggle. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi quickly walked over to him and tried to help him up. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so if something happened to him here, it would be difficult to explain to Ji Ying. "Don't touch me," the eldest disciple shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, making him look extremely frightening. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand stiffened in place as she felt annoyed, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. "Oh!" Yang Kai took a moment to glance at this eldest disciple and grinned. "You actually saw something? Take a good look. What you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." To the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both glared at him and curled their lips in disdain, thinking to themselves, "This guy really dares to talk big. He is Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so even if he wants to learn something, he won't look for you, so what are you worrying about? What's more, with your skills, I'm afraid you can't even compare to his eldest disciple, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue?" Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the eldest disciple grit his teeth and widen his eyes even more, saying in a sonorous voice, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." "What?" Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with this eldest disciple? He actually thanked Yang Kai and even called him Grandmaster Yang. This is impossible, right? His honored master is right in front of him. Isn't he afraid of his honored master getting angry? What the hell is going on? Although Ji Ying was completely focused, he was still startled by his disciple's actions. Hearing him respect Yang Kai so much, he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "This little brat is actually helping an outsider at this time. I've raised you for so many years in vain." Out of curiosity, He glanced over at Yang Kai again. Sweeping his gaze over, Ji Ying's hand movements paused and his eyes slowly widened, even forgetting about the spirit pills he was nourishing in his alchemy furnace. His attainments in alchemy were countless times better than his disciples, and even his disciple could see through this, so as his honored master, it was naturally impossible for him not to. In his eyes, what he saw was not Yang Kai's strange movements or his twitching hands, but a grand Tao that led to the peak of alchemy. Yang Kai's movements were completely natural and in harmony with the alchemy Tao. It seemed to contain a kind of truth that he could not grasp. He had only ever seen this kind of situation on his honored master, the great emperors, but he had never expected that he would be lucky enough to find similar traces on another person today. Chapter 27:34. Shock. Ji Ying's heart was instantly filled with shock like a storm. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? He could actually figure out the essence of the alchemic Tao like his honored master. No, even his honored master could not have such an achievement at his age. Ji Ying was completely stunned and had an indescribable feeling. The one competing with him in alchemy was not the young man named Yang Kai, but the grand Tao he had been searching for but could not capture. How could he win? His heart suddenly became a little chaotic and a sizzling sound suddenly came from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Grandmaster Ji Yu? Li Jiao and Mi Qi exclaimed in unison. Although they did not understand alchemy and could not see anything special, Ji Ying's state at this moment was obviously not right. From the change in his expression, how could they not see that there was something wrong with his state of mind? How could this be? If Ji Ying lost in this competition, he wouldn't lose much, but the two of them had bet 50 years of their respective sex profits on the line. If they lost, for the next 50 years, the disciples of the two sects would have to tighten their belts. Ji Ying was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still in the middle of a competition, causing him to feel annoyed and ashamed. This was the second time he had been distracted, which would inevitably have some impact on the entire alchemy process. But after all, he had a profound cultivation base and quickly suppressed the flames in the furnace to save himself. Forcing himself to calm down and throw away all distracting thoughts. Under great pressure, Ji Ying's movements suddenly became much smoother. He faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The eldest disciple still stared at Yang Kai's movements with wide eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser and denser as his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a great deal of torture, but his expression was extremely excited. As time passed, a pill fragrance overflowed. This was not the fragrance of simple spirit herbs, but the fragrance of a spirit pill. When this fragrance came out, it meant that the refinement had reached the final stage, as long as no mistakes were made. The spirit pill could be refined. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous Mi Qi and Li Jiao became. They did not know whether Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai. Originally, they had full confidence in Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying's unstable state of mind just now made them a little nervous. They didn't know if that change would affect the quality of the spirit pills in the end. After another 2 hours, the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost tangible. Yang Kai's hands suddenly stopped moving, his expression solemn. Yao Yao lifted the purple origin furnace and shouted, "Rise! It's time to collect the pills." Everyone's complexion stiffened as they realized that Yang Kai's furnace of spirit dawn had reached the final stage. This process was also an extremely important step in alchemy. A good pill condensing technique would allow an alchemist to refine more spirit pills of higher quality. On the other side, Ji Ying also pretended to slap his own alchemy furnace, causing the lid to fly out. He had also entered the pill refining stage. Mi Qi and Li Jiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They knew that they had reached this point. Yang Kai definitely couldn't beat Ji Ying because Ji Ying's pill condensing technique was personally passed down by the great emperors. Even if Yang Kai had some opportunities and became an Emperor Realm alchemist, it was impossible for him to have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend to understand and quickly turned to look at the eldest disciple, wanting to see some clues from his expression. With a single glance, both of their hearts sank. Because at this moment, The eldest disciple was actually still watching Yang Kai's movements, his two bloodshot eyes bursting with an extremely pleasantly surprised light. On the contrary, he turned a blind eye to his honored master. No way, right? Could it be that Yang Kai's pill condensing technique is also better? Otherwise, why didn't the eldest disciple take this opportunity to learn his honored master's technique? Instead, he paid attention to Yang Kai. It must be because the eldest disciple's skills aren't good enough and his vision isn't good enough. Mi Qi and Li Jiao comforted themselves in their hearts. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during the alchemy competition, they still had great expectations for Ji Ying. Using the ninth heaven profound pill method, a series of hand seals flew into the purple origin furnace, making the last step of alchemy perfect. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai comprehended from the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. Even compared to the techniques created by the great emperors, it was slightly better. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk suddenly, a very pleasant sound rang out from the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai flashed and slapped the purple origin furnace, causing a string of rolling spirit pills to fly out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao stared at it with wide eyes. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what their quality was, but before they could see them clearly, they were put into a jade bottle prepared in advance by Yang Kai. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in hatred. On the other side, Ji Ying also began to condense the pills. After forming the last hand seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out of the pill furnace and were thrown into the jade bottle in his left hand. The refinement is complete. Yang Kai pressed his hands together and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Dan Tian. Ji Ying stood there motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His eldest disciple, on the other hand, closed his eyes the moment Yang Kai finished refining and knelt down like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Although they felt that the possibility of Ji Ying losing was not high, they were still a little nervous. After all, this was related to the income of their respective sects for 50 years, a total of 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Ji Ying did not move, so Yang Kai did not want to disturb him. He knew that Ji Ying was considering the gains and losses of this alchemy, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he winked at Zhu Qing, who was looking at him. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice. She didn't care about him at all. He had brought a snub upon himself. After a long time, Ji Ying breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Yang Kai, and cupped his fists. Brother Yang's skill. This Ji is deeply impressed. After competing with Yang Kai for a while, Ji Ying immediately understood that he had really underestimated him before. Not only was he an alchemist emperor, but he was also an alchemist whose skill was not inferior to his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the wondrous alchemy process, but it was enough to shock him. If it weren't for the importance of this competition, he would not have been able to stop himself from interrupting the refinement and observing it carefully. This time, no matter who wins or loses, this Ji must thank Brother Yang. Ji Ying said sincerely, glancing at his first disciple. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor who was not inferior to him, Ji Ying's address for him had changed. Moreover, his first disciple's harvest was not small, so he naturally had to thank him. Previously, he had always called him Palace Master Yang, but now it was even more intimate. Well said, Brother Ji is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong. Wasn't Ji Ying here to find trouble with Yang Kai? Why was he suddenly calling him brother? Even the two of them, who had known Ji Ying for many years, did not have the qualifications to call him that. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come along. Master Ji, let's see the results of the competition first. Mi Qi changed the topic, lest Yang Kai and Ji Ying continue to curry favor with each other. As long as Ji Ying won this competition, their trip here would definitely be worth it. 50 years of the sex profit, just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still very curious about the things in Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what it was that actually received such a high evaluation from Ji Ying. Jiying looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Those who come are guests, Brother Ji, please. Jiying nodded. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Essence pills. Everyone in the hall craned their necks and looked at his palm. 9 pills. Michi glanced over and immediately exclaimed in excitement. This time, Jiying had refined 9 pills, which was the maximum number of pills a furnace could produce. This basically meant that he had 1/2 the competition. The rest would depend on the quality of these pills, but since Jiying had personally refined them, the quality of the pills would definitely not be bad. This could be seen from the fact that these spirit pills were all round and full, and their color was translucent. Look! 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 Li Jiao seemed to have discovered a new world and pointed at one of the Emperor Essence pills. Breathing heavily, pill veins. These are pill veins. One of the 9 spirit pills was covered with veins, and at first glance it looked like the veins of a human body. These were the legendary pill veins. If a spirit pill formed pill veins during the refining process, its medicinal efficacy would directly double, and its value would naturally rise. However, pill veins weren't something that everyone could refine. Even for the most skilled alchemists, it was something that could only be found by chance. But now, one of Jiying's spirit pills had formed an elixir veins. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade spirit pill. This made it all the more precious and shocking. Ha ha ha! Michi also laughed loudly, and his anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach. If Jiying had only 1/2 the competition by refining 9 pills, then this spirit pill with pill veins had sealed his victory. Yang Kai had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't even need to look at the quality of the spirit pills he refined. Michi didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine spirit pills with pill veins. If pill veins were so easy to refine, they wouldn't be called pill veins. Exchanging a glance with Li Jiao, both of them were overjoyed. 5 billion high-rank source crystals, 50 years of sect income, were about to be obtained, so how could the two not be happy? They secretly decided that after Yang Kai fulfilled the bet, they would buy the Emperor Essence pill with pill veins from Jiying. This was the key to victory and was worth preserving. As long as they had the spirit pill, the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of them. Of course, they could also curry favor with Jiying. Should they humiliate Yang Kai while they were at it? Looking at the 3 monster kings standing nearby and glaring at them, the two thought for a moment and decided to forget about it, lest they become angry out of humiliation. The two of them really weren't their opponents. Chapter 27:35. Master Ji is indeed amazing, Yang Kai praised as he looked at the spirit pill with pill veins. An emperor-grade spirit pill with pill veins was indeed amazing. Even when he was refining emperor-grade spirit pills, he rarely saw pill veins. Just this point alone made Jiying worthy of his status as an alchemy emperor. I'm ashamed. It's all thanks to Brother Yang that I was able to form pill veins this time. Jiying waved his hand. What does this have to do with him? Michi retorted. Being able to form pill veins is the embodiment of Master Ji's exquisite alchemy skills. What does it have to do with him? That's right. If he didn't deliberately interfere, I'm afraid more than one spirit pill would have formed pill veins. Li Jiao also said. Jiying shook his head and didn't explain. He believed that Yang Kai didn't need him to explain. This time, being able to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins was all thanks to the great pressure Yang Kai had given him. Although he had been distracted twice midway, under that tremendous pressure, especially when he had caught a glimpse of Yang Kai's beauty, he had been able to faintly comprehend something, allowing him to refine such a perfect result. Otherwise, according to his usual ability, refining 100 cauldrons of Emperor Yuan pills might not necessarily form pill veins. Now, one appeared in one cauldron. It was simply a miracle. However, if he refined another cauldron of Emperor Yuan pills, he might not be so lucky. When Michi and Li Jiao saw that Jiying didn't speak, they thought that he was just being polite to Yang Kai. Who would have thought that there were twists and turns in his words? Michi immediately said, Palace Master Yang, we have finished inspecting the spirit pills refined by Master Ji. May I know the condition of the spirit pills refined by Palace Master Yang? Palace Master Yang's alchemy skills are also very good. You must have also refined pill veins. Li Jiao ridiculed from the side, deliberately praising Yang Kai with sinister intentions. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since everyone has made a bet, take it out for us to see. Mi Chi's face was tense as if he had already won. Palace Master Yang, don't tell me you don't want to take out your spirit pills because you can't win against Master Ji? Jiying hurriedly said, why are you two like this? Brother Yang is also an alchemy emperor Yuan pill master. Moreover, he is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. In the future, we will all live together in the Northern Territory. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Let's drink to our heart's content here. Let's forget about love and hatred with a smile. It'll be a good story to spread. He had previously agreed to compete with Yang Kai in alchemy out of anger. But now he was a little bit worried at the moment. He was lucky enough to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins, but Yang Kai's luck couldn't be as good, right? If he lost, he would lose 5 billion high-grade Genesis crystals. Both he and his eldest disciple had benefited greatly from Kai Yang, especially his eldest disciple. Even now, he was still immersed in his enlightenment, so his harvest must have been enormous. If he had really implicated Yang Kai and caused him to lose this 5 billion, he would definitely feel guilty. That was why he wanted to be a peacemaker and resolve the conflict. Deliberately pointing out Yang Kai's identity as an alchemy emperor Yuan Pillmaster was to let Mi Chi and Li Jiao know when to stop. As long as they could give up the bet today, they would definitely be on good terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, if they wanted to refine any spirit pills in the future, Yang Kai would definitely not refuse and could even help. Li Jiao and Mi Chi glanced at each other and naturally understood Ji Ying's plan. They both showed awkward expressions. If it were a normal matter, they would be willing to give face to Ji Ying, but this matter was related to 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even they were a little hesitant. After a while, Mi Chi frowned and said, Master Ji, a man can't live without integrity. Since Palace Master Yang made a bet with us before, he should fulfill his promise now. If Brother Li and I let it go, I'm afraid we will be underestimating Palace Master Yang. Palace Master Yang will not be happy. Li Jiao nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Please forgive us, Master Ji. It is not that we are unwilling, but a bet is a bet after all. Ji Ying heard this. His expression couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He didn't expect that these two would not give him face when he personally interceded. It seemed that they were determined to take advantage of Yang Kai. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and said, Brother Ji, there is no need to say anything more. This palace master is willing to accept his loss. Li Jiao and Mi Chi were overjoyed when they heard this and praised. Palace Master Yang is a man of his word. In the future, if High Heaven Palace needs any help in the Northern Territory, please do not hesitate to inform us. Our two sects will definitely not refuse. Who didn't know how to say something cheap? In any case, if there really was something they needed help with, they could make a decision based on their discretion. What's more, they didn't think that Yang Kai would ask them for help. After this incident, even if the High Heaven Palace and their two sects were not enemies, they would not get along peacefully. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, This palace master only said that he was willing to accept his loss, but he didn't lose. Are you two so confident that you can take away the 5 billion origin stones? Li Jiao and Mi Chi were stunned, the former saying, Then let's take a look and see how good the spirit pill palace master Yang refines is. Yes, we should take a look. Li Jiao nodded. Since they were going to lose, they might as well let them understand. Ha! Ji Ying sighed. Now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do. 5 billion high-rank source crystals was indeed enough for Li Jiao and Mi Chi to take the risk of offending him. Brother Ji, help me take a look. Yang Kai tossed the jade bottle in his hand to Ji Ying. Ji Ying took it and nodded. All right. Saying so, he opened the jade bottle and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills inside. Everyone's breathing seemed to quicken as they stared at the pills. The three Monster Kings' eyes met, flashing a fierce light. There was no need to communicate. The three of them had already secretly decided that if Yang Kai lost this round, they would immediately capture Mi Chi and Li Jiao. Wanting to take away 5 billion high-rank source crystals was simply a fool's dream. 9. Li Jiao's expectant eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the 9 spirit pills in Ji Ying's left hand in amazement, his face contorting in shock. Yang Kai had refined 9 Emperor Yuan pills, not the slightest bit inferior to Ji Ying's. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai's attainments in the alchemic Tao were comparable to Ji Ying's? Not just any alchemist emperor could refine 9 spirit pills. Pill veins. Mi Chi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at one of the 9 spirit pills. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one Ji Ying had refined with pill veins. The surface of this spirit pill was covered in spirit veins, as if it contained some kind of profound principle. Ha! Ji Ying was also taken aback. Yang Kai being able to refine 9 Emperor Yuan pills was within his expectations. It would have been strange if he couldn't, but one of them had actually formed pill veins, which was really surprising. He had been able to refine the spirit pill because of his good luck, but he had not expected Yang Kai's luck to be so good. This is impossible. Mi Chi rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating, but no matter how he looked at it, one of the 9 spirit pills had indeed formed pill veins. You cheated. Li Jiao's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Palace Master Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. When did this Palace Master cheat? Li Jiao snorted. You were the one who proposed refining this Emperor Yuan pill, so this spirit pill with pill veins must have been obtained by you long ago. Now you're taking it out to make up the numbers. When Mi Chi heard this, he felt that this made a lot of sense. When Yang Kai had refined the spirit pill, he had quickly put it into the jade bottle and then asked Ji Ying to take it out first. During this time, the jade bottle had always been in his hands, so he had a chance to swap out the spirit pill. Yes, this is the only explanation. This boy is treacherous. His intentions are unfathomable and hateful. Palace Master Yang, this isn't good, right? Mi Chi's face was ashen. He had almost obtained 5 billion high-rank source crystals, but because of Yang Kai's shamelessness, the situation had become uncertain, so he naturally was not in a good mood. The most hateful thing was that he and Li Jiao had no evidence to prove this. Whether or not I'm just making up the numbers, you can ask Brother Ji. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully, too lazy to argue with them. Li Jiao and Mi Chi both turned to look at Ji Ying. Ji Ying nodded and said, This spirit pill has just come out of the furnace. It was not refined in advance. What? Impossible, Grandmaster Ji. Please take a closer look. You want to question my words? Ji Ying's face sank, extremely displeased. Although he intended to befriend Yang Kai, he would not lie about this kind of thing. Mi Chi and Li Jiao's words were simply questioning his character and credibility. Mi Chi and Li Jiao were both startled, only then realizing that they had angered Ji Ying. Mi Chi hurriedly said, Grandmaster Ji is too serious. We naturally dare not question your words, but we don't know what this boy's character is like, so we have to be on guard. Grandmaster Ji, please take a closer look and see if he has done anything. Ji Ying said lightly, A furnace of spirit pills has traces of a furnace of spirit pills, each of which is different from the others. Those who have not been immersed in this Tao for many years will not be able to see it. In this Ji's opinion, these 9 spirit pills came from the same furnace. Mi Chi and Li Jiao were stunned. Of course, the easiest way to distinguish is that this spirit pill's residual heat has not dissipated. If you don't believe me, feel it yourself. As Ji Ying spoke, he directly threw the Emperor Essence pill that had formed pill patterns to Mi Chi. Mi Chi received it and carefully felt it. He discovered that it was indeed as Ji Ying said. This spirit pill was still warm, and it was clearly just refined. His heart sank, and he threw it to Li Jiao to let him feel it too. Yang Kai sneered and said, So, the two of you still want to say that this palace master cheated? Mi Chi laughed dryly and said, Joking. It was just a joke just now. Palace Master Yang doesn't have to take it to heart. This joke is not funny at all. Li Jiao coughed dryly and said, "Both of you refined a spirit pill that formed pill patterns, and both of you refined 9 pills. This counts as a tie? A tie, there is no winner or loser." Mi Chi hurriedly echoed, but the disappointment on his face was obvious. Yang Kai chuckled lowly. "The quantity is the same, the pill patterns are the same, then it depends on the quality. There will always be a high and low quality." Jiying nodded and said, "That's right. Dividing the quality can indeed distinguish the difference." Chapter 2736. Li Jiao and Mi Chi's hearts skipped a beat. Originally, although they were somewhat unwilling to accept the result of a tie, they could barely accept it. After all, there was no loss. However, Yang Kai actually took the initiative to suggest a contest of quality, which gave them a bad feeling. Could it be he really had the confidence to win? Otherwise, why would he make such a suggestion? With this thought, the two of them suddenly lost their composure. Mi Chi hurriedly said, "Let's just call it a tie. There's no need to distinguish quality." Yang Kai snorted, "Since it's a bet, we naturally need to see who's better. What is Sect Master Mi afraid of?" Mi Chi nervously said, "What is this king afraid of? Palace Master Yang is really joking." A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead as the bad feeling in his heart became more and more fierce. "I will have to trouble Brother Ji to appraise one more time." Yang Kai turned to look at Jiying. "A small matter." Jiying nodded. At this point, the victory or defeat between him and Yang Kai was no longer so important. What's more, Yang Kai seemed to understand the truth of alchemy at a glance. In time, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his honored master. Even if he lost to him, it wouldn't be shameful. This alchemy trip had also been fruitful for him. After returning and cultivating in seclusion for a while, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in alchemy. At that time, his alchemy skills wouldn't be inferior to his brother's. Immediately, he calmed his heart and began to distinguish the Emperor Yuan pills refined by him and Yang Kai in his left and right hands. He carefully examined them in terms of color, size, purity, and aura. He even scraped off a layer of powder from each other's spirit pills and put it in his mouth to taste. The hall was completely silent. Everyone's expression was tense. This was especially true for Mi Chi and Li Jiao. This was a bet that concerned the profits of their respective sects for the next 50 years. Their eyes were like leeches that were tightly clinging onto Jiying. They observed his body language, afraid that he would say something bad about them. Only Yang Kai had a calm expression and even ran back to his seat to pick up his teacup and drink some water. "Hugh!" After a long time, Jiying exhaled. Looking at his expression, he already had a conclusion. Master Yen, what's the result?" Mi Chi approached him nervously, his voice trembling. Li Jiao also looked at Jiying anxiously, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face without him noticing. "This Ji is not skilled enough. Brother Yang is better. This Ji admires you." Jiying did not answer them. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Brother Ji, you flatter me too much. This little brother only managed to win this time due to some fortuitous encounters. In the future, I will have to ask Brother Ji for advice." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists in return. Jiying smiled bitterly and waved his hand. While the two of them were talking, Li Jiao and Mi Chi were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, their faces ashen, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. Although Jiying did not say who won and who lost. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Master Lin, did you see it clearly? Is it true that the quality of the spirit pills he refined is higher?" Mi Chi asked with a trembling voice. Li Jiao also said anxiously, "Do you want to take another look?" Jiying's expression became angry as he coldly said, "Do the two of you not trust this Ji's character?" These two had questioned his character before, but for the sake of their many years of friendship, Jiying did not want to argue with them too much, but now they were doing it again, making Jiying furious. It was fine if it was the first time, but what was the meaning of this second time? Was his reputation so worthless? Seeing Jiying become angry, Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts skipped a beat as they realized their rudeness. Mi Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, no, no. Master Lin has misunderstood. Brother Li and I have no such intentions. Please calm down, Master Lin. They could offend anyone but Jiying. Jiying snorted. Let me tell you, a true alchemist would never joke about the pills they refined. This Ji lost, so there is no need for me to deliberately raise Brother Yang's reputation. Pausing for a moment, he stretched out his hands and said, Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then try the efficacy of these 2 spirit pills yourselves. Both of you are third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, so once you take these spirit pills and refine them, you should be able to easily distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker. Li Jiao and Mi Qi glanced at each other and saw that the other was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. This matter was of great importance, so they had to be cautious. However, if they did this, they might completely offend Jiying, because once they took the spirit pills and refined them, it would mean that they did not trust Jiying's words and were doubting him. Choosing between them put Li Jiao and Mi Qi in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, The 2 of you should try it yourselves and give Brother Ji justice. Jiying stood there with a cold expression and stretched out his hands. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiao stepped forward and said in shame, Excuse me. Each of them took out an Emperor Yuan pill from Jiying's hands. Seeing this, Mi Qi could only take back the 2 Emperor Yuan pills. Jiying said indifferently, Since the 2 of you do not trust this Ji, then this Ji's cooperation with the 2 of you will end here. In the future, the 2 of you will not need to come to Medicine Pill Valley to find this Ji to refine pills for you. Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both trembled and their faces paled as they called out, Grandmaster Ji. There's no need to say anything. Jiying coldly snorted, too lazy to say a word to them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi sighed heavily as they looked at the 2 spirit pills in their hands, feeling as if these small pills weighed 10,000 kilograms. Since things had reached this point, the 2 of them could only grit their teeth and take 1 Emperor Yuan pill to refine. Since they had already offended Jiying, they couldn't just lose the 5 billion, right? As long as they could prove that Jiying's Emperor Yuan pills were better than Yang Kai's, they could still reap some benefits. Although there weren't many Emperor Realm alchemists, there were still 1 or 2 in the Northern Territory, so they could simply not go to Medicine Pill Valley in the future. Circulating their Emperor Qi to refine the Emperor Yuan pills, the 2 of them quickly refined the medicinal efficacies before taking out another Emperor Yuan pill and continuing to refine it. After a short while, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both opened their eyes, their expressions ugly as if they had lost their parents. After personally refining and verifying the medicinal efficacies of the Emperor Yuan pill they had taken first were indeed inferior to the one they had taken later. The one they had taken first was refined by Jiying. The difference between the 2 was not too great, but the one they had taken earlier was indeed slightly inferior. Jiying said, This Ji lost to Brother Yang in the process of condensing medicinal liquid, so the medicinal liquid I refined was not as pure as Brother Yang's. So the quality of the pills I refined was also slightly inferior. Since the 2 of you have personally refined and verified it, you should know what the conclusion is, right? Is this Ji speaking without thinking and siding with Brother Yang? Mi Qi said with a bitter expression, We never had such an intention. Of course, they could go against their conscience and say that Jiying's spirit pill was better, but that would be completely shameless. Were the 3 monster king in the hall, who had been staring at them with ill intentions, weak? Not to mention, there was also a woman named Qinger with terrifying combat strength. If they really acted shamelessly, they would definitely suffer. Since the result is out, then the 2 of you should accept your loss. Yang Kai walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched, their hearts aching so much that they almost bled. Grandmaster Ji. Mi Qi looked at Jiying for help, hoping that Jiying could speak up for them. Jiying, however, returned to his seat and ignored them, clearly annoyed. Seeing Jiying like this, Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts immediately turned to ashes. Now that the situation was worse, they definitely couldn't win, and they probably couldn't escape either. If they were to really shed all pretenses of cordiality, the 2 of them would definitely be left here. Why did they think to come to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying? It was really easy to enter this kind of dragon's lair, but it was difficult to leave. The two of them regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Yang Kai's expression turned sinister as he glared at the two of them and shouted, "I'm talking to you. The two of you are also well-known figures in the Northern Territory. Could it be that you want to go back on your words?" The three Monster King let out threatening voices in unison as their demonic chi rolled. It looked like Yang Kai would take the two of them down with a single order. How could it be? How could it be? Li Jiao quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled apologetically. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Brother, me and I definitely won't go back on our words." Yes. We definitely won't go back on our words." Mi Chi also nodded. How many years had it been since they had acted so subserviently? Even in front of Ji Ying, they had never acted so subserviently. But now, the two of them had finally experienced what it felt like to be subservient. The sullenness in their hearts could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. "Since you don't want to go back on your words, then hurry up." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards them, looking like a creditor. Mi Chi said with a bitter expression, "Palace Master Yang, how could we take out 5 billion high-rank source crystals so easily?" "Yeah, that's too much," Li Jiao also said with a guilty conscience. "It's 5 billion. You can't take out 5 billion, but can't you take out 5 billion? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them. Mi Chi and Li Jiao shook their heads like rattles. Yang Kai glared at them and said, "Your sects have stood tall in the Northern Territory for so many years, so how could you be so poor? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang may not know this, but although our sects earn a lot every year, our expenses are also terrifying. In fact, we don't have much surplus every year." Yes. Mi Chi nodded and said, "Palace Master Yang has also obtained the foundation and wealth of Seeking Passion sect over the years. You should know how many source crystals you have. Our sects are not much different from Seeking Passion sect. So the two of you can't take out the bet?" Yang Kai's face turned cold. "For the time being, we can't take it out," Mi Chi and Li Jiao said with a guilty conscience. "How dare you?" Yang Kai shouted. "You dare to make such a big bet with me when you don't have that much to bet? Are the two of you here to make fun of this palace master? Monster King, listen up. Kill them for me." Yes. The 3 Monster King immediately rushed out after hearing this. Li Jiao and Mi Chi were shocked, thinking that Yang Kai had already planned to kill the two of them and then take over the foundations of the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace. Right? If the two of them died here, their sects would be leaderless and unable to resist the terrifying power of the High Heaven Palace. They would most likely be razed to the ground immediately. Chapter 2737. Wait. Seeing the 3 Monster Kings rushing towards him, Mi Chi hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait!" Yang Kai also shouted. The 3 great demon monarchs stopped in their tracks and surrounded Li Jiao and Mi Chi. Their demon essence enveloped them, not giving them any space to escape. Cold sweat slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground, making clear sounds. Yang Kai stared at the two and said, "Sect Master Mi, do you have any last words? This palace master is merciful and will let you live for a few breaths. So I have to say my last words." Mi Chi's face darkened as he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said in a panic, "Palace Master Yang, Brother Li and I are not trying to renege on our debt, nor do we intend to not fulfill this bet. Yes, we don't have that much to bet, so we really shouldn't have made such a big bet with Palace Master Yang. But now that things have come to this, even if you kill us, it won't do you any good. Yes, if you kill us, the 5 billion source crystals will really be gone, and you will also have a death feud with my Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. I can destroy the Seeking Passion Sect. So do you think I'm afraid of your Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect?" Yang Kai sneered disdainfully, but he still rubbed his chin and looked like he was thinking seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, "But you're right. Continue, whether you can live or not will depend on your mouths." Michi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was not in danger for the time being. But he also knew that if he could not persuade Yang Kai to let them go, their lives would be lost here today. After pondering for a while, he sorted out his words and said, "Although Brother Li and I can't take out so many source crystals for the time being, we can. But we can still put together a part of it." "How much?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. 500 million? Michi asked tentatively. Li Jiao nodded. 500 million is fine. Do you think we're beggars? Yang Kai coldly snorted. This palace master found more than 500 million source crystals in the Seeking Passion Sex storehouse. If you dare to mention 500 million again, I'll kill you right now. At most, I'll just give up the 5 billion source crystals. 1 billion, 1 billion. Michi quickly changed his words and said, "I can't give more. If I give more, I won't be able to take it out." This was already the bottom line of the High Sky sect. He would probably have to sell off some of his items in order to gather 1 billion. Palace Master Li also has the same intention? Yang Kai coldly looked at Li Jiao. Li Jiao said uneasily, Yes, we can only gather 1 billion at most." 1 billion. Yang Kai paced back and forth. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, 1 billion is fine. Li Jiao and Michi were overjoyed. Without waiting for them to speak, Yang Kai continued, "But there's still 5 billion left. How are you going to repay it?" This? Li Jiao and Michi were at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai said, "This palace master has an idea, but I don't know if you two are willing to listen. Please enlighten us." Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao and Michi looked at Yang Kai together. "If you don't have enough source crystals, you can use treasures to make up the difference. I believe that there should be many rare treasures in your two sect storehouses. My High Heaven Palace has just been established and needs a lot of cultivation materials. I'll give you 10 million high-rank source crystals for 1 Emperor artifact, so 5 billion is 150 artifacts. 150 Emperor artifacts. 1 Emperor artifact only costs 10 million high-rank source crystals?" Michi and Li Jiao exclaimed in unison as they cursed in their hearts. They knew that Yang Kai would definitely take this opportunity to rip them off, but they did not expect to lose so badly. This was simply robbery. What Emperor artifact was only worth 10 million high-rank source crystals? Even the worst Emperor artifact couldn't possibly have this many Emperor artifacts. Moreover, the number of 150 Emperor artifacts was too terrifying. Even if the two sects exhausted all their resources, it would be impossible for them to find so many Emperor artifacts. If you don't have any Emperor artifacts, Dao Source Grade or Origin King Grade artifacts will do. In addition, all kinds of spirit flowers, rare herbs, rare ores, as long as they are cultivation materials. This palace master will kindly accept them all. Yang Kai waved his hand, looking like he was very easy to negotiate with. Li Jiao and Michi's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If Yang Kai really said so, wouldn't the two sects be emptied out by him? What would happen to their disciples' cultivation then? How would they have the face to face the many elders and disciples in their sects? This won't do. Li Jiao was about to cry, "Palace Master Yang, please be magnanimous." Michi also said, "Palace Master Yang, you're taking drastic measures to destroy our two sects." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "This palace master has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and now you want to blame me." Michi and Li Jiao were a little speechless. With a sigh, Yang Kai said, "As Brother Ji said before, we are all cultivators in the Northern Territory. We will see each other often in the future, so if we go too far, this palace master will be embarrassed." "You're embarrassed?" Li Jiao and Michi cursed in their hearts. "So, this palace master has a proposal. If you still can't accept it, the two of you can stay here today and let your sects come and ransom you. Once enough source crystals are collected, I will let you go. Please speak, Palace Master Yang." Although they knew that Yang Kai's idea was definitely not a good one, it was better than him directly using force, so it didn't matter if they listened. "You two first collect 1 billion source crystals, Then the remaining 5 billion will be paid in installments. Yang Kai waved his hand. Paid in installments? When Li Jiao and Mi Qi heard this, they glanced at each other and asked cautiously, "How do we pay in installments?" Yang Kai continued, "Both of your sects have a lot of businesses, so you have a lot of income every year. In the future, a portion of this income will be given to my High Heaven Palace. When the rest of the debt is paid off, it will be settled. What do you think of this proposal?" Mi Qi was overjoyed. Palace Master Yang's proposal is good. We will pay in installments. Li Jiao also nodded. Good. Good. Palace Master Yang is really smart. You can even think of such an idea. You also think it's good. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since you think it's good, then so be it. However, the details need to be discussed carefully. Yes, yes. Mi Qi nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai said, I will give you 50 million high-rank source crystals for your sect's annual income. Is that correct? More or less. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both nodded. Such a number was simply terrifying for small and medium-sized sects. One had to know that when they participated in the auction in Flowing Shadow City, the Emperor Realm sects had only managed to collect 10 to 20 million high-rank source crystals, but when it came to the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect, their annual income was 50 million. Comparing the two, the difference was huge. I don't want 50 million from you. I just want you to give me 40 million from High Heaven Palace every year. Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched. 40 million every year, that meant only 10 million would be left for their sects, a number that was greatly reduced. It was likely that their two sects would have a hard time in the future. However, if they wanted to repay the debt, they had no choice but to do so. They nodded and agreed. Give me 50 years and we'll be even, Yang Kai said solemnly. When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, they both frowned. The former said, Palace Master Yang, this number doesn't seem right. Li Jiao also said, That's right, Palace Master Yang. You must have miscalculated. Brother Mi and I each have 5 billion high-rank source crystals, so we'll give you 1 billion first, leaving 5 billion high-rank source crystals. If we give you 40 million high-rank source crystals every year, it won't take 50 years. If what Yang Kai said was true, then the two sects would give High Heaven Palace a total of 3 billion high-rank source crystals, which was 500 million more than the bet. Yang Kai sneered. You two don't want to calculate the interest? Interest. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dumbfounded. What kind of interest was so high? 500 million high-rank source crystals, that was the total income of each sect for 10 years. Only now did the two understand Yang Kai's sinister intentions. They thought he had found his conscience, but who knew that he had dug a big hole and lured them into jumping into it? There are two ways you can choose for yourself. Yang Kai looked at them impatiently. Either you collect 5 billion high-rank source crystals and send them to High Heaven Palace within a month, or you collect 1 billion first and pay back 50 years. Palace Master Yang, if you try to bargain with me again, do you really think this Palace Master can't destroy your two sects? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Mi Qi and Li Jiao immediately fell silent, looking frightened. They could also see that Yang Kai's patience was almost worn out, and if they continued to argue, they would be the ones to suffer. Looking at each other, Mi Qi sighed helplessly. Then we'll pay in installments. Although paying back 500 million high-rank source crystals like this would hurt their foundation, it would not damage their foundation. If they really collected 5 billion high-rank source crystals in a month, it would definitely hurt their sect's yuan qi, and they would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. As a result, for the next 50 years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect would have to follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace, and the disciples of the two sects would not be able to raise their heads in front of the disciples of High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao said with a sad expression, I will also pay in installments. Good. Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. Both of you are straightforward people, so please go back first. In a month, this Palace Master will see your 1 billion high-rank source crystals, and the rest will be collected every year. There is no time to lose, so this Palace Master will not keep you. Please. Mi Qi and Li Jiao cupped their fists weakly and turned around to leave. Unlike the elated look he had when he first arrived, he now had a dejected look on his face. No one would be happy after encountering such a thing, and it would be troublesome to explain this to the sect's upper echelons when they returned. Their illustrious reputation had been destroyed here today. Both of them were filled with regret, wondering if they should walk out of this door and not admit it. Palace Master Li, please wait. Before the two of them walked out of the hall, Jiying suddenly spoke. Li Jiao paused when he heard this and turned to look at Jiying. What orders does Grandmaster Ji have? I dare not order you, Jiying replied indifferently. With a toss of his hand, a wooden box flew towards Li Jiao. This Ji's skills are lacking, and I'm afraid that Palace Head Li has entrusted this dragon blood flower to him. I hope that Palace Head Li can find someone else. Chapter 2738. Dragon Blood Flower. Zhu Qing, who had been standing quietly in the hall, seemed to have been touched by something at this moment. Her expression changed as she reached out to grab the wooden box. A powerful suction force came and sucked the wooden box into her hand. Li Jiao had yet to recover from the blow of Ji Ying's words, when he suddenly found that his treasure had been snatched away. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Miss, what are you doing?" It was really a case of when it rains, the boat is late and the wind blows. Not only did he completely offend Ji Ying on this trip, but he also lost the opportunity to refine the dragon blood pill. Now, even the raw materials were taken away. That was a spirit flower that he had spent many years of hard work and used his own blood essence to cultivate. The increase of his strength depended on it, so how could Li Jiao watch it fall into the hands of others? However, he didn't dare to use force. He only looked at Zhu Qing with grief and indignation, hoping that this woman would return the dragon blood flower to him. Zhu Qing flicked her finger and opened the wooden box. A bright red flower lying quietly in the wooden box immediately entered his eyes. Yang Kai looked over curiously and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The dragon blood flower was crystal clear, as if it was made of blood. The strangest thing was that this flower actually emitted traces of dragon's breath. Even if he had never heard of the dragon blood flower, this was the first time he had seen it. Yang Kai also understood that this thing was definitely something amazing. It really is the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing frowned and closed the wooden box again, but she didn't return it to Li Jiao. Instead, she stared at Li Jiao and coldly said, "Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao said, "Miss, return this flower to me first." Zhu Qing ignored him. He didn't see her move at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiao with an unprecedentedly solemn expression and aggressively said, "I'll ask again. Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" An extremely oppressive aura rushed over and Li Jiao actually felt a little suffocated. All the blood in his body seemed to have solidified and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face paled as he said, "I got it by accident. Why are you asking this?" He was also baffled. This dragon blood flower was indeed something he had obtained by chance. Although it was precious, why would this woman be so excited? What shocked him even more was that he, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't even muster the slightest resistance in front of this woman. The fear that came from deep within his bones made his hands and feet turn cold, and his whole body shivered. How was this possible? He was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he could completely suppress him with just his aura. Only the great emperors. But this woman didn't look like one of the great emperors. "Liar!" Zhu Qing shouted. "The dragon blood flower can only be found on Dragon Island. It is impossible to find it anywhere else." She seemed to be angry. As she spoke, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared above her head. Those 2 majestic dragon eyes looked down at Li Jiao. In an instant, Li Jiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out and he fell to the ground. His eyes widened as cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He cried out involuntarily, "Dragon race!" "What?" Mi Qi was also startled. He took a step back and pulled away from Zhu Qing, his face turning pale. Looking at the phantom of a dragon's head above Zhu Qing's head, Mi Qi couldn't help but gulp. No wonder this woman looked so petite. No wonder Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't resist her at all. This woman was actually from the dragon race? If that was the case, then everything made sense. The dragon race was the leader of all spirits, the leader of the divine spirits. An adult dragon race member could easily send him flying with a single punch. But Li Jiao was even more miserable. Because he had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was completely suppressed by the power of this dragon race's bloodline. He probably couldn't even use half of his strength. This was the terror of the suppression of a dragon's bloodline. How could there be a dragon race here? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl, the relationship between the two seemed to be somewhat unusual. Could it be that this high heaven palace had the shadow of Dragon Island behind it? Mi Qi was still thinking about whether he should go back on his word after leaving this place, but how could he dare to have such thoughts now? Since it involved the dragon race, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. On the other side, Ji Ying, who was sitting upright on a chair, was also stunned. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen a real dragon race. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness it in this high heaven palace. Recalling how Yang Kai had treated this dragon girl as if she was at his beck and call, even making her serve him tea, cold sweat dripped down Ji Ying's head. He was extremely impressed by Yang Kai, but at the same time he was also terrified. The dragon race, that was an extremely proud race. When did they become a servant girl? If he were to throw a tantrum, who would be able to walk out of this hall alive? What ability did Yang Kai have to make this dragon girl listen to him like this? Could it be that he was also a dragon race member? Thinking of this, Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Originally, Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor and even defeated him in alchemy, which made Ji Ying attach importance to him and want to befriend him. But now, Ji Ying could only look up to him. Making a dragon girl serve him tea, even if his master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, came in person, he was afraid that he wouldn't receive such treatment, right? Ji Ying couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Speak. Where did you get the dragon blood flower or dye? Zhu Qing coldly looked down at Li Jiao, her killing intent clear. The dragon blood flower was a product unique to Dragon Island. Now, one actually appeared outside. Although its quality wasn't very good, it was undoubtedly a dragon blood flower. Could it be that someone inside Dragon Island was colluding with the outside world to sell the dragon blood flower? This was no small matter, which was why Zhu Qing was so serious. Frozen Earth. Frozen Earth. I got it from the frozen earth. How could Li Jiao dare to hide anything at this moment? The one standing in front of him was a living dragon girl. The suppression from her bloodline made him feel uneasy. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single move. He quickly spilled out his secret. It's actually the frozen earth. Mi Qi was shocked. He had inquired many times before, wanting to know where Li Jiao got the dragon blood flower. But Li Jiao always changed the topic, making him gnash his teeth in anger. Only now did he know that this dragon blood flower actually came from the frozen earth. That was a forbidden area. It was rumored that even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter that damned place. Even a third-layer emperor realm cultivator could die there. Frozen earth. Zhu Qing frowned. She already believed him a little. She didn't think that Li Jiao could lie under her suppression, but she was still curious and asked in a stern voice, "How can the frozen earth have a dragon blood flower? That damned place was extremely cold and didn't even have a single living creature. So how could there be a dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao anxiously said, "There seems to be a dragon race cultivator who died there. The dragon blood flower can only survive in his burial ground." Zhu Qing's expression changed when she heard this and whispered, "The burial ground of a dragon race, could it be?" She seemed to have thought of something, and after a few breaths of silence, she said, "You better be telling the truth, or else I will definitely kill you." "Every word is true." Li Jiao replied without hesitation. Where is that place? What are its characteristics? Zhu Qing suddenly used secret sound transmission. When Li Jiao heard this, he realized that she probably wanted to personally investigate the place. After all, a dragon race cultivator had died there. The dragon race's population was small to begin with, so any clansman was a precious existence. Now that a clansman had died in the frozen earth, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to investigate. She had to at least pick up the skeleton and bring it back to the dragon tomb. Li Jiao also sent a secret sound transmission. Young lady, if you want to collect the corpse of a clansman, there's no need for that. I've already investigated before, and the skeleton of that dragon race cultivator has already turned to dust and no longer exists. Zhu Qing interrupted him. You only need to tell me the location. You don't need to worry about anything else. Li Jiao saw that she was insistent and could only tell Zhu Qing the location. In the end, he said, the frozen earth is extremely dangerous. If something happens to young lady inside, it's not my fault. Zhu Qing sneered. If you can come back alive from there, why can't I? Yes, yes, yes. Li Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He anxiously glanced at the wooden box in Zhu Qing's hand and said, then this dragon blood flower? Do you want to die? I'll give it to young lady. No matter what, this belongs to Dragon Island. Li Jiao hurriedly changed his words. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was really a double loss. Originally, Yang Kai had won so many source crystals, which made him feel suffocated. Now, even the dragon blood flower was lost. He shouldn't have come here. He really shouldn't have come to the High Heaven Palace. Scram! Zhu Qing waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Li Jiao hurriedly got up and glanced at the wooden box with great reluctance. Only then did he turn around and fly out. Since he had already left, Mi Qi naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and hurriedly chased after him. Qing'er, let me see what this is. In the main hall, Yang Kai suddenly smiled and crooked his finger at Yang Kai. Zhu Qing glanced at him with disdain and casually threw the wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and opened it. He immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. The dragon blood flower is one of the most peculiar spiritual flowers in the world. It can only be cultivated with the blood of the dragon race. This thing can only be produced on Dragon Island. Ji Ying explained from the side. Cultivated with dragon blood? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Dragon blood itself was an extremely good thing. It was hard for ordinary people to even see it. How could something cultivated with dragon blood be inferior? No wonder this dragon blood flower was full of spiritual energy and even had a trace of dragon's breath. Although he didn't know what kind of pill this dragon blood flower could be refined into, he instinctively felt that this spiritual flower would be very useful to him. Can it be refined into pills? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and said, of course it can. The pill refined with the dragon blood flower as the main ingredient is called the dragon blood pill. Dragon race or those with the bloodline of the dragon race can use it to enhance the strength of their bloodline. If ordinary people take it, it will also have great benefits, especially for tempering the body. Chapter 2739. Dragon Blood Pill. Yang Kai murmured with an excited look on his face. According to Ji Ying, the dragon blood flower could be refined into dragon blood pills, and dragon blood pills could not only refine the bloodline of the dragon race, but also increase the strength of the physical body, not to mention its other uses. His physical body was already extremely powerful. If he could refine the dragon blood flower into dragon blood pills, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Yang Kai couldn't help but have an idea. He looked at Ji Ying and asked, Brother Ji, do you have the recipe for dragon blood pills? Ji Ying scratched his cheek and coughed dryly. I do. But, he glanced at Zhu Qing. There was a dragon girl here. He didn't dare to discuss the refinement of dragon blood pills with Yang Kai. After all, the dragon blood flower was too important to Dragon Island. If he provoked this dragon girl, his identity as the disciple of the great emperors wouldn't necessarily be of any use. You want the dragon blood flower? Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai. You have it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Zhu Qing was a dragon girl. She might have a lot of dragon blood flowers on her. If he could get her to hand over the dragon blood flowers, he could refine more dragon blood pills. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I do. Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Zhu Qing said, but they are all left on Dragon Island. Dragon blood flowers are forbidden to be taken out of Dragon Island. His excited mood was instantly doused with cold water. Yang Kai said with dissatisfaction, Then what the hell are you talking about? Thinking about it, he had already checked Zhu Qing's space ring. If she really had dragon blood flowers, she would have found them long ago. Cold sweat appeared on Ji Ying's forehead again. Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl was so casual. Could even be said that he wasn't polite at all. This made his heart beat faster. Zhu Qing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of craftiness. Follow me to the Dragon Island. I will give you the dragon blood flower. I still have about 10 of them. Ji Ying's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he could not be any more shocked. This dragoness actually invited Yang Kai to Dragon Island? Is that for real? Did I hear it wrong? Dragon Island. It was the most mysterious place in the star boundary. Let alone going there, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to figure out its exact location. And the dragon race boasted of being the leader of all living creatures. They had never invited outsiders to the Dragon Island. Only those few great emperors had the qualifications to set foot on the Dragon Island. However, they couldn't go there often, and it was even more impossible for them to obtain the dragon blood flower from the dragon race. But now, not only did this dragoness invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island, she also said that she would give him 10 dragon blood flowers. Ji Ying's head was a little muddled. Although this had nothing to do with him, he still hurriedly winked at Yang Kai. This was a rare opportunity. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, it was more important to agree quickly. If it was him, he would definitely go there obediently. I'm going to fall out with you for bringing this up. Yang Kai pulled a long face. He stared at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing curled her lips and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Then return the box to me. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the box disappeared. He turned his head and said, What box? I didn't see it. Zhu Qing said, The dragon blood flower is from Dragon Island. Don't you think it's too hot for you to take it? Yang Kai said, What dragon blood flower? I don't know. Zhu Qing was both angry and amused. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to spit it out after eating it. If someone else took the dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing would definitely take action. But speaking of which, although Yang Kai wasn't from the dragon race, he had the ancestral dragon's origin, so he was qualified to enjoy the dragon blood flower. Frowning, Zhu Qing didn't continue to pester him on this matter. Ji Ying was stunned. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to steal something from the dragon race. He only felt that he had never been shocked more in his life than today. His brain wasn't enough to process it. Qing, the weather outside is pretty good. Go out and bask in the sun. It's not good for your skin to be cooped up in the house. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing snorted coldly. She knew that he was chasing her away. She stomped her foot and scurried out. Yang Kai gave a look to Hua Qingxi and the 3 Monster King. Everyone took their leave. In an instant, only Yang Kai, Ji Ying, and his eldest disciple who was still meditating were left in the hall. Yang Kai casually tossed the wooden box back to Ji Ying. He said, I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine a cauldron of dragon blood pills for me. Huh? Ji Ying was stunned and stiffly received the box. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother Ji hasn't forgotten, right? You are now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Ji Ying was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. This Ji is willing to accept his loss and won't go back on his word. However, I will need to return to Medicine Core Valley to report this matter to Honored Master first. Yang Kai nodded and said, It's fine. Brother Ji can take care of his own matters. When you have time, you can come to my High Heaven Palace. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Ji Ying thanked him. Ji Ying expressed his thanks, his heart filled with emotion. Before coming to Towering Palace, he was still free and unrestrained, but after coming here, he had actually become their chief alchemist. This was not the ending he had hoped to see. However, on second thought, Yang Kai's alchemy skills were also quite good, and he had even faintly touched upon the principles of the Great Tao. If he could have the opportunity to exchange pointers with him from time to time, it would be of great benefit to him. With this thought in mind, Ji Ying was no longer so against becoming High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. On the contrary, he was even looking forward to it. Brother Yang, there is something I want to confirm with you. Ji Ying's expression suddenly became solemn. Yang Kai smiled lightly and asked, "Is it about my alchemy furnace?" Ji Ying trembled as a look of shock appeared on his face. Could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Ji's guess is correct. My alchemy furnace is called the Purple Origin Furnace." Sure enough, it is the Purple Origin Furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed dramatically. When he saw Yang Kai's alchemy furnace before, he was a little confused. He had always felt that this alchemy furnace looked familiar, but he had never seen it before. Later, when he refined the Emperor Yuan pill with Yang Kai, the two of them had used almost the same refining process, which made Ji Ying even more puzzled. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one possibility. This Purple Origin Furnace was given to my third brother by my honored master. This Ji entered the sect late and has never met my third brother, but I have heard of him. Now that the Purple Origin Furnace is in Brother Yang's hands, may I ask where my third brother, Gong Sun Mu, is? Gong Sun Mu had made a grave mistake in his early years and was expelled from the sect by his honored master. Many years had passed since then, but there had been no news of him in the star boundary. Now that he had seen the Purple Origin Furnace as his junior brother, Ji Ying naturally had to inquire about him. He knew that although his honored master had expelled Gong Sun Mu from Medicine Pill Valley, his honored master had still been quite concerned about him over the years. After all, there was still a master-disciple relationship between them. Moreover, his third brother was said to be a heavenly genius with unparalleled talent in the alchemic Tao. Even his eldest and second brothers could not compare to him in this regard. Unfortunately, they had taken the wrong path, otherwise, their current achievements would likely be greater than those of his brothers. Yang Kai sighed dejectedly and said, "Senior Gong Sun Mu has already passed away." Ji Ying was shocked and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, it seemed that he had some guesses in his heart, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, he still felt sad. Sad that an alchemy genius of a generation had fallen so early. Yang Kai said, "I also found the Purple Origin Furnace in a cave mansion left behind by Senior Gong Sun Mu, along with some of his inheritances." Ji Ying smiled bitterly as he understood why the process of refining the Yuan Emperor pill was basically the same as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai had inherited Gong Sun Mu's inheritance and naturally obtained his pill recipe. Gong Sun Mu's pill recipe was passed down to him by the great emperors of Wondrous Pill, which was exactly the same as Ji Ying's. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and handed it to Ji Ying. This was left behind by Senior Gong Sun Mu. "Brother Ji, you can take it back to Medicine Pill Valley. However, I want to keep the Purple Origin Furnace, so I ask Brother Ji to go back and ask the great emperors if it is okay." Ji Ying reached out and took the jade slip before nodding. "Brother Yang is a righteous man. I will report this matter to Honored Master. I believe Honored Master will not take back the Purple Origin Furnace. Since someone has inherited third brother's legacy, he should be happy." Yang Kai nodded. "That would be for the best." After a short pause, he asked curiously, in Senior's last words, he said that because he studied the human pill refining technique, he committed a taboo and was expelled from the sect by the great emperors. "May I ask what Brother Ji's human pill refining technique is?" Ji Ying's expression changed and he asked seriously, "Brother Yang, are you interested in this human pill refining technique?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'm just asking casually. Since it violated the great emperor's taboo, it must be something bad. Why would I be interested?" Ji Ying's expression relaxed slightly as he pondered for a moment before saying, "In fact, telling Brother Yang isn't a big deal. I believe that, with Brother Yang's temperament, He won't study this human pill refining technique. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Ji Ying explained, Third Brother's human pill refining technique uses humans as a guide to refine spirit pills. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the better the spirit pills they can refine. What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. Using humans as a guide. Ji Ying sighed. That's right. Because of this, honored master was furious. If it weren't for eldest brother pleading for mercy, I'm afraid third brother would have been killed by honored master on the spot. After this, Ji entered the sect. Eldest brother once told me about third brother's matter, which served as a warning to me. Yang Kai said, although senior Gong Suanmu took the wrong path, he repented in his later years. Unfortunately, he was too ashamed to face the great emperors and could only pass away in his cave mansion. Ji Ying smiled bitterly. Everyone makes mistakes. While speaking, Ji Ying's disciple suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. His face filled with excitement. Did you learn anything? Ji Ying looked at him with a smile. The eldest disciple quickly nodded, stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, saying respectfully, Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang. Ji Ying laughed. If you can become an alchemist emperor in the future, it will be all thanks to your martial uncle Yang. Don't forget his efforts. The eldest disciple said, Disciple will never forget. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is also his opportunity. There's no need to thank me. Rolling his eyes, he said, Now that your honored master has become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist, why don't you also stay in the High Heaven Palace? The eldest disciple hesitated. He couldn't make this decision. Ji Ying laughed and scolded, Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Do you want me to bring eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister over? That would be for the best. Chapter 2740. I'm going to the frozen earth. It has been half a month since he competed with Ji Ying in alchemy. During these days, Yang Kai has been refining the golden armor heavenly book. Suddenly, Zhu Qing came to him and said this. Yang Kai said in surprise, That place is a forbidden area. Even if you are a dragon race, you may not be able to escape unscathed. What are you going to do there? Yang Kai frowned and understood Zhu Qing's plan. The reason why she wanted to go to the frozen earth was to retrieve the bones of her people. When Li Jiao revealed the source of the dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing's expression was a little strange. The dragon race that fell in the frozen earth might have something to do with her. Didn't Li Jiao say that the bones have already turned to dust? It's useless for you to go. Yang Kai persuaded. Although he was annoyed by this girl and wanted her to stay as far away from him as possible, Yang Kai was still a little worried about going to a place like the frozen earth. There was already a dragon race that fell there. If Zhu Qing went, she might follow in the footsteps of her ancestors. There is one more thing there. Zhu Qing said. What is it? Zhu Qing pondered for a moment and said truthfully, The source of my dragon race. I need to go there to find the source of my people. Yang Kai understood. The source of the dragon race was the source of the Holy Spirit. It was impossible for it to disappear so easily. Even if the bones were turned to dust, the source must still be there. He nodded and said, Then go, but be careful. The frozen earth is not a place you can casually enter. Zhu Qing looked at him quietly and said, Are you going? Yang Kai immediately rolled his eyes and said, I'm not going. Can't you accompany me? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Yang Kai snorted, My strength is so low. If I go to the frozen earth, I'm afraid I will die. If I really go with you, I'm afraid I will implicate you. The key was that there were not many benefits. Why would he go to the frozen earth? Zhu Qing thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, You're right. I'm forcing you. Since that's the case, I'll go alone. He paused and said, But you have to stay here obediently. Don't run around. Yang Kai sneered. Why should I stay here obediently? After you leave, I will immediately leave the Northern Territory. From now on, the sea is wide and the sky is wide and the sky is wide and the sky is wide and the birds are free to fly. Zhu Qing's face suddenly darkened. She immediately said, "Then I won't go." Compared to the source energy of his clansmen, Yang Kai's matter was more important. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he wished he could slap himself. He hurriedly said, "I'm just joking. Don't worry. I'll stay in the High Heaven Palace and wait for your return." "You're not lying to me?" Zhu Qing stared into Yang Kai's eyes. It was as if she wanted to look into his heart. "What good is there in lying to you? There are a lot of things to do in the sect. This palace master is busy every day, so I don't have time to run around." Yang Kai replied seriously. "That's good." Zhu Qing nodded, relieved. She suddenly said, "That's right. I have a secret technique here. You can try cultivating it. It's much better than the one you had before." "Secret technique? What kind of secret technique?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing took out a jade slip and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His eyes instantly widened. "Dragon transformation," Zhu Qing said. "I saw you use a secret technique similar to dragon transformation before, but that secret technique seems to be very low level and can't compare to this one. If you can cultivate this secret technique, it can increase your combat strength by at least 20%. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Really?" Zhu Qing smiled and said, "Do you think I like to lie like you?" Yang Kai's face flushed red. He changed the topic and said, "Why does your Dragon Island have such a secret technique?" Dragon race cultivators only needed to activate their power source to transform into a true dragon. What use would this dragon transformation secret technique have for them? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Dragon race isn't the only race on Dragon Island. There are some other races. Zhu Qing said leisurely, "You'll know when you reach Dragon Island one day. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai waved his hand and delightedly studied the dragon transformation secret technique recorded in the jade slip. If what Zhu Qing said was true, then his combat strength would soar by a lot once he successfully cultivated this secret technique. "Take your time cultivating. I'm leaving," Zhu Qing said and turned around to leave. "Don't die there." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Qing's back with a solemn expression. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, opened the door, and walked out. She was quite proud of herself. With this dragon transformation secret technique, he should be able to delay it for 1 to 2 months. By then, she would have already returned from the frozen earth. Outside the mountain gate, Zhu Qing turned into a streak of light and flew toward the extreme north. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She vaguely felt that someone was staring at her. She looked around and saw no one. She shook her head and left at an even faster speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sigh. In the side room, Yang Kai sighed. He felt quite apologetic. Zhu Qing wanted him to accompany her on a trip to the frozen earth. He didn't agree. Firstly, the frozen earth was too dangerous. Secondly, he wanted Zhu Qing to give up on this idea. Who would have thought that she would still go? So stubborn. It's best if she dies there. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, this frustration was quickly swept away, and he focused on studying the dragonification secret technique in his hand. The dragon transformation secret technique he had before was taught to him by Qiyu on the Monster Star and Monster Star in the Hung Luo star field. When his strength was not high, this secret technique was quite impressive. Once used, his combat strength would soar, but now that his strength had increased, this secret technique was not very useful. Looking at the dragon transformation secret technique Zhu Qing had given him, it was indeed profound and could fully exploit the dragon race source strength and the potential of the dragon artifacts refined in his body. Comparing the two secret techniques, the dragon transformation secret technique was indeed a low-level one. The more Yang Kai looked at it, the more delighted he became. He was completely focused on it. He had originally planned to wait for Zhu Qing to leave before running away, but he had completely forgotten about it. Time flew by and another half a month passed. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted, Dragon transformation! A resounding dragon roar rang out as a huge golden divine dragon phantom flashed behind him and entered Yang Kai's body, instantly resonating with the several dragon artifacts refined in his body. With a series of crackling sounds, the sound of bones cracking rang out as Yang Kai showed an extremely pained look on his face. His figure, which was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly grew more than a meter taller. Kacha. Both of his hands transformed into huge dragon claws. These dragon claws were even more realistic than the previous dragon claws. The tips of the claws were as sharp as the sharpest of blades, flashing with a cold light. At the same time, dragon scales covered in veined patterns appeared on Yang Kai's chest, spreading all the way to his waist. These dragon scales were not formed from energy, but rather from the source strength of the dragon race. They were not inferior to real dragon scales in the slightest. Looking at them with the naked eye, they were no different from real dragon scales. Yang Kai's head and tailbone were slightly different. Yang Kai reached out and touched his head, his eyes suddenly widening because he found that there were small bulges on both sides of his body, as if something was about to be born from them. Dragon horns? Yang Kai recalled the first time he met Zhu Qing, when she stimulated the source strength of the dragon race and immediately understood. The small bulges on both sides of his head should be dragon horns. It was just that his cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique had not reached a high enough level, so it looked so out of place. Touching his back again, Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. It could not be helped, as a small dragon tail had appeared behind his buttocks. How can I meet people like this? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai slowly stood up and found that he was more than twice as tall as before. He was not short to begin with, but he was not an extremely tall person either. However, with his current height, it was likely that only some talented people could compare with him. Anyone who stood in front of him could only look up to him. Gently clenching his fist, Yang Kai felt that his hand was full of power, as if it could explode at any time. This feeling of strength made Yang Kai extremely happy. Gently waving his hand, the air in front of him rippled and turned into a mirror. Yang Kai looked at his reflection in the mirror and could not help drawing a sharp breath. How could such an appearance be described by the word fiendish? Not to mention the drastic change in his appearance. His entire body exuded an extremely ferocious aura. If a timid person saw this appearance, they would likely immediately flee. In particular, his eyes had turned golden, just like when he had used the demon eye of annihilation before. They were filled with a sense of majesty, and even those who were familiar with him would be frightened by them. Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, very satisfied with his current appearance. This was the dragon transformation secret technique that he had not cultivated to a high enough level. If he really comprehended the dragon transformation secret technique given to him by Zhu Qing, the changes in his body would be even more powerful, or at the very least, he would become taller. Sure enough, this secret technique was incomparable to the previous dragon transformation secret technique. Palace Master, Palace Master. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's voice came from outside. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and stepped out, his big feet making a loud thudding sound as he stepped on the ground, like the beating of a war drum. The moment he opened the door, Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly, her beautiful face turning pale as she shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" As soon as she spat out the first word, she had already summoned the five-colored spear. Under the stimulation of her Emperor Qi, this Emperor artifact suddenly turned into a five-colored shadow and blasted towards Yang Kai. Instinctively, Hua Qingxi felt that this monster was not to be trifled with, so she used her strongest move as soon as she attacked. Yang Kai grinned hideously and stretched out his dragon claws to grab forward. Under this claw, the five-colored shadow was shattered and the five-colored spear was pinched in his hand, unable to move. With her Emperor artifact suppressed, Hua Qingxi was horrified and desperately urged her soul, trying to take back her Emperor artifact. A buzzing sound could be heard as the five-colored spear trembled in Yang Kai's hand, but it could not break free from Yang Kai's grip. "Heh heh heh, your palace master has been killed by this king." This king will destroy your high heaven palace and let you die without a burial place. Yang Kai cackled. The panic on Hua Qingxi's face suddenly disappeared and she looked Yang Kai up and down, frowning. Palace master? What are you doing? You scared me to death. Chapter 2741. You recognize me? Yang Kai scratched his cheek, feeling a little frustrated that his prank had failed. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes and said, It happened so suddenly that I didn't expect it, but if you look carefully, there are still some traces of the past. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had spoken, Hua Qingxi immediately recognized him, returning the 5-colored spear to her. Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and said proudly, Isn't it handsome? Hua Qingxi said, A little fierce. Fierce is good. Yang Kai laughed. What kind of secret technique is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Hua Qingxi asked curiously. This young master has been in seclusion recently, concentrating on cultivating and occasionally learning something. Yang Kai shook his head. Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, It's obvious that Zhu Qing taught you. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original appearance. But his clothes had become extremely ragged. His body had suddenly doubled in size, so his clothes were naturally torn apart. Hua Qingxi handed over 2 space rings and said, The source crystals for the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect have been delivered. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Keep them for yourself. If the sect needs anything in the future, we'll get it from you. Hua Qingxi was now the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace. Although Yang Kai had given her a lot of source crystals last time, it was not a lot. With these 2 billion high-rank source crystals as a foundation, the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about cultivation resources for at least the next 20 years. That's fine. Hua Qingxi nodded and put away the rings again. Also, Grandmaster Ji is here and wants to see you. Oh, Brother Ji is back so soon? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he thought for a moment before saying, I'll change my clothes. Tell him to wait for a while. All right. Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai returned to his room and changed into a new set of clothes. He wondered if it was time to buy a set of treasured armor. It didn't need to be too good, as long as it could protect him from damage after his body expanded. Treasured armors generally had an extremely strong ability to stretch and shrink. It was extremely tough and ordinary clothes couldn't compare to it. In the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Jiying sat on a chair and glanced outside from time to time. He seemed a little anxious. Hua Qingxi accompanied her. After a short while, a figure rushed in from the outside, revealing Yang Kai's figure. Brother Yang. Jiying hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Ji came so quickly. Are you ready to stay in my High Heaven Palace and refine pills? Jiying smiled bitterly and said, I'm ashamed. This matter will probably have to be postponed. Yang Kai's heart sank. He said, Could it be that the great emperors? Jiying shook his head and said, Honored master didn't say much about this matter. He was quite interested in you and asked me to tell you that if you have time, he hopes that you can make a trip to Medicine Pill Valley. The great emperors want to see me? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Jiying smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Honored master just thinks that you can win against me in alchemy. Your alchemy skills are exquisite and he wants to exchange some insights with you. These words were too modest. The wondrous pill great emperors were existences that surpassed alchemy masters. No matter how good Yang Kai's alchemy skills were, what could he possibly exchange with him? It was obvious that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to give Yang Kai some pointers. That was why he said it so tactfully. Yang Kai was filled with awe. Although he had never met the wondrous pill great emperors, Yang Kai felt that this great emperors was approachable. Of course, this was also because Yang Kai had the ability, otherwise not just anyone could meet the great emperors. This Yang is deeply grateful for the great emperor's generosity. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Jiying smiled and said, Honored master said that since you were fated to obtain the purple origin furnace, It is yours. Thank the great emperors for me. Yang Kai nodded. This ending was within his expectations. Although the purple origin furnace was an emperor-grade pill furnace, the wondrous pill great emperors naturally wouldn't snatch it away. Ji Ying's expression became solemn as he said, "This Ji has come this time. On honored master's orders, I have a presumptuous request." Yang Kai said, "Since it's an order from the great emperors, Brother Ji can speak freely." Ji Ying said, "Can I trouble Brother Yang to accompany me to retrieve the remains of my third brother and bury them in the Medicine Pill Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and nodded. Of course, Senior Gong Suanmu's last wish was to return to the Medicine Pill Valley. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he will definitely be able to smile in the underworld. Then thank you, Brother Yang. I heard you say that my third brother died in the Southern Territory? Yes, the Yuan Furnace Mountain in the Southern Territory. I remember the place. It's a long journey to the Southern Territory, so let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now? Ji Ying inquired. I just don't know if Brother Yang has anything else to deal with. Yang Kai laughed and said, My High Heaven Palace doesn't even have many disciples now, so there's nothing to deal with. Since Brother Ji is in such a hurry, let's go. It just so happened that his original plan was to return to the Southern Territory, so it was on the way. As for Zhu Qing's instructions, he didn't take them seriously at all. He also didn't inform the three Monster Kings. Now that he could even kill a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, there weren't many people in this world who could threaten his life. Naturally, there was no need for the three Monster Kings to follow him. After leading Ji Ying to the space array, the 2,000 Leaves sect disciples guarding it immediately greeted respectfully, Greetings, Palace Master. Did Manager Hua ask you to guard this place? Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. The slightly older 1,000 Leaves sect disciple replied, It was Manager Hua. Manager Hua has taken great care of us and has issued many tasks in 1,000 Leaves Peak. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to accept the task of guarding this space array and receive a reward every day. And Yang Kai nodded. If anything happens, immediately send a message to Manager Hua. Yes. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Hua Qingxi's arrangements. No matter what, this was still an important place for the sect. When Yang Kai arrived, he found that there wasn't even a single guard, so he mentioned this matter to Hua Qingxi. Sure enough, she had arranged for someone to come over. The 2,000 Leaves sect disciples didn't recognize Ji Ying, but if they knew that he was a disciple of the great emperors, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Brother Yang, where does this space array lead to? Ji Ying stood on the space array and asked curiously as he watched Yang Kai insert source crystals into the groove. Brother Ji will know in a moment. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his mysterious look making Ji Ying even more curious. Brother Ji, stand still. Yang Kai suddenly urged Ji Ying. Ji Ying couldn't help but laugh. Although he was an alchemist, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. What could a trivial transmission do to him? Unless it was some kind of ultra-long distance transmission that crossed territory. Thinking of this, Ji Ying was startled. Before he could recover, his vision was filled with a white light, and a wave of dizziness filled his mind. When Ji Ying came back to his senses, he found Yang Kai standing to the side, looking at him with a smile. Ji Ying shook his head, still feeling a little dizzy, but his face was full of shock. A cross-realm transmission? It was impossible for an ordinary space array to bring him such negative effects. He had sat in a space array countless times, and no matter how far he was transmitted in the past, he wouldn't feel anything, but this time he actually felt dizzy. It was easy to imagine how far the transmission distance was. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Ji Ying was shocked. How can there be a space array in the High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect, and he had been to the Seeking Passion sect many times. If there was a territory-crossing space array, it was impossible for him not to know about it. One had to know that a territory-crossing space array was an extremely rare existence. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were only a few, and all of them were controlled by the great emperor's sects. Even these few had been passed down from ancient times. In the current star boundary, no one could arrange a territory-crossing space array. Jiying was naturally shocked. Yang Kai didn't answer and just smiled. Let's go. Jiying followed beside Yang Kai, flying side by side with him. Looking around, he was shocked again. A small world. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Ji's eyes are sharp. This is indeed a small world. It was originally the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it has been commandeered by me. Jiying sighed. What a pity, what a pity. He didn't pity that this small world had been commandeered by Yang Kai, but rather that this small world's grade wasn't high enough. Although the world energy here was good, it wasn't at the level of a paradise. If the world energy here was denser, he could grow some rare spirit herbs and develop it into a medicine garden. Cultivating spirit herbs in such a small world was naturally extremely safe. As an alchemist emperor, Jiying's considerations were all based on his identity as an alchemist. A short while later, the two arrived in front of another space array, which was naturally the exit of this small world. After activating the array, Yang Kai and Jiying immediately appeared in the hinterland of Thousand Leaves sect. This was originally the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed more than a year ago. Yang Kai explained after glancing around at the ruined scene. Jiying nodded lightly and asked, "Is this the Southern Territory?" Since Yang Kai had used a territory-crossing space array, it would naturally bring him directly to the Southern Territory. That's right. Yang Kai nodded, then turned around and said, "Please keep this space array a secret, Brother Ji." Jiying was startled for a moment before replying solemnly, "Brother Yang, don't worry. This Ji isn't someone who likes to gossip." Yang Kai smiled. "It's not that serious. If the great emperors ask, Brother Ji can explain it to them." Jiying said gratefully, "Many thanks, Brother Yang." After all, he had originally estimated that it would take at least a year to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. If he suddenly returned in just a few days, he really wouldn't know how to answer if his honored master asked. Yang Kai's words were clearly out of consideration for him. "Let's go. I'll take you to Yuan Furnace Mountain." Yang Kai called out and took the lead. Yuan Furnace Mountain wasn't close to Thousand Leaves sect, so it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the two of them to fly there. However, both of them were in the Emperor realm, so they naturally didn't need to rest midway. Yang Kai remembered that Yuan Furnace Mountain was near Maplewood City, right next to Raging Fire Temple. Thinking back, Raging Fire Temple was an existence that Yang Kai couldn't afford to provoke because he was only an origin king at that time, while Raging Fire Temple had a Dao Source Realm Master. But now, this trivial Raging Fire Temple wasn't even as thick as a strand of his leg. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Most of the existences that he used to look up to were now crawling at his feet. Chapter 2742. This is the Yuan Furnace Mountain? Jiying looked at the mountain peak that had almost completely collapsed and asked in astonishment. Not many traces of the Yuan Furnace Mountain of the past could be seen. Only dark red gravel remained, which was the result of the magma eruption. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Back then, I obtained Senior Gong Sun Mu's inheritance from here. The original cave mansion was at the bottom of the mountain, but unfortunately, the earth fire surged below and magma erupted, destroying this place. Liu Yan had relied on the power of the earth fire to obtain strength comparable to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Back then, my strength was too low, so I couldn't properly bury Senior Gong Sun Mu. I just buried him carelessly. Now that I think about it, I've let Senior down. Yang Kai sighed. Brother Yang, don't worry about it. Third brother can return to Medicine Pill Valley now thanks to Brother Yang. He will definitely be grateful to you in the underworld, so why would he care about such trifles? Jiying comforted. Yang Kai said, Senior's burial place is quite far from the surface. Let's clean it up first. Okay. The two immediately used their methods to quickly clean up the place. Both of them were from the Emperor realm. When they used their full strength, it was enough to move mountains and drain seas. In a short while, the remaining half of the Yuan Furnace Mountain had completely disappeared. Each of them found a location and dug deep into the ground. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to investigate carefully. They busied themselves for a whole day. It was not until a day later that Yang Kai suddenly discovered something. He turned around and dug a hole to his left while sending a message to Ji Ying with his divine sense. After a while, Ji Ying also flew down the hole dug by Yang Kai and landed beside him, asking, "Did you find it?" And, "Check in that direction." Yang Kai pointed in a direction. Ji Ying immediately urged his divine sense to investigate in that direction. After a while, his expression turned solemn as he nodded. "It's really over there." He had clearly detected a skeleton buried in the ground over there. After confirming the location, things became easier. Yang Kai held the myriad sword in his hand and pushed it slightly with his Emperor Qi. The hard stones were shaken into powder by a strange force as the two quickly passed through. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the place where Gong Sun Mu was buried. Ji Ying walked forward and carefully removed the soil around the skeleton. A deep white skeleton was exposed in his field of vision. "Third brother, junior brother Ji Ying, I've come under the orders of Master to bring you home." Ji Ying cupped his fists towards the skeleton with a solemn expression before walking forward. He took out a jade jar that he had already prepared and put it aside. Then he squatted down, picked up Gong Sun Mu's bones piece by piece, and placed them in the jade jar. Not long after cleaning up, Ji Ying sealed the jade jar and put it into his space ring. "Now that this matter is settled, I need to quickly return to the Northern Territory to report to Master. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do?" Ji Ying looked back at Yang Kai and asked. "There are still some things here." Yang Kai replied, "But it's not a big deal. I'll send Brother Ji back first." Ji Ying smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has something to do, I won't bother you. I remember the route, so this Ji can go back alone." Yang Kai said, "Although you remember the route, you can't activate the space array." "What do you mean?" Ji Ying was surprised. In this world, was there any space array that he couldn't activate? Yang Kai didn't explain in detail and just said, "I tampered with the territory crossing space array. Without me, no one can activate it." "Is there such a thing?" Ji Ying was shocked. He had tampered with a space-crossing array. Even the great emperors didn't have this ability. How did Yang Kai do it? What he didn't know was that the space-crossing array was arranged by Yang Kai himself. "But take this thing. With it, you can activate it." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a token. Handing it to Ji Ying, it was the transmission token he had specially refined. It contained his brand of space principles. Ji Ying reached out and received it, solemnly saying, "Brother Yang, rest assured, after I return to High Heaven Palace, I will definitely return this token to Manager Hua. Don't underestimate this token." This was a pass that allowed a person to travel directly from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. It was an extremely precious thing, so Ji Ying naturally didn't dare to keep it for himself. Since Yang Kai gave it to him, it showed that he trusted his character and valued him. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "No need. Brother Ji is now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist and is qualified to have a transmission token. If you want to come to the Southern Territory in the future, it will be more convenient for you." Ji Ying was moved. "In that case, thank you, Brother Yang. Please rest assured, Brother Yang, I will go to the High Heaven Palace after dealing with Third Brother's matter. By the time Brother Yang returns to the High Heaven Palace, the dragon blood pill will have been refined. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it." Yang Kai grinned. "Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ji." Above Yuan Furnace Mountain, the two cupped their fists and bid farewell before parting ways. After Ji Ying's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai turned around and looked in a certain direction. Maplewood City. It seemed that he hadn't returned since the last time he left. Many years had passed since then. Strictly speaking, Maplewood City was Yang Kai's first stop in the Star Boundary. It was here that he made his first friend. Now, he wanted to return to Maplewood City. Firstly, he wanted to see the changes in this place, and secondly, he wanted to buy something. After using the Dragon Transformation secret technique, His body grew sharply and his clothes were torn, giving him the idea of buying an artifact armor. Moreover, he was almost out of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. These two things were the key to arranging space arrays. Without these two materials, Yang Kai couldn't cook without rice. Yang Kai's plan was to connect the star boundaries' 4 major territories with space arrays across territory. When the time came, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would be able to go wherever they wanted. Not only would it be convenient for the disciples to go out and gain experience, but it would also be very cheap to purchase cultivation materials. The price of the same material in each major territory was different. Some materials were expensive in one large territory, but extremely cheap in another large territory. Many quick-witted cultivators would risk their lives to travel to various large territory to buy and sell, making a lot of money. It could be said that if Yang Kai's idea was realized, it would play an irreplaceable role in the future development of the High Heaven Palace. Pushing his body to the limit, Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had returned to his hometown in glory. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although Maplewood City wasn't his hometown, this feeling wasn't wrong. When he left, his strength wasn't very high. He was only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Now, he was in the Emperor Realm, revered by everyone. The Yuan Furnace Mountain wasn't too far away from Maplewood City. Kong Si Ran only spent a few days bringing Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased greatly, his speed was naturally incomparable to before. After traveling at full speed for half a day, he saw the outline of Maplewood City in the distance. Not far from Maplewood City, there was another city that wasn't inferior in size to Maplewood City. Spirit Lake Palace. Yang Kai suddenly remembered. This Spirit Lake Palace was born because of him. There was no Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City, but one day, 18 spirit springs suddenly emerged from the ground. Spirit energy gushed out and directly formed a spirit energy lake. This matter alarmed all the top sects in the Southern Territory at that time. Even Star Soul Palace had a hand in it. However, no one would be able to monopolize such an item created by heaven and earth. In the end, after a discussion, several top sects in the Southern Territory took the lead to build a Spirit Lake Palace above the Spirit Lake. It was divided into several levels of cultivation rooms. Any cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter it to cultivate. Of course, they would have to pay a lot of source crystals, and the benefits would be divided among the top sects in the Southern Territory. Xiao Zhao's current weapon, the demonic war axe, was found by Yang Kai from the bottom of the Spirit Lake Palace. Back then, he had fought a fierce battle with the great demon's soul and narrowly escaped death. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace had now become a symbol of the Southern Territory. The rich world energy here attracted many cultivators. Such an excellent cultivation place was not easy to find. The Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms were not much worse than the cultivation rooms of top sects. It was the best choice for a cultivator to break through their shackles. Countless cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress for many years would spend a lot of money to enter the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate, just to make a breakthrough. After a few years, there were indeed some who succeeded, their strength increasing greatly, achieving meteoric success. However, there were even more who went bankrupt, not obtaining any gains. This was a huge gamble, gambling all one's assets. If one won, they could turn the tables around, but if one lost, they would fall into hell forever. Even so, every year more and more cultivators came here, and the human-grade and earth-grade secret cultivation rooms were in short supply. If one wanted a secret cultivation room, they would have to wait in line. As for the top heaven-rank cultivation rooms, not just anyone was qualified to enter. If you wanted to enter a heaven-rank cultivation room, not only did you have to pay enough origin crystals, but you also needed someone to speak on your behalf. However, many disciples of the top sects in the Southern Territory would come to the Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms to cultivate in seclusion. Every year, the Spirit Lake Palace's profits were calculated in the hundreds of millions. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace not only attracted the attention of all cultivators in the Southern Territory, but also many cultivators from other territories. As the number of people increased, more and more buildings were built near the Spirit Lake Palace. In a few years, it had become a city. Not far away, Maplewood City also benefited greatly because of the existence of the Spirit Lake Palace. In the past, Maplewood City's world energy was thin, and the cultivators' cultivation progress was slow. The strongest was only City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, who was only at the second-order Dao Source realm. Several vice-city lords and the patriarchs of several families were only at the first-order Dao Source realm level. But now, Maplewood City's world energy was very rich, not much worse than the first-rate cities in the Star Territory. The population had skyrocketed, and with a large population it naturally became prosperous. Masters from the Emperor Realm were no longer rare in Maplewood City. Many people from the Emperor Realm stayed in Maplewood City all year round. It was unlike before, when the cultivator of Maplewood City could only rely on luck to see the power of the Emperor Realm. The Spirit Lake Palace was too small, and many people who couldn't find a place to live would come to Maplewood City temporarily. Anyway, the two cities weren't far from each other, so it was very convenient to travel. Chapter 2743. Yang Kai didn't know about the changes in Spirit Lake Palace and Maplewood City. At this moment, he was curiously looking at the two twin cities in front of him. His gaze was filled with amazement because he found that no matter which city he looked at, there was a tide of people in it. Even though he was still thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the prosperity of these two cities. It seems that Maplewood City has really changed. I wonder how the Qin family is doing now. Back then, the Qin family was considered a big family in Maplewood City, and they even had a Dao Source Realm Master. However, in the current situation, a Dao Source Realm Master was clearly nothing. His Myriad Sword was a possession of the Qin family, and he had already made an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return the Myriad Sword when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor Realm. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array that was taught to the disciples of Iceheart Valley was also a secret of the Qin family. Could be said that although he didn't receive much direct help from the Qin family, he owed the Qin family a lot of favors. Now that he was back in Maplewood City, the Qin family naturally had to take a look. That's right, Ruoshi's family also had to be visited. Since he had returned to the Southern Territory, he also had to pay a visit to Azure Sun Temple. After all, he was an in-name disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had a core disciple token. He was still worried about Senior Tianyan. Now that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit, he only needed to find a few supplementary herbs to refine the flesh incarnation pill. At that time, he would be able to get Tianyan out of the Divine Ascension Mirror and have him form a physical body. Tianyan was in existence on the level of great emperors. Once he formed a physical body and could walk the star boundary, the High Heaven Palace would have a great backer in the future. Just as Yang Kai was planning his trip, a stream of light suddenly shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Following this stream of light was a ball of light, within which several figures could be vaguely seen. From the looks of it, they seemed to be chasing after someone. However, the stream of light in front was alone, while there were many people behind it, all of them emitting Dao Source Realm auras. Yang Kai didn't think much of it. In the star boundary, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Perhaps it was due to greed or grudges. The number of people killed every day was uncountable. Even Yang Kai himself had lost count of how many times he had been hunted down during his growth, and each time he had narrowly escaped death. The fleeing light seemed to be in a panic, flying straight in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. Yang Kai didn't know if the other party had discovered him and wanted to divert the trouble away from him, but he didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. He didn't change his direction and went straight towards the streak of light. There was no need for him to retreat from a few Dao Source realms. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was 100 feet away from the streak of light. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the figure hidden in the stream of light was actually curvaceous. It was obviously a woman, and he looked at her face again. Suddenly, he let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. The woman in front obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at first, followed by surprise. Yang Kai! Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Protector Bien, I trust you have been well since we last met. This woman turned out to be an old acquaintance of his, Bian Yuqing, the protector of Blue Feather Sect. When he and Lu Xianyun first came to the Star Boundary, they were captured by Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Later, they joined Bian Yuqing. They stayed in Blue Feather Sect for a while until Wu Mengchuan, the descendant of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, broke free and started a massacre. Bian Yuqing went out to do something. She escaped from Wu Mengchuan's vicious hands and later joined him. Later, the two met in the Four Seasons realm. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Wu Mengchuan could enter the Shattered Star Sea should be because Bian Yuqing obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. She took Ko Wu to the Four Seasons realm at that time because she was ordered by Wu Mengchuan to search for a star seal. Unfortunately, Wu Mengchuan failed in his evil deeds in the Shattered Star Sea and was killed by Yang Kai instead, allowing Xiao Xiao to cultivate the complete heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method and greatly increase his strength. All kinds of karma seem to have been predestined from the first day Yang Kai entered Blue Feather Sect. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but Bian Yuqing had already rushed to Yang Kai's side and gritted her teeth. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai grinned. "Protector Bian seems to be very disappointed to see me." Bian Yuqing said, "I wanted to divert the trouble, but this is not the place to talk, we need to leave first." She actually readily admitted the purpose of flying here, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. While speaking, she brushed past Yang Kai. But after flying for a while, she did not see Yang Kai move, so she hurriedly stopped and said anxiously, "Run, what are you doing?" Yang Kai remained motionless as he stared at the sword wound on Bian Yuqing's abdomen and frowned. "What kind of grudge do you have with those people? They want to kill you. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You still have the mood to ask me this now?" Bian Yuqing was anxious. She was already at a disadvantage, and now Yang Kai was standing still. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. She knew that Yang Kai was a cultivator from the territory of the lower planets. He was talented and his cultivation speed was not slow, but it had only been a few years. She felt that Yang Kai could not cultivate to a higher level than her. She was not a match for those people, so how could Yang Kai defeat them? While speaking, the light behind them was already close to 3 miles away, and a person's shout came from it. "Bitch, leave, hand over the token, and I will spare your life." "Token, what token? Did you rob them?" Yang Kai frowned. If this was the case, then Bian Yuqing was asking for trouble. "Who robbed them?" "They wanted to rob me." Bian Yuqing quickly said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will not care about you. They will definitely kill you to silence you." Although her tone was harsh, it was more or less for Yang Kai's sake, which changed Yang Kai's impression of her. Speaking of which, there was no grievance between him and Bian Yuqing. When he was in Blue Feather Sect, he had once caused trouble, and it was Bian Yuqing who spoke up for him. In the end, he was punished and sent to the ice cliff to repent. "If you want to leave, then leave." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I don't care about you." Bian Yuqing turned her head and quickly flew forward. However, after flying a short distance, she suddenly turned around and landed beside Yang Kai again. "You don't want to leave?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Bian Yuqing's face was sullen as she said angrily, "This time I will die because of you. I really don't know what you were thinking." Yang Kai said curiously, "Protector Bian, you want to live and die with me? That's fine. Let's be lovers in the underworld." Scram. Bian Yuqing glared at him, her expression turning cold as she said, "Later, help me restrain him. I want to kill him." "What kind of grudge?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Ko Wu died at his hands. Bian Yuqing's voice was icy cold as she clenched her fists tightly. "Ko Wu died?" Yang Kai was shocked and his face sank. Although he and Lu Xianyun were captured by Ko Wu and taken to Blue Feather Sect, Ko Wu still took care of them as their brother. When they met in the Four Seasons realm, Ko Wu was also with Bian Yuqing, but now he was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. On the path of the martial Tao, the slightest mistake could lead to one's death. He helped me by some time. Bian Yuqing took a deep breath and quickly said, "If you still care about your relationship with your sect, help me this time." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. Bian Yuqing then said, "Those people are from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. You can't fight them. If the situation doesn't look good, just leave first, don't worry about me." Yang Kai looked at her, truly understanding her for the first time. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, "Don't look at me like that. Blue Feather Sect is gone. Ko Wu and I relied on each other for survival. Now that he is dead, I should avenge him." "You will get what you want." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I hope so." Bian Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a cold light flashed as a bracelet-like artifact appeared in her palm. While the two were talking, the stream of light had flown close and the light faded, revealing the figures of 3 people. All 3 of them were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and judging from the clothes they were wearing, they seemed to be from the same sect. But Yang Kai couldn't recognize which sect this cultivator belonged to. It was a beardless man, about 40 years old, holding a sharp sword that was still stained with blood. When Bian Yuqing saw this blood, her eyes instantly turned red. She knew that this was definitely Ko Wu's blood. "Slut! Don't try to run again." The middle-aged man pointed his sword and shouted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Bian Yuqing grit her teeth and didn't say a word. The middle-aged man said, "Hand over the token and I'll spare your life." "Did you kill my disciple?" Bian Yuqing shouted. Chapter 2744. One had to know that Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City were currently filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Any random person could have a huge influence behind them, and they could end up kicking a stone slab. For someone like Bian Yuqing, even if she found helpers, their strength wouldn't be too high, and Yang Kai was still young, so it was difficult not to underestimate him. "Junior brothers, kill this boy, then come help your brother. If you can snatch the token today, you can easily break through to the Emperor realm in the future." The middle-aged man pointed at Yang Kai and ordered the other 2. The 2 Third Order Dao Source Realm junior brothers nodded slightly, their eyes flashing fiercely as they moved to flank Yang Kai from both sides. "Yang Kai, be careful," Bian Yuqing warned. When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "You still have time to worry about your little mistress. Worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed and he pounced towards Bian Yuqing, the long sword in his hand emitting a dazzling sword chi. At this moment, 2 screams suddenly rang out at the same time. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, his eyes widening. He saw that the chests of his 2 junior brothers, who were originally rushing towards Yang Kai, had a large hole in them. Through the hole, one could actually see the scene on the other side of their bodies. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels, which were still squirming in their bodies, could be clearly seen. What's going on? The middle-aged man's mind suddenly became a little confused. His 2 junior brothers were fine just a moment ago, so how did they become like this in the blink of an eye? That terrifying wound was on their chest, and even their hearts had disappeared. In other words, his 2 junior brothers had no chance of surviving. They were definitely dead. They were Third Order Dao Source Realm junior brothers, and even if they weren't as strong as him, they weren't far off. How could they be killed so easily? Who did it? The middle-aged man's first reaction was that there was an expert hiding nearby. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he stopped pouncing on Bian Yuqing, and the dazzling sword light on his long sword was annihilated. Bian Yuqing was also stunned. She had intended to kill this middle-aged man and avenge Ko Wu even if she had to die here today. As long as Yang Kai could delay the 2 of them for a while, she was absolutely confident. Although she had never been able to break through to the Emperor realm, she had been immersed in the Third Order Dao Source realm for so many years, so she was definitely a top-notch existence at this level. But now, the 2 opponents who were supposed to be pinned down by Yang Kai were actually seriously injured, and it seemed that they would die soon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could keep up with it. A shocking aura suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. He reached out his hand and clenched it. The two junior brothers exploded into a mist of blood, not leaving behind a corpse. With a ding-dong, 2 space rings fell to the ground. Although the sound was soft, it was like a morning bell that shook everyone's eardrums, bringing them back from their shock. The Emperor Realm. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. This helper who suddenly appeared was actually from the Emperor Realm. And he was definitely not from the Emperor Realm. Even if he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, it would be impossible for him to kill his 2 junior brothers in an instant. This young man was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master, or even a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Thinking so, the middle-aged man panicked and was horrified. I really kicked an iron plate. He couldn't help but want to cry, because he had carefully investigated Bian Yuqing's background before. She was from a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and after the disappearance of the sect master, the sect's morale dropped and it disbanded not long after. And this Bian Yuqing didn't seem to know the Emperor Realm at all. How did such a terrifying helper suddenly appear? With fear in his heart, he didn't dare to attack Bian Yuqing again. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to save his life. That young man could easily kill his 2 junior brothers, so killing him would probably be as easy as breathing. Yang Kai Yu. Bian Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She never expected this. In just a few years, Yang Kai had grown to the level of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm. She had been searching for many years but had never been able to reach it. But Yang Kai had easily reached it. Was this still the same boy who had just entered the Blue Feather Sect and needed her to take care of him? Was a cultivator from the territory of a lower plane so terrifying? For a moment, Bian Yuqing found Yang Kai to be so unfamiliar. Protector Bian, didn't you want to avenge Ko Wu? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing solemnly and shouted in a low voice, "If you don't do it now, when will you?" Waking up from her daze, Bian Yuqing's expression became solemn. Pushing her source chi, the bracelet she had been holding in her hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light and suddenly grew in size, as thick as a person's waist. She formed a seal with her hand and threw the enlarged jade bracelet towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still a little flustered. He didn't have time to react to Bian Yuqing's sudden attack. By the time he pushed his source chi and hurriedly raised his long sword in front of him to block, the enlarged bracelet had already arrived. A loud bang rang out. The bracelet seemed to have the strength of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed into the long sword, bending the Dao Source Grade long sword. The remaining force passed through the long sword and slammed into the middle-aged man's chest, directly shattering his protective source chi. The middle-aged man's expression changed, as if he didn't expect Bian Yuqing to attack so quickly. He had fought Bian Yuqing with his 2 junior brothers before, but at that time they were bullying her with numbers, so he didn't think much of Bian Yuqing. Now that he was fighting her alone, he finally understood the terror of this beautiful woman. What's more, there was still the Emperor Realm eyeing him covetously, so he couldn't use his full strength in this situation. I'm not her opponent. Before he could think of this, the bracelet that had hit him suddenly bounced back, gathered its strength, and whistled towards him again. The middle-aged man had suffered a loss from this artifact before, so how could he not be afraid now that he saw it again? He hurriedly swatted away his long sword and used a set of sword arts to protect himself. But one step too slow, every step too slow. When Bian Yuqing attacked earlier, his reaction was a beat too slow. At this moment, he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of her crazy attacks. He collided with the artifact again and again. His hand went numb, and his long sword almost slipped out of his hand several times. It was an extraordinary sword technique, but it was full of flaws. Bian Yuqing saw an opportunity and pounced forward. Wind and clouds gathered in her palms, containing extremely terrifying destructive power, as she slammed her palm towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. On one hand, he had to worry about Yang Kai's attack, and on the other hand, he had to guard against the fierce attacks of the bracelet. At this moment, he couldn't do 2 things at the same time. He barely managed to send out a sword light towards Bian Yuqing, but it wasn't powerful enough and was easily neutralized by Bian Yuqing. Her palm struck the middle-aged man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only at this critical moment that the middle-aged man managed to shift his body slightly, avoiding a vital point. Otherwise, this blow alone would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Even so, at this moment he wasn't in a good state. As he flew backwards, the bracelet artifact followed him like a shadow, smashing down on him again and again. The slightest mistake would have cost him his life. Greatly shocked, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Master, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Please show mercy and spare this lowly one's life. Broken Mountain sect will definitely reward you handsomely." The middle-aged man was smart enough to know that his life depended on Yang Kai's whims. Although Yang Kai hadn't interfered in his battle with Bian Yuqing, if he could convince Yang Kai to spare his life, he believed Bian Yuqing definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. On top of that, the middle-aged man deliberately pointed out his background in an attempt to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. After all, Broken Mountain sect had a master from the Emperor realm. How could the middle-aged man know that Yang Kai didn't even know what Broken Mountain sect was? The southern territory was vast and had countless sects, so how could Yang Kai possibly know all the sects in the entire southern territory? However, even if Yang Kai knew about Broken Mountain sect, he probably wouldn't put it in his eyes. The sects he had come into contact with so far were all top sects in the southern territory, and even the sect masters of those sects didn't dare speak loudly in front of him. Even Li Jiao and Mi Tian had been swindled by him, so what did a trivial Broken Mountain sect count for? Yang Kai grinned. "The one who wants to kill you isn't this king. So what's the use of pleading with this king?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his face filled with despair. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't let him off, he could only turn to Bian Yuqing and say, "Elder sister, one of your disciples is dead, and my 2 junior brothers are also dead. How about we stop here? This one will make amends and apologize to you." In your dreams, Bian Yuqing clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes turning red as if she had gone mad. The source qi in her body poured out like a tide, as if she was determined to kill this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. "I'll kill you." Saying so, he pushed his source qi to the limit and placed the long sword in front of his nose. Wiping the sword with his finger, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. The sword suddenly buzzed, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment, filling the air with an extremely sharp sword intent. Protector Bian should be careful. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly reminded her, but he had no intention of intervening. Yang Kai could easily kill this middle-aged man, but when it came to revenge, he still needed to do it himself. In fact, there was no need for Yang Kai to remind her. Bian Yuqing also knew that this middle-aged man was going to go all out. With a solemn expression, she clapped her hands together and shouted, "Split!" As soon as she said so, the bracelet artifact suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with bracelets that had grown in size. They bombarded the middle-aged man from all directions, each of them extremely lifelike, as if they were real and filled with an extremely strong aura. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, only one of these bracelets was real, while the others were all illusions. This artifact was quite good, but of course it was only at the level of Dao source grade. When the middle-aged man saw this change, his eyes became chaotic and he was quite at a loss. But soon he calmed his mind and said fiercely, "Even if I die, don't think you'll have an easy time." With a flash of sword light, man and sword merged into one, turning into a stream of light that passed through the layers of bracelets and attacked Bian Yuqing. Chapter 2745. Facing this thunderous strike, Bian Yuqing didn't even try to dodge and instead met it head-on. At the same time, under the control of her will, the bracelet phantoms in the sky smashed towards the middle-aged man. As the bracelet phantoms smashed down, the middle-aged man remained unscathed. On the contrary, the bracelet phantoms shattered. After all, they were only phantoms and didn't have much lethality. The distance between the two suddenly closed and it seemed that they were about to clash head-on. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy as he thrust his sword forward. With a swish, Bian Yuqing's body trembled as the sword directly pierced through her chest. Enduring the piercing pain, Bian Yuqing's face twisted as she shouted, "Die!" As soon as her words fell, a bracelet smashed into the middle-aged man's head. With a crash, like a watermelon being smashed open, red and white splashed into the void. The headless corpse swayed twice before suddenly falling from the air. Bian Yuqing's body also trembled as she clutched her chest where she had been stabbed, staggered a few steps, and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. A gentle breeze blew as Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and supported her with one hand, frowning as he said, "You could have worn him down. Why did you have to be so fierce?" In the situation just now, Bian Yuqing definitely had the upper hand, and with him on the side, as long as she spent a little more time, she could have paid a small price and even killed her opponent without suffering any injuries. However, what Yang Kai didn't expect was that she would choose to fight in such a way that both sides would suffer. Although the middle-aged man had been killed, she had also been stabbed in the chest, an injury that could have been described as dangerous. If she had been the slightest bit careless, she would have died first. Bian Yuqing wiped the corners of her mouth and laughed at herself. "You men aren't the only ones with a sense of bravery." Yang Kai fell silent. Bian Yuqing probably felt guilty towards Ko Wu, so she would rather take the risk of being injured to kill him as soon as possible. This was indeed a kind of bravery. "Are you happy now?" Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing shook her head. She didn't feel the slightest joy of revenge. Instead, she looked extremely lonely. With Blue Feather Sect gone, she had been relying on Ko Wu for survival, but now that even Ko Wu had died, leaving her all alone, she suddenly felt confused about the future. Healing is more important. Yang Kai glanced at the long sword that had pierced through his chest. He frowned slightly. If she hadn't shifted her body at the critical moment, this sword would have really taken her life. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't save her, but that Yang Kai knew that he wouldn't be able to kill her, so he stood by and watched. If this injury is not treated in time, there might be hidden dangers. Bian Yuqing shook her head again and said, "Let's clean up Ko Wu's body first. There are many wild beasts outside." Yang Kai sighed. "Where?" "Over there." Bian Yuqing pointed in a direction. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her, but just as he was about to leave, Bian Yuqing suddenly said, "Their rings?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned several streams of light from below. The 3 space rings, as well as the artifacts of the other 2, were taken. Although the wealth of these Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't enough for Yang Kai, it was still a great fortune for Bian Yuqing, so naturally he couldn't let it go so easily. After tossing it to Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai set off. A short time later, they arrived at their destination. On the ground, there was a corpse lying on its back. If it wasn't Ko Wu, who else could it be? However, as the middle-aged man had said before, Ko Wu had left very quickly. The fatal blow to his chest should not have caused him any pain. Bian Yuqing's eyes were a little red as she sniffled, holding back her tears as she broke away from Yang Kai's embrace and flew down. Landing on the ground, she was silent for a moment before faintly muttering, "Following me won't bring you any wealth. Find a better place in your next life." Tears finally couldn't help falling down her cheeks as she bent down. Carefully collecting Ko Wu's body, Yang Kai placed it into his space ring. Yang Kai watched silently, not saying anything. Finally, Bian Yuqing finished collecting her things and flew up. Yang Kai took her to a nearby mountain peak. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found a cave and entered it. Yang Kai then took out a few spirit pills and said, "Open your mouth." Bian Yuqing obeyed and opened her mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger. Yang Kai flicked the spirit pills into Bian Yuqing's mouth. Before she could react though, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the long sword stabbed into her chest and pulled it out with lightning speed. Bian Yuqing's body stiffened for a moment before she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai, however, used his fingers like a sword and pressed a few points on her body to stop the blood from flowing out. He then stood up and said, "Refine the spirit pills yourself. There won't be any problems." Turning around, he left the cave. Those healing spirit pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, one of which was an emperor-grade spirit pill. Bian Yuqing's injuries weren't serious to begin with, so with her third-order Dao source realm cultivation and his own spirit pills, it wouldn't take long for her to fully recover. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands clasped behind his back, heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he saw Bian Yuqing walking out in a clean set of clothes. Their eyes met, and Bian Yuqing's expression became slightly complicated as she softly said, "Thank you." The little brat she used to look down on in the past had grown to the point where she needed to look up to him. This change made Bian Yuqing a little overwhelmed, so naturally, she no longer acted as casually as before and instead became a little cautious. "It's just a small matter." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Perhaps I am somewhat responsible for what happened to you." Bian Yuqing was puzzled. "What does it have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. "I killed Wu Mengchuan." "What?" Bian Yuqing was shocked, almost unable to believe her ears. But she also understood that with Yang Kai's current status and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her about this. Since he said so, then Wu Mengchuan really died at his hands. The decline of Blue Feather Sect had a lot to do with Wu Mengchuan's disappearance. The sect master was gone, and the original protectors were all killed by Wu Mengchuan, leaving only Bian Yuqing. Naturally, she couldn't do much on her own, so it wasn't long before Blue Feather Sect disbanded and the disciples went their separate ways. Others didn't know why Wu Mengchuan disappeared, but Bian Yuqing knew that he disappeared after going to the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the star seal used to go to the Shattered Star Sea was obtained by her and Ko Wu from the Four Seasons realm. However, Wu Mengchuan died at the hands of Yang Kai, a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. According to what Bian Yuqing knew, Wu Mengchuan also had an emperor artifact from the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai must have been a Dao Source Realm cultivator when he entered the Shattered Star Sea, but he had the ability to kill Wu Mengchuan. "It seems that you don't want to avenge him." Yang Kai observed her expression and smiled slightly. After he said that he killed Wu Mengchuan, although Bian Yuqing was shocked, she didn't show any other emotional changes. "Why would I avenge him?" Bian Yuqing sneered. "If he didn't need someone to manage the Blue Feather Sect for him, I would have been killed after he escaped. I have no objection to you killing him." "It's good that you don't have any objections." Yang Kai nodded gently and suddenly said, "By the way, when those three were chasing you, they mentioned something about a token. What was that?" Bian Yuqing was silent for a moment, but still took out a palm-sized cyan jade pendant from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is it." Yang Kai took it and looked at it, but found that this jade pendant was carved from cyan jade, and there was nothing special about it. Cyan jade was a kind of jade mineral. It wasn't very precious and could be found in many places. It might be useful in refining some low-level artifacts, so why would such a token cause a Dao Source Realm cultivator to chase after it? Turning to the back, Yang Kai saw a few numbers engraved on it. 392. What's the use of this? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. "This is the Spirit Lake Palace token. With it, you can go to the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate." Bian Yuqing explained, "You haven't been here for many years, so you probably don't know how lively the Spirit Lake Palace is today. Every year, countless people line up to enter the heaven, earth, and human secret cultivation areas. I spent all my assets to exchange for this token from the Spirit Lake Palace, but I have to wait 2 months before it's my turn to cultivate there." Yang Kai's face went black as he asked in surprise, 2 months? So many people are lining up? Bian Yuqing said, "Then do you know how long it's been since I exchanged for this token?" "How long?" "Half a year." Bian Yuqing said, "I exchanged for this token half a year ago, but I have to wait 8 months before it's my turn. There are countless others who have to wait 1 or 2 months." "Wow." Yang Kai was amazed. "Is the Spirit Lake Palace so popular?" Bian Yuqing laughed. "The world energy in the Spirit Lake Palace is rich. Even the lowest human secret cultivation area is not comparable to the places occupied by small sects. People like us who want to break through naturally rush to the Spirit Lake Palace, but without connections we can only wait in line. Yang Kai said, "Is it because of this that those three wanted to snatch your token?" Bian Yuqing said, "Of course. Don't underestimate the value of this token. Once the Spirit Lake Palace issues a token, it only recognizes the token and not the person. In other words, no matter who holds this token, they can enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secret cultivation area 2 months later. I spent all my source crystals to exchange for this token, but if I were to sell it on the black market now, I would definitely be able to earn back twice the amount. Even the auctions often sell high-ranking tokens." Because of the time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. And the earlier the token is sold, the more valuable it is. Maplewood City's black market has gone crazy over this. I don't know how many people want to find a token there. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention the value of this token itself. Just the fact that it could allow people to enter the secret cultivation area 2 months later was enough to make many people fight for it. Bian Yuqing should have accidentally exposed herself, which led to the pursuit of those three from the Broken Mountain sect. After not returning for so many years, Yang Kai didn't expect this place to have changed so much. Then what kind of secret cultivation room can you enter with this token? Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked. The white jade token can enter human secret cultivation area. The blue jade token can enter Earth's secret cultivation area. And as for the top red jade token, it can enter Heaven's secret cultivation area. Bian Yuqing explained, Heaven's secret cultivation area is not something people like me can enter. Even many people from the Emperor realm wanted to enter that place. With Bian Yuqing's wealth, she naturally couldn't compete. Chapter 2746. Only Earth Grade. Yang Kai murmured thoughtfully, "Do you want to enter it and see if you can break through to the Emperor realm?" Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, "I have to try." Although the chances are slim, she didn't have much confidence in herself, and Yang Kai estimated that even if she really entered an Earth-grade secret area to cultivate, she wouldn't be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A cultivator's mentality was a very important factor in their cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Bian Yuqing asked. "To the Spirit Lake Palace. I haven't been here for several years, and you seem to be very familiar with the Spirit Lake Palace. Why don't you be my tour guide?" Bian Yuqing nodded and said, "All right." Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew towards the Spirit Lake Palace. But he didn't return the blue jade token. Bian Yuqing wanted to say something but hesitated. But in the end, she didn't ask for it. If Yang Kai really wanted to snatch her blue jade token, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to stop him. It didn't take long for them to cross 1,000 kilometers. Floating in the air, Yang Kai looked at the Spirit Lake Palace from afar and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. In just a few years, this place had already become a city that wasn't inferior to Maplewood City in size. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed that it was still expanding. Perhaps in a few years, the Spirit Lake Palace would be able to swallow up Maplewood City and merge the two into one. Seeing Yang Kai swaggering in, Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, "You have to pay source crystals to enter the Spirit Lake City. 10 mid-rank source crystals per person. This toll is a bit expensive." Yang Kai was speechless. He had been to many cities, but most of them only charged low-rank source crystals. Most of them were only 10 low-rank source crystals, but this Spirit Lake City actually charged 10 mid-rank source crystals, 100 times more than other cities. It's worth it. Although the world energy in Spirit Lake City is not as good as in the Spirit Lake Palace's secret area, it is still extremely rich. Many people who can't get a token will find a place to live in Spirit Lake City and live here all year round. Yang Kai nodded. He had also climbed up step by step from the bottom of the cultivator ranks, so he naturally understood the hardships of those cultivators. For them, the world energy in Spirit Lake City was a blessing. 10 mid-rank source crystals were naturally worth the price. As they spoke, the two arrived at the city gate. Fortunately, the city gate was spacious and there weren't many people lining up. When it was Yang Kai's turn, A high-rank source crystal was thrown out, and the cultivator guarding the gate caught it and let them go. It was not that Yang Kai was deliberately showing off his wealth, but he had basically emptied his mid-rank and low-rank source crystals, so the source crystals in his ring were all high-rank. After entering Spirit Lake City, a wave of enthusiasm rushed towards them. On the streets, cultivator traffic was like a school of carps crossing the river, as numerous as the hair on an ox. It was bustling to the extreme. Row upon row of shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street, and there were even many people that had set up stalls in the open space to sell things that they didn't need. Most of the stalls had people lingering around them, and the sounds of bargaining could be heard without end. Yang Kai was amazed. At a glance, there were endless Dao Source Realm cultivator here. There were even some from the Emperor Realm who hid their cultivation and walked among the crowd. This would have been impossible 10 years ago. Back then, the strongest cultivator near Maplewood City was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on 2 hands, but now Dao Source Realm cultivators were everywhere. All of these changes were naturally due to the rise of Spirit Lake Palace. Along the way, Yang Kai took in the lively atmosphere, feeling as if it was a bit surreal. Bian Yuqing also told Yang Kai about Spirit Lake City from time to time. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Since the disbanding of Blue Feather Sect, she and Ko Wu had come to Spirit Lake City to make a living, so she naturally knew more about this place than Yang Kai. Almost an hour later, the two arrived at the center of Spirit Lake City, Spirit Lake Palace. The huge palace was like a city within a city, and at the entrance of the palace there were many people lined up. Yang Kai could see clearly that these people were lined up in 3 groups. The leftmost group had the most people, about 500, the middle group had fewer people, only half as many as the leftmost group, and the rightmost group had even fewer people, about 70. The strength of the cultivator in these 3 groups was also very clear. The leftmost group was basically an Origin King Realm cultivator, with a few Dao Source Realm cultivators mixed in occasionally. As for the group in the middle, most of them were first or second order Dao Source Realm cultivators with a few Origin Kings. As for the rightmost group, they were at least second order Dao Source Realm cultivators with many third order Dao Source Realm cultivators. There were even 2 from the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "The tokens held by these 3 groups are different, right?" Bian Yuqing nodded. "Yes, the leftmost group is the holder of the White Jade token, the middle one is the holder of the Blue Jade token, and the right one is the holder of the Red Jade token. In Spirit Lake Palace, there are the most human-grade cultivation areas, followed by Earth-grade and Heaven-grade. So, don't think that there are many people lining up for the White Jade token, but in fact, the rotation is quite fast." Yang Kai nodded and stepped to the side. Arriving at a relatively open space, he looked around and showed a trace of satisfaction. Bian Yuqing didn't know what he was going to do, but she didn't ask, just looking at him curiously. Yang Kai suddenly said loudly, "There is 1 Blue Jade token numbered 3912. If you want to buy it, first come, first served." Although his voice wasn't loud, under the influence of his power, the entire Spirit Lake City could hear him. Bian Yuqing's face changed and she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" This was the Blue Jade token that she had spent all her assets to exchange for, and it would only be her turn in 2 months. It was the key to whether she could break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yang Kai had taken it out to sell without her consent. If he really wanted to sell it, she would have already taken it to the auction house. Why would he keep it until now? "Trust me." Yang Kai glanced at her. Bian Yuqing was speechless. Frowning, she nodded and didn't say anything else. Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm master. If he really had malicious intentions towards her, she couldn't resist. After Yang Kai shouted, the nearby cultivators all stopped and looked at him in surprise. In the next moment, a stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by 3 layers of people. This sudden situation made Bian Yuqing a little nervous. Many of the cultivators rushing towards her were exuding extremely powerful auras. They were not people she could contend with. She unconsciously leaned towards Yang Kai, as if looking for a sense of security. "Number 3912? Is that for real? Take it out and let us have a look. Brat, if you dare to fool us, you're dead meat. Many of the martial artists who stayed in Spirit Lake City wanted to obtain a command token, so they were very familiar with the numbers. The Cyan Jade command token number 3912 was already very close to the front, and it would probably take less than 2 months for them to obtain one. Usually, this kind of token with the front number would only appear in auctions. One might not even be able to get one in the black market. Now that one had suddenly appeared in front of so many people, it was natural that people would be excited. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Kai Yang ignored the people who were threatening him and continued to shout his own words. People kept flying in from afar. In a short while, the number of cultivators gathered here exceeded 500. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by people from all directions. Even the air was filled with cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in Spirit Lake City, there would have been people here who would have tried to snatch it. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Kai reached out and took out the blue jade token. First, he showed the front of the token to everyone, then turned it over and held it up high. The numbers on the back were shining brightly under the sun, allowing everyone to see them clearly. It's really number 3912. A token with such a high ranking hasn't appeared for a long time. This number will only appear in 2 months. Brat, I'm the first one here. Hurry up and sell it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. A middle-aged old man shouted anxiously. This old man was not young. His hair was white, but his cultivation was only at the second-order Dao source realm. Moreover, his body was filled with death qi, and his vitality was extremely thin. It seemed that he was nearing the end of his life. However, if he could make a breakthrough in the martial Dao, he might be able to live for a few more years. Naturally, he was very interested in this token. Another person from the third-order Dao source realm who was standing in midair and looking down said lightly, Brat, how much are you selling this token for? Name a price. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked around. It seems that everyone is very interested in this token. Very well, since that's the case, let's auction it on the spot. The highest bidder gets it. The middle-aged old man's face changed when he heard this. He growled, Brat, you clearly said that it's first come, first served. How can you go back on your words? Yang Kai grinned. Old man, I was just saying it casually. Did you take it seriously? Such a precious token naturally has to be auctioned. You! The middle-aged old man's beard trembled as he said angrily, You're infuriating this old master. Since you want to auction it, what's the starting price? The Dao Source Realm Master in the air asked. Yang Kai said, Everyone, just look at it. There is no starting price. With so many people competing, there was no need for a starting price at all. The price would naturally go up when there was a rush. As soon as he said this, someone immediately shouted, 20 million. 20 million is the price to buy this token from the Spirit Lake Palace. You have the nerve to bid? I bid 30 million. 31 million. 32 million. Bids rang out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the blue jade token had reached the price of 36 million. Yang Kai whispered to Bian Yuqing, Is this low-rank or mid-rank source crystal? Bian Yuqing replied, Mid-rank source crystal. The white jade token costs low-rank source crystals, while the red jade token costs high-rank source crystals. How much did you spend when you bought this? Yang Kai asked again. 20 million mid-rank source crystals. Chapter 2747. 20 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200,000 high-rank source crystals. This number was just a drop in the bucket for him, but for Bian Yuqing, it was her entire fortune. Fortunately, she had been managing the Blue Feather sect for a long time, so she had the cultivation resources of an entire sect in her hands. Otherwise, she would not have so much wealth. 20 million for an item had risen to 36 million in the blink of an eye, and this was not the limit. It seemed that Bian Yuqing was not lying when she said that she could double the price. The cultivator in Spirit Lake City obviously needed this token. 40 million. In midair, a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm shouted out a price with a red face. It seemed that he was in extreme pain, but as long as he had this blue jade token, he could try to break through to the Emperor Realm in 2 months. Once he succeeded, what was 40 million mid-rank source crystals to him? The appearance of the Spirit Lake Palace had allowed many cultivators to break through their shackles. Dozens of cultivators had broken through to the Emperor Realm in the past few years. Basically, there were about 10 cultivators every year. Since others could do it, it was not impossible for him. If anyone can offer a higher price, I won't take this token. The cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm gritted his teeth and looked around nervously. What made him happy was that, after he made this bid, no one actually followed up with a bid. Thinking about it, 40 million was twice the price of the token from the Spirit Lake Palace. Such a price was basically the bottom line. No one was a fool. Although this number was extremely high, everyone's source crystals did not fall from the sky, so how could they squander it casually? This old master bids 40 million and 10,000. An old voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this, everyone showed a strange expression. This sudden increase of 10,000 was not clear if he wanted to take advantage of the situation, or if he had a grudge against the cultivator who bid 40 million and was deliberately trying to disgust him. Who is it? The cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm was furious when he heard this, a volcano of anger brewing in his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't say how much each bid would be, everyone still followed the rules when bidding just now. Each bid was at least 500,000 yuan, which was basically a million yuan increment. But now that there were 10,000 of them, wasn't that just causing trouble? It's me. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? A figure flashed and an old man suddenly appeared. Hovering above everyone's heads, he looked down at them. As he spoke, he channeled the energy within his body, and an emperor's will burst forth from him. An Emperor Realm Master. The old man was still looking around. Sunmi's cultivator's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. He hadn't expected someone from the Emperor Realm to compete with him for the Cyan Jade token. Although the Cyan Jade token could allow one to enter an Earth-level secret cultivation area, which was of some use to the Emperor Realm, venerable sovereigns generally went to heaven-level secret cultivation areas. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that this old man had participated in the auction for his own disciples or descendants. It's the sect master of the Broken Mountain sect, Lu Dongzheng. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had recognized the old man's identity. Everyone else heard this. All of them had fearful looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing's body trembled, subconsciously feeling that this Lu Dongzheng was here to cause trouble. But after thinking carefully, she remembered that no one had seen her and Yang Kai kill those 3 Broken Mountain sect disciples. Only then did she relax a lot. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Dongzheng thoughtfully. Not to mention that this old man's sudden bid of 10,000 was suspicious of him causing trouble. Just the fact that he had just killed Broken Mountain sect's disciples and this sect master suddenly came to find him. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Could it be that he had been exposed? That couldn't be right. When he had killed the disciples, his spiritual sense had been scanning the surroundings. No one had been spying on them. Moreover, those 3 people hadn't sent any messages before they died. How could Lu Dongzheng know? So it's Master Lu. The Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator also recognized Lu Dongzheng and said with a wry smile, "Since it is Master Lu who wants this blue jade token, this junior does not dare to have any objections. It's best that you don't have any objections." Lu Dongzheng lightly snorted and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. He extended his hand and said, "Hand over the token." Yang Kai stared at him and sneered. "The auction isn't over yet," Lu Dongzheng said. "What? Could it be that someone has a higher bid than this old master?" His dignified gaze swept the surroundings, and anyone who caught his eye couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even if they had the heart to bid, they didn't dare to open their mouths. Not to mention, this price of 40 million was almost the limit. "Do you see? This old master's bid is the highest." Lu Dongjun extended his hand again. Hand over the token. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and shook his head. Even if your bid is the highest, this token, I still won't sell it to you. You want to snatch the token by adding 10,000? If Yang Kai really gave it to him, he would probably be disgusted for a while. Not to mention, this token was something that the 3 cultivator from Broken Mountain sect wanted to snatch. Even Ko Wu was killed in order to protect the token, so how could he hand it over to Broken Mountain sect? Lu Dongjing's expression sank as he shouted, "Brat, you dare not follow the rules?" Yang Kai sneered, "It's my thing, so I set the rules. Who do you think you are?" As soon as he said this, the group of people stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, secretly admiring his courage. Lu Dongjun was an Emperor Realm Master, yet this young man actually dared to provoke him. Courting death, Lu Dongjun flew into a rage. He pushed his aura and pressed down on Yang Kai. Many people who were standing nearby groaned and retreated in unison. Yang Kai didn't move and sneered at Lu Dongjun. He gently exhaled, and his aura from the Emperor realm slowly awakened like a fierce beast. Lu Dongjing's expression changed. "You're also an Emperor Realm Master." The people nearby were also shocked. They never expected Yang Kai to have the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. They all felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they all obeyed the rules during the auction and didn't offend him. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bear the consequences. It seems this old master misjudged. Lu Dongjing's expression suddenly became cold. Ignoring him, Kai Yang pointed to the front and shouted, "You! Come here!" In the direction of the finger, everyone dodged to the side, as if it was not a finger, but a venomous snake. The cultivator who bid 40 million earlier also dodged, but no matter how he dodged, he found that Yang Kai's finger was pointing at him. His expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Master, what are your orders?" Although he was much older than Yang Kai, his cultivation was inferior, so he could only call him master. "You, come here," Yang Kai said again. The cultivator had no choice but to walk towards Yang Kai with a nervous look, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do to him. When he came close, before he could say anything, Yang Kai stuffed the blue jade token into his hand and said, "I'll sell it to you." In an instant, Lu Dongjun, who was floating in the air, turned pale. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had bid a higher price. But Yang Kai actually didn't sell it to him and instead gave it to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was simply a slap in the face in front of everyone. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm cultivator was shocked and frightened, without any joy. The blue jade token in his hand was like a hot iron, scalding his hand. If Lu Dongjun hadn't bid, he would have been happy to take the token. But now that Lu Dongjun was here, how could he dare to accept it? If he accepted it, he would offend someone, and there was no guarantee that he would be retaliated against. "Master, this token, I don't want it anymore," he said with difficulty and tried to return the token. "Do you dare?" Yang Kai grabbed his collar and glared at him fiercely. "Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was horrified and his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Fighting is not allowed in Spirit Lake City." Yang Kai said darkly, "Can you hide in Spirit Lake City for the rest of your life? When you leave the city, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was about to cry and said helplessly, "Master, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Selling you a token is making things difficult for you?" Yang Kai sneered and didn't let go of his collar. "Do you want it or not? If you don't, you're dead." The cultivator averted his eyes, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "If you want it, you may offend Lu Dongjun, but you will get a token and have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. If you don't want it, you will offend this young master, and you won't get any benefits. Consider the pros and cons carefully." The cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, whether I want this token or not, I will offend the Emperor Realm, but if I do, I will have a glimmer of hope to break through. Why didn't I think of such a simple problem?" In an instant, he made a decision in his heart. Looking up at Lu Dongjun, the cultivator cupped his fists and said, Master Lu, this junior is not competing with you. This master is being forced to sell me this token. Please understand, master. Humph. Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted, causing the cultivator's face to turn pale again. But since things had already come to this point, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He quickly took out 40 million mid-rank source crystals from his space ring and placed them in another space ring before handing them over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai tossed it to Bian Yuqing before letting go of the cultivator and sternly saying, "You can use this token for yourself, but you must not sell it, especially to that old man." He pointed at Lu Dongjing and threatened, "If I find out that you sold it to him, humph! I know, I will use it for myself, I will never sell it." The cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand. The cultivator felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. When the others saw that the tokens had been sold, they naturally had no intention of staying any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lu Dongzhang remained, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said, "Little friend, I wonder what this old master has done to offend you that you would target this old master like this." Yang Kai sneered, "Sect Master Lu, there is no need to play dumb. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't we speak frankly?" Lu Dongzhang said, "I don't know what little friend is talking about." "If you don't know, then there's nothing to say." Yang Kai turned around and said to Bian Yuqing, "Let's go." Chapter 2748. Wait a moment. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Lu Dongzhang hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Lu, what other advice do you have?" Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Dongzhang narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Only after a while did he speak. "My 3 disciples, now where are they?" "Ha!" Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Lu Dongzhang mockingly. "I thought Sect Master Lu really didn't know anything. It turns out those 3 people were acting under your orders." Bian Yuqing's face paled. She glared at Lu Dongzhang. If this was really the case, then Lu Dongzhang was the culprit behind Ko Wu's death. If not for his orders, she and Ko Wu would not have been chased by those 3 people. Lu Dongzhang acted as if he did not hear her and simply said, "You still haven't answered this old master's question. Do you want to know?" Yang Kai grinned. "Think about it slowly." Turning around, he left. Lu Dongzhang was fuming with anger. If it were not for Spirit Lake City not allowing fighting, he would have already rushed up to Yang Kai and fought him to the death. After all, one of those 3 disciples was his descendant, so he had great expectations for him. Now listening to Yang Kai's tone, those 3 disciples were most likely dead. So how could Lu Dongzhang not feel pained? Gritting his teeth, Lu Dongzhang shouted, "Boy, don't let this old master see you outside the city, otherwise I will kill you." Yang Kai snorted and did not even bother to turn around, making Lu Dongzhang feel as if he had punched a cotton ball and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Yang Kai's back with resentment, Lu Dongzhang secretly decided to teach this boy a lesson. Otherwise his 3 disciples would have died in vain. "What are you doing? Go back and wait in line." In front of the Spirit Lake Palace, in a 3rd-order Dao source realm, a cultivator wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land stopped Yang Kai with an arrogant look on his face. As a disciple of a top sect in the Southern Territory, he naturally had the right to be arrogant, not to mention that he was already a 3rd-order Dao source realm cultivator at such a young age. It was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future. The Spirit Lake Palace was led by the Star Soul Palace. It was built by the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory. Naturally, it was managed by the 3 top sections. Yang Kai took out a token and waved it in front of the man. The Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciple instantly put away the arrogance on his face and cupped his fists. "So it's brother from the Azure Sun Temple. May I know how to address you, brother?" The token in Yang Kai's hand was the Azure Gold token. It was a token that only core disciples were qualified to possess. Although this person was from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, he was only an inner disciple. There was still a huge gap between him and a core disciple. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Bian Yuqing stared blankly. This person who guarded the entrance of the Spirit Lake Palace all day long had an arrogant attitude. She had seen with her own eyes how arrogant and condescending they were. Even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm came here, they would sometimes show disdain. Seeing Yang Kai actually cupped his fists and saluted, Bian Yuqing suddenly remembered. When she went to the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai was with the Azure Sun Temple. It turned out that Yang Kai was already a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, and judging from his posture, it seemed that his status wasn't low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this gatekeeping cultivator to lower his attitude. Yang Kai, the gatekeeping disciple, frowned when he heard the name. After thinking carefully for a moment, he found that he was extremely unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of it at all. He basically knew the several core disciples of the Azure Sun Temple, but there was no such person as Yang Kai. However, the Azure Sun gold token couldn't be faked. Using this gold token meant that Yang Kai was really a core disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation shook and spread throughout the Southern Territory. However, after so many years, things naturally calmed down. Moreover, many cultivators were in seclusion all year round, so it was normal for them not to have heard of Yang Kai's name. This gatekeeping cultivator was one of them. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Although the cultivator didn't know Yang Kai, he still had the necessary etiquette. "May I ask why Brother Yang has come here this time? Are you here to use the secret site to cultivate?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. When Gao Shueting had given him the Azure Sun golden token, she had told him that other than the secret cultivation grounds for heaven, earth, and mortal, there were some better secret cultivation grounds in the Spirit Lake Palace that were reserved for the disciples of the three major sections. Those secret cultivation grounds would not be open to the public, and those who held the golden token could enter them for free. If not for this, he wouldn't have sold Bian Yuqing's Blue Jade token. Since there was a better place, the Blue Jade token was naturally useless. "Brother Yang, please come with me. I will take you to see the master in charge," the man said and turned and walked inside. Yang Kai called out to Bian Yuqing and followed. At this moment, Bian Yuqing already knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she smiled bitterly. She had spent all her assets to buy a Blue Jade token, but she still had to wait 8 months for her turn. However, Yang Kai only needed to come here to enter the secret site to cultivate. Comparing the two, Bian Yuqing found that the convenience of being a disciple of a great sect was not something she could imagine. She couldn't help but feel helpless. Without a strong background, even if she really broke through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't be able to show the prestige of the Emperor realm in front of these disciples of the great sects. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai suddenly looked back at Bian Yuqing and frowned. He suddenly noticed that Bian Yuqing's state was a little strange. Bian Yuqing was shocked when she heard this and suddenly realized why she had such decadent thoughts. As soon as this thought appeared, the slim hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm became even slimmer. She immediately collected her thoughts and her eyes gradually became firm. Yes, Ko Wu had died in order to protect the Blue Jade token, just to leave a glimmer of hope for her to break through. If she didn't give a satisfactory explanation, how could she face Ko Wu when she went to the Nine Serenities Hell? Ko Wu's blood couldn't be spilled in vain. "I'm fine." Bian Yuqing smiled faintly, exuding an indescribable confidence and determination. She had a feeling that if she could find a good place to enter seclusion right now, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm were as high as 30%. She originally only had a 10% chance, so this 30% chance was already very high. Yang Kai stared at Bian Yuqing seriously for a while before turning his head away. He didn't understand what kind of psychological struggle Bian Yuqing had in such a short time, but seeing that she was in good condition, he was happy. The heavenly martial Holy Land disciple led Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing into a side room and said, "Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask the master steward to come over." Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai nodded. The man turned around and left. Thank you. Bian Yuqing suddenly opened her mouth. This was the second time she had thanked Yang Kai after seeing him, and each time, it was from the bottom of her heart. After living for so many years, no one had ever been so kind to her, so she was deeply moved. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "It's just a small matter." Saying so, he casually tossed a few jade bottles over. Bian Yuqing caught them and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "These are. You can use them when you cultivate," Yang Kai explained. Bian Yuqing curiously opened one of the jade bottles and glanced at it, her whole body shaking as she stared. "These are Emperor-grade spirit pills?" Looking at the other jade bottle, she found that it was also an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Moreover, looking at the appearance and fragrance of the first jade bottle, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the legendary Tranquil Heart pill. The Tranquil Heart pill was a spirit pill that could help a cultivator clear their distracting thoughts and reduce the formation of heart demons during cultivation. Although there were such pills on the market, they were definitely not Emperor-grade. The best was only Dao Source-grade mid-rank, which was thousands of miles away from the spirit pills in the jade bottle. The other bottles seemed to be heavenly way pills, which were even more amazing. After taking them, it could help a cultivator comprehend heavenly way and world principles. With the help of these two bottles of spirit pills, the original 30% chance would at least increase to 50%. This was a 50% chance. If she couldn't break through this time, she might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Holding the two jade bottles tightly, Bian Yuqing's heart surged as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. "You gave me such a big gift. I don't know how to repay you. I don't expect you to repay me." Yang Kai touched his chin and pondered for a moment. "But if you must repay me, then join my sect." Azure Sun Temple? Bian Yuqing was dumbfounded. This was simply another big gift. How could it be considered repayment? There were at least 80,000 cultivators like her who wanted to join Azure Sun Temple, but Azure Sun Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. How could it be so easy to join? If she could really join the Azure Sun Temple, even if she became the lowest disciple, it would still be better than her wandering outside alone. A woman, especially a beautiful woman like her with an enchanting figure, would easily cause trouble when she was alone. Sometimes, trouble would come to her when she was quiet. No, it's not Azure Sun Temple." Yang Kai shook his head. "Not Azure Sun Temple?" Bian Yuqing was stunned. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I created the sect myself, and now the sect has, well, almost less than 10 people. It's just the beginning stage, and we lack manpower." "Protector Bian, are you interested?" "Good." Bian Yuqing didn't even think about it and agreed directly. Yang Kai had helped her so much that she wouldn't hesitate to repay him with her body, let alone join a sect. Bian Yuqing didn't think that the sect Yang Kai created was very strong. Although he was in the Emperor realm and had great strength, any sect had a development process. Now the sect had less than 10 people, so it was obviously a small sect, perhaps not even as strong as the Blue Feather sect of the past. But so what? As long as they worked together, there would be a day when the sect would be strong, and if she could be promoted to an Emperor Realm Master, she would definitely be of great help to Yang Kai and could repay today's favor. "You agreed so quickly." Yang Kai grinned. Bian Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "I am also a person who knows how to repay kindness. You can rest assured that if I can come out of the secret plane safely this time, I will return to the sect with you. If I accidentally die inside, that is my fate." Chapter 2749. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not without danger. If one was not careful, one could be killed by the impact of world energy. Many cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm not only failed to break through to the Emperor realm, but also died. One had to know that Wu Dao died at the threshold of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest cultivator in the Hung Luo star field, but even he died at the threshold of the Dao Source realm. The danger of breaking through to the Emperor realm was even greater. "Haha, Marshal Nephew Yang. I haven't heard from you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the Spirit Lake Palace today. A person's voice suddenly came from the side. Kaiyang raised his head and saw an old man about 50 years old. His complexion was ruddy. His hair was white, but his complexion was youthful. His vitality was vigorous, and his whole body emitted a vigorous aura. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai understood at a glance. However, as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he gave off a stronger aura than most cultivators in the same realm. Not to mention the various foundations he possessed, just his aura alone was not something Lu Dongzhang could compare to. Yang Kai estimated that if this old man and Lu Dongzhang were to fight one-on-one, the outcome would be decided in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Senior is. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The old man stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. This old man is Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Yao Li. Yang Kai didn't know many people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Other than Chun Wenhao, there was Wu Chong. Yang Kai didn't know anyone else. But since Yao Li was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he should be an elder in Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Elders were respected, so Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be negligent. So it's Elder Yao. Yang Kai greets Elder Yao. Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. Sit. Yao Li smiled and gestured. Immediately, a delicate and pretty young girl served them tea. Yao Li looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly quite interested in him. After all, this person had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and was most likely an Emperor Realm alchemist. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Suddenly, his eyes turned. He looked at Bian Yuqing and said, "This is my cousin," Yang Kai said casually. Bian Yuqing stood up and said, "This concubine greets Elder Yao." Although she and Kai Yang had not discussed this beforehand, Bian Yuqing's performance was watertight. For better or worse, she had wandered the outside world for many years, so she wasn't someone a simple little girl could compare to. "So it's martial nephew Yang's cousin. Have a seat." Yao Li was rather amiable. Bian Yuqing couldn't help feeling a little flattered. Before today, people like Yao Li were high and mighty figures she had to look up to. This was something that couldn't be changed even if she had broken through to the Emperor realm. But now, because of his relationship with Yang Kai, he could actually sit here and drink tea with him. An extremely absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. It seemed that after meeting Yang Kai again, his fate had taken a huge turn. "I heard from the disciples that martial nephew Yang is here to requisition a cultivation area?" Yao Li didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Although Yang Kai looked extraordinary, he was an elder of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so naturally there was no need for flattery. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. "May I ask if Elder Yao has any of those cultivation areas that are not open to the public?" Yao Li frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Martial nephew Yang, do you want to use this cultivation area for yourself? Or?" He glanced slightly at Bian Yuqing. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Yao Li could guess why Yang Kai had brought Bian Yuqing here. Yang Kai said truthfully, "My cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. If there is a suitable place for seclusion, she may be able to try to break through a bit." Yao Li nodded. "Sure enough." After a pause, he said, "Martial nephew Yang, to tell you the truth, those cultivation areas that are not open to the public are originally prepared for core disciples like you. But you came at a bad time today. Those cultivation areas are full. If you want to use it yourself, I will arrange for someone to make room for you without any hesitation. But it's someone else who wants to use it, which makes it very difficult for me." "It's full?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Lake Palace was extremely rich, and those cultivation areas were also extraordinary, but compared with the cultivation areas of the top 3 sects, it was almost the same. Why did the disciples of the top 3 sects come to the Spirit Lake Palace instead of cultivating in their own homes? "It's indeed full." Yao Li nodded seriously. Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. He thought that there must be a vacant cultivation area here, so he directly sold Bian Yuqing's green jade token. Now that there was no vacant space here, wouldn't he let Bian Yuqing get nothing? Yao Li said, Martial nephew Yang, how about this? Although those top cultivation areas are full, I can arrange a heaven-level cultivation area for you. What do you think? The heaven-level cultivation area is not bad. Many disciples of the Emperor realm are waiting in line. If your cousin secludes herself in it, she will definitely gain something. Now that things had gotten to this point, Kai Yang didn't have any better ideas. He couldn't really ask Yao Li to come out and vacate one of the top secret cultivation rooms. Those who could cultivate in the top secret cultivation rooms were all disciples of the three great sects. So no one's status was worse than anyone else. If he really did this, not to mention whether Yao Li would agree or not, it might even cause conflicts between the sects. What's more, as an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Yao Li talked to Yang Kai with a sincere attitude, so Yang Kai didn't continue to insist. How long do I have to wait? Yang Kai asked. Yao Li smiled and said, today is fine. This was cutting the line, and there was no need for the red jade token. From this point of view, Yang Kai's green sun golden token was still very useful. Cousin, what do you think? Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and asked. Bian Yuqing said, it's up to you. She just wanted to wait 2 months to enter the earth-level cultivation area. Now that there was a heaven-level cultivation area, and she didn't need to wait in line, naturally she was very happy. Seeing that Bian Yuqing didn't have any opinion, Yang Kai thought that this was the only way. When he was about to agree, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. Is there no extra cultivation area? No, I remember there is one. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. When he looked up, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, standing there with a cynical smile on his face. Brother Xia. Yang Kai quickly got up and looked at Xia Shang with some surprise. Why are you here? Xia Shang was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was promoted to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Now, he was also an influential figure in the Southern Territory. In time, he would definitely have no problem reaching the Second Order Emperor realm, and even the Third Order was expected. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here and was pleasantly surprised. On the contrary, Yao Li's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Brother, I am one of the 3 great stewards of this Spirit Lake Palace. I am here all year round. Xia Shang walked up with a smile. One of the 3 great stewards. Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it, he immediately understood. The Spirit Lake Palace was jointly managed by the 3 great sects, so naturally, each of them had to have a steward in charge to prevent their disciples from being treated unfairly here. At the same time, they could also monitor the income. When the heavenly martial Holy Land disciple brought Yang Kai in, he only said that he was looking for the steward master, and then Yao Li appeared. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and only thought that Yao Li was in charge of the Spirit Lake Palace. Now, after hearing Xia Sheng's words, he knew that wasn't the case. The temple master is actually willing to let you out. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Sheng said, I just broke through to the Emperor realm not long ago. The temple master said that I needed to experience the mortal world and stabilize my cultivation, so I was sent here. As he spoke, he had a bitter look on his face, as if this was a hard job. How are the temple master and Elder Gao now? Yang Kai asked. They are all good. But you, little brat, haven't returned to the sect for many years. Yang Kai said awkwardly. I was busy with worldly affairs, so I was planning to go back in a few days. Xia Sheng suddenly lowered his voice. When you go back, you have to avoid Elder Gao. Elder Gao said that if she sees you again, she will definitely teach you a lesson. That's not necessary. Yang Kai's forehead instantly sweated. Xia Sheng gloated. Anyway, that's what Elder Gao said. Elder Gao's temper. He couldn't help but shudder as he spoke. By the way, I have some bad news for you. Elder Gao broke through to the Second Order Emperor realm 2 years ago, so even if you are also an Emperor realm master, you definitely won't be able to beat her. Elder Gao broke through? Yang Kai was surprised, but immediately felt happy for Gao Xueting. The last time he saw her was in the Eastern Territory, trapped in a medicine garden inside a sealed world. At that time, she was only a First Order Emperor realm master, so he didn't expect her to break through so quickly. Good luck? Xiaosheng patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a look of pity on his face. By the way, brother, you just said that the cultivation area is not full. What do you mean? Kai Yang furrowed his brow. Yao Li had said it all, but now Xiaosheng had come up with a different explanation. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Xiaosheng smiled slightly, looked at Yao Li and said, there are a total of 9 top secret cultivation sites. Each of our 3 sects has 3. My Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 secret sites. How come I don't know when the last one was used? Steward Yao, may I ask which disciple of my temple is in retreat there? Yang Kai heard this and frowned even more. Although he knew that the Spirit Lake Palace had special cultivation areas reserved for the disciples of the 3 great sects, he didn't know that there were such rules. And looking at the attitude of Xiaosheng and Yao Li, it seemed that there was some conflict between the two. Yao Li patted his forehead and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Steward Xia, if you didn't mention this old master would have forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 of the 3 cultivation areas. I'm really old and confused. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and the good impression he had of Yao Li disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2750. If it weren't for Xiaosheng's sudden appearance today and telling the truth, he would have been led by the nose by Yao Li and even had to be grateful to him. Although the top secret cultivation areas were not too different from Heaven Grade, and were only a little better for someone who hoped to break through to the Emperor Realm, this little difference was the difference between success and failure. This kind of thing could not be sloppy. Martial Nephew Yang. This old master was so busy today that he actually forgot that there was still 1 secret area left in your Azure Sun Temple. It's my fault, Yao Li said with a look of self-blame. But how could this kind of thing be wrong? There were only 9 top secret cultivation areas. It was impossible for someone from the Emperor Realm to not remember this. Yang Kai said with a cold face. It's good that Steward Yao remembered. Yao Li said, it's just that these 9 secret areas can only be used by the disciples of the 3 great sects. Those who are not disciples of the 3 great sects can't enter them. Steward Xia is also clear about this. If you want to let your eldest cousin enter seclusion, I'm afraid it's still not possible. I'll use it myself, Yang Kai said, turning to look at Xiaosheng and asked, this time, I want to bring my eldest cousin in as a protector. Is there a problem? Xiaosheng grinned and said, there's definitely no problem. He turned to look at Yao Li and said, Steward Yao, I still need you to arrange this matter. He directly ordered Yao Li, and Yao Li did not show the slightest displeasure. He nodded and said, this old master will arrange it now. Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yang Kai stared at his back with a slightly gloomy gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he met Xiaosheng here today. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by this Yao Li. Are you curious why this old man listened to me? Xiaosheng asked with a smile, as if he had guessed the doubts in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai nodded. Xiaosheng said, under normal circumstances, the 9 top secret areas can't be filled up. Most of the disciples of the 3 major sects will cultivate in seclusion in their own sects, but this secret area is empty, so they will privately sell it to some cultivator who needs it or take care of their own descendants. The remaining secret area of my temple is occupied like this, and I'm usually too lazy to care about this matter. But since Junior Brother wants to use it, we can't let them get away with it. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Xiaosheng called out and took the lead. The 3 of them were halfway through their journey. 2 people walked over. One of them was Yao Li, and the other person behind him had a cultivation base of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and helplessness. When they met, the cultivator glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing, but he quickly turned his gaze away. He had spent a lot of effort to buy a place to cultivate in the top secret plane from Yao Li. It was not easy for him to enter a deep level of cultivation, but in less than 10 days he was suddenly interrupted by Yao Li, who told him that someone wanted to use the secret plane and could no longer cultivate in it. How could he not be annoyed? However, he did not dare to act up. Whether it was Yao Li or Yang Kai, neither of them were people he could easily provoke, so he could only swallow his anger. Needless to say, he was extremely aggrieved. Fortunately, Yao Li had also promised him that if there was an empty secret area, he would continue to cultivate inside. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. The two sides brushed past each other, Yao Li still smiling and nodding to Xia Shang and the others as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the three of them came to a stone door. Xia Shang held a token in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi gently, causing the stone door to open. A light suddenly emerged from the space inside. Like a prairie fire, it quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a gentle light. Xia Shang said, "Under normal circumstances, everyone can cultivate in a secret area for a month. Even the disciples of our three great sects are no exception to this. However, junior brother, you can use it for 2 months." Yang Kai asked, "Will this make things difficult for you?" Xia Shang smiled slightly. "Their butts are not clean. Brother is not afraid of them." Saying so, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Cultivate well. Don't mess around." Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became unnatural. How could she not know what Xia Shang meant? "Let's go in." Xia Shang smiled slightly. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. The stone door closed, isolating this world. What rich world energy! Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. She had never felt such rich world energy in her life. Not only was it rich, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was filled with world energy visible to the naked eye. It was as if she was immersed in clouds, and every piece of her body exuded a pleasant aura. No wonder the disciples of the great sects could cultivate so quickly. The cultivation environment was different, so naturally, it was not something that the disciples of small sects could compare with. If she cultivated here for 2 months, her 50% chance of breaking through might increase by another 10%. "These are for you?" Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of source crystals appeared on the ground. Bian Yuqing stared at it and exclaimed, "High-rank source crystals." And looking at the number of source crystals in the pile, there were at least 1 million. 1 million high-rank source crystals, that was 100 million mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Bian Yuqing was stunned by Yang Kai's actions. One had to know that she and Ko Wu had only managed to buy a blue jade token worth 20 million mid-rank source crystals, which was nothing compared to Yang Kai's wealth. "It's too much," Bian Yuqing hurriedly said. "And didn't you help me sell the blue jade token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals? That's enough, I don't need this." "Take it." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. "High-rank source crystals are more effective for cultivation. I can still afford these things." Bian Yuqing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After meeting Yang Kai this time, she had received too much kindness from him, so she secretly made up her mind to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, not only would she be letting down the dead Ko Wu, but she would also be letting down Yang Kai. As long as she could break through to the Emperor realm, she would be able to go to his sect to help. Her experience in managing a sect could come in handy. A small sect was not afraid. As long as it developed step by step, there would be a day when it would grow strong. Sitting down cross-legged silently, Bian Yuqing said, "I've implicated you and will have to stay here with me for 2 months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This place can't hold me. You should enter seclusion well. I'll come to see you in 2 months. And I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, releasing the power of space principles. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and gently spread out. Yang Kai stepped forward and merged into the ripples, strangely disappearing. Only his words echoed in Bian Yuqing's ears. "Don't have any doubts about yourself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is not as difficult as you think." Bian Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she whispered, "Space divine technique." With this step, one's whole body strangely disappeared. Undoubtedly, only a cultivator proficient in the space divine technique could do this. This was a legendary technique, and Bian Yuqing never thought that she would one day be able to witness it with her own eyes. After a short while, she suppressed the shock in her heart, calmed her qi, and closed her eyes to meditate. Outside the Spirit Lake City, the space suddenly became distorted and unstable. Then a figure emerged from the void. A cultivator happened to pass by, and when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so he hurriedly wiped his eyes and looked forward again. However, there was nothing in front of him, as if the person he saw before was just an illusion. The cultivator suddenly became a little suspicious and quickly left this place, not daring to stay any longer. 300 kilometers outside Maplewood City, in front of a quiet manor, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. In front of the manor, a girl about 16 or 17 years old was sweeping the fallen leaves. Her movements were gentle, and her hair was flying in the wind. There were shouts coming from the manor, and it seemed that someone was cultivating. Yang Kai swept the manor with his divine sense and saw the situation in the manor. A big stone was lifted from his heart. This was the Zhang family, Ruoxi's family. After being away for so many years, Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City had undergone great changes. There were countless powerhouses in the vicinity, and there were fights and bloodshed every day. Yang Kai was really afraid that something would happen to the Zhang family. If that were to happen, Ruoxi would definitely be sad. But now, it seems that although the Zhang family didn't have a powerhouse, they were still able to live a peaceful life as usual. "You, who are you looking for?" The girl who was sweeping the floor suddenly saw Yang Kai and was startled. Her big black eyes looked at Yang Kai, and her hands nervously grasped the broom as she asked nervously. It's been almost 10 years since Yang Kai took Ruoxi away from the Zhang family. This girl was now only 15 to 16 years old. Even if she vaguely remembered some of the things that happened back then, it was impossible for her to remember clearly. Naturally, she didn't know Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a harmless smile and said amiably, "I'm looking for old Madame Zhang." "Looking for great-grandmother?" The girl tilted her head and asked. "Yes, please inform her that Yang Kai is asking for an audience." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Although he could enter the Zhang family at will, this was Ruoxi's family, so Yang Kai naturally had to abide by the etiquette. "You are Lord Yang?" The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Yang Kai with surprise and joy. "You remember me?" Yang Kai was a little stunned. The girl shook her head, then nodded. He didn't know what she wanted to say, but her expression was extremely happy. Throwing away the broom in her hand, she went straight to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his arm to pull him into the manor. "Great-grandmother, great-grandmother." The silence of the manor was broken as the girl's clear voice echoed. The manor wasn't too big, so the girl's shout instantly alarmed everyone in the Zhang family. One figure after another flew in from all directions, bringing a burst of flapping sound. Chapter 2751. The girl brought Yang Kai to the courtyard and was immediately surrounded by 10 people from the Zhang family. "Who's there?" Someone shouted loudly with a vigilant look. "Lord Yang! It's Lord Yang!" The girl was so excited that she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and kept repeating to the surrounding people. "Little girl, what's with the shouting?" A familiar voice sounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a plump and beautiful woman. Her appearance was vaguely similar to Ruoxi's. "Grandmother, it's Lord Yang!" The girl hurriedly shouted. "What Lord Yang?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly and came to the front to take a closer look. She covered her red lips in surprise and joy. "Lord Yang! Mrs. Zhang, how have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruoxi's grandmother, Ning Suan. Ning Suan was absent-minded for a long time before she smiled. "Lord Yang is also as elegant as ever. After a pause, she suddenly woke up and said to the girl who grabbed Yang Kai's arm, Ruo Yu, go and ask your grandmother to come out. Okay. The girl named Ruo Yu quickly rushed inside. Ning Suin looked behind Yang Kai but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she said in a trembling voice, Lord Yang, Ruo she. Yang Kai smiled. Mrs. Zhang, don't worry, Ruo she is fine. It's just that she couldn't come this time because of some matters. Hearing Yang Kai say so, Ning Suin covered her chest with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of hearing bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was bullied, it was Yang Kai who came out to save them. Later, Zhang Ruoxi left with Yang Kai for 10 years without any news. So Ning Suin naturally missed her very much. The outside world was not as peaceful as the Zhang family. Although Kai Yang's performance in the past was not bad, after all these years of broadening their horizons, the Zhang family members also knew that Kai Yang was not that powerful back then. If they really provoked a powerful opponent outside, they were afraid that it would implicate Ruoxi. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and told her that Ruoxi was fine. Lord Yang, please come in. Ning Suin felt relieved. She reached out her hand. Although she had a lot of questions, her temperament had become a lot calmer after years of polishing. Naturally, she knew it wasn't a good time to ask. Once the host and guest were seated, tea was immediately served. Before they could say a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. Lord Yang is here? Yang Kai hurriedly got up and saw an old woman coming in step by step under the support of Zhang Ruoyu. When the cloudy eyes looked at Yang Kai, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. It's really Lord Yang. This old woman greets Lord Yang. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to help her up. He said in a panicked voice, Old Madam, this junior doesn't deserve this. You mustn't. Old Madam Zhang said, It's only right. If it wasn't for you, the Zhang family would have long been gone. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. There's no need to mention the past again. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He personally helped old Madame Zhang to the head of the table and helped her sit down. Then he returned to his seat. Ning Suin quietly watched this scene. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. Although the Zhang family also agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoxi away. But everyone knew that when a young man like Yang Kai took a beautiful girl with him, something was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time before Ruoxi was taken in by Yang Kai. In other words, Ning Suin had long regarded Yang Kai as the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It's just that this son-in-law was stronger than the Zhang family. Although she recognized it in her heart, it wasn't good to show it. Now, looking at it again, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest arrogance. Respecting the old and loving the young, his temperament was very good. Lord Yang. Old Madame Zhang sat down. Just as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai waved his hand. Old Madam, you can call me by my name. Don't mention the word master again. Old Madame Zhang said, How can this be? Ning Suin smiled. Mother, since Yang Kai insists, why do you have to be so estranged? Hearing this, old Madame Zhang seemed to have understood something and smiled. Then this old one will take advantage of my seniority. It's only right. Yang Kai nodded slightly. How is Ruoxi now? Ning Suin said. Yang Kai said before that Ruoxi is fine. Mother, you don't have to worry about her. Really? Old Madame Zhang looked at Yang Kai seriously. Really? Yang Kai smiled. It's just that Ruoxi was in closed-door training some time ago. It was inconvenient for her to come out, so she couldn't come back with me this time. It's good that she's fine. It's good that she's fine. Old Madame Zhang's face was filled with relief. By the way, what's Ruoxi's cultivation level now? The Zhang family had suffered a loss because they didn't have a master. Although the Zhang family had been conserving their strength over the years and had produced a few disciples with good aptitude, due to the decline of the family, there weren't many resources for them to cultivate. Therefore, their progress was slow and their cultivation wasn't high. On the other hand, Ning Suin was a little stimulated by the accident that year. Her cultivation had improved a lot, but she was still in the first order Dao source realm. In the entire Zhang family, except for her who was in the first order Dao source realm, there was no other Dao source realm master. Old Madame Zhang was in the origin king realm, but she was old and her vitality had declined. She couldn't fight at all. In other words, the Zhang family had been supported by Ning Suwen all these years. Ruoshi is in the third order Dao source realm. Yang Kai thought about it but still didn't dare to tell the truth. Ruoshi's current cultivation was really difficult to judge. Before the accident, she was indeed in the third order Dao source realm, but in the third order Dao source realm, even the Emperor realm wasn't her opponent. Now that she had inherited the mysterious power of heaven's punishment in the blood door, it was unknown how much she would grow once she came out. As soon as Yang Kai said this, the entire Zhang family's living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. There was no joy or excitement, only some distrust. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Kai, it was just that his words were a little too shocking. One had to know that when Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoshi away, she was only in the origin returning realm. After that, there was the origin king realm and then the Dao source realm. The gap between the origin king realm and the Dao source realm was a huge barrier that not everyone could break through. Otherwise, the Zhang family wouldn't have so few Dao source realm masters. Even if Ruoshi's aptitude was good and she really broke through to the Dao source realm, it was impossible for her to reach the third order Dao source realm in 10 years. How could it be possible for someone to grow from the origin returning realm to the third order Dao source realm in 10 years? Subconsciously, Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang felt that Yang Kai was comforting them. Ruoshi really is in the third order Dao source realm. Yang Kai saw their distrust and said solemnly. Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang glanced at each other before asking, Yang Kai, what is your cultivation? Yang Kai didn't answer. He just pushed his Emperor Qi, and a clear Emperor intent instantly spread out. The Emperor realm, Ning Suwen exclaimed. The other Zhang family juniors also instantly widened their eyes. The Emperor realm in the flesh. Although there were many masters in the Emperor realm in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, these masters weren't people they could meet whenever they wanted. Now, there was actually an Emperor realm master sitting in the Zhang family's living room. So, you should believe me now, right? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Fortunately, he didn't tell the truth, otherwise the Zhang family would probably suspect that there was something wrong with his head. Ruoshi, is she really in the third order Dao source realm? Ning Suwen asked in a trembling voice. If Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, then it wasn't impossible for Zhang Ruoshi to be in the third order Dao source realm. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Good, good, good. God bless my Zhang family. The Zhang family finally has a third order Dao source realm. Ning Suwen's excited expression was overflowing with words. Even the white-haired old Madame Zhang showed a happy expression. The Zhang family juniors standing in the living room were even more fascinated. The third order Dao source realm, in their opinion, was an unreachable existence. The Zhang family actually had one, and it was an existence of the same generation as them. Especially the girl named Zhang Ruoyu. The burning light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt ice. The main reason I came to the Zhang family this time is to discuss something with you. Yang Kai waited for them to calm down a little before opening his mouth to speak. Tell us, as long as it's not too difficult, our Zhang family will agree. Ning Suwen hurriedly said. There was nothing they could do if they didn't agree. How could they refuse a request from the Emperor realm so casually? Yang Kai said, I want to take you to a place. Where? Ning Suwen was stunned. My sect. Yang Kai said, it's safe there, and the cultivation environment is no worse than the Spirit Lake Palace. If you go there, you won't have to worry about your cultivation life anymore. There will be people there to guide the Zhang family disciples in cultivation, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. With every sentence Yang Kai said, the eyes of the young Zhang family disciples brightened up a little. All of them were looking forward to it. Yang Kai's words were like a picture scroll unfolding in front of them. The picture scroll was full of beautiful futures. There's such a place. Ning Suwen was slightly absent-minded. Ruoshi, is there too? Old Madame Zhang asked. Not now, but in the future, Yang Kai said. Good. This old one agrees. Yang Kai, how can my Zhang family not appreciate your kindness? Ning Suwen nodded after a moment of silence. If it's really as good as Yang Kai described, then there's naturally a lot of benefits. Although the Zhang family is now in a remote corner of the world, but in recent years there have been too many strong cultivators coming in from Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City. Any one of them has the ability to destroy the Zhang family. If they continue to stay here without the protection of a strong cultivator, then there's no telling when the disaster will befall them. Chapter 2752. Brother-in-law, take care. Come back soon to pick us up. Zhang Ruoyu's tender voice came from behind. Yang Kai, who was flying in the direction of Maplewood City, almost fell from the sky. The Zhang family seemed to really believe that there was something going on between him and Ruoxi. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After discussing with the Zhang family's old madam, he told them to pack their luggage and prepare to leave at any time. However, Yang Kai still had some things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't leave immediately. He told them to wait at the Zhang family's residence and take them back to the sect after he finished with his trivial matters. Before leaving, Yang Kai left 7 or 8 blood beasts at the Zhang family's residence, just in case. These blood beasts were refined when he was still weak. As his strength increased, they were basically useless. However, they still had the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master, so they would be a great help to the Zhang family. As long as there were no masters from the Emperor Realm to make things difficult for the Zhang family, these blood beasts would be able to resist. Of course, Yang Kai also left his contact information with the Zhang family. If something really happened, Yang Kai would know immediately. Maplewood City. It had been a few years since he had last seen it. Now that he had stepped foot in it again, it was truly different. Just like in Spirit Lake City, Dao Source Realm Masters were common among the cultivator traffic. The Emperor Realm Masters flew high in the sky, and even the law enforcement team could only watch helplessly, not daring to interfere. Yang Kai walked in the direction of the Qin family's residence with ease. A manservant wearing a round hat in front of the door saw Yang Kai striding over and asked respectfully, "Master, who are you looking for?" "Qin Chaoyang, the patriarch of the Qin family. Please pass on my message," Yang Kai replied. "Looking for the patriarch?" The manservant was startled and asked cautiously, "May I ask how I should address you?" "Tell him that an old friend surnamed Yang is here to visit." The manservant nodded, excused himself, and turned to enter the Qin family's residence. Yang Kai stood outside the door with his hands behind his back. After a long time without any movement, he frowned and swept his divine sense towards the Qin family's residence. Wherever his divine sense passed, everything would be revealed. It wasn't much different from when he had left. The Qin family didn't seem to have benefited much from the rise of Maplewood City. This wasn't surprising, as the Qin family was just a small family to begin with. It was true that Maplewood City had risen, but it wasn't like they could get a piece of the pie just because they wanted to. But overall, the cultivation of the Qin family's cultivator had improved. After all, they had lived here for a long time, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Maplewood City was much denser than before. Qin Yu. Yang Kai suddenly found Qin Yu in the secret chamber. After not seeing her for a few years, this little girl had actually reached the second-order Dao Source realm. Her previous weakness had been swept away, and her body had grown a lot. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was currently cultivating in secluded retreat, as expected of the heaven and earth segmented body. Although there was a great calamity, once that calamity was resolved, there would be great good fortune. Qin Yu, who was cultivating in secluded retreat, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Yang Kai through the layers of obstacles. A profound light flashed in those eyes, as if it could see through all illusions and see the essence of things. Fated fortune, heavenly pupil. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly used his divine sense to isolate himself. His entire body turned into nothingness, and he stood there awkwardly while rubbing his nose. If Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really found out that he was peeping, he would lose a lot of face. But Qin Yu's change still shocked Yang Kai. Not to mention the drastic increase in her cultivation. This fated fortune heavenly pupil seemed to be extremely mysterious. He was from the Emperor realm, and his soul cultivation was extremely powerful. Qin Yu still found out that he was secretly spying on her. If Qin Yu was allowed to grow, her future would be promising. Shifting his divine sense, Yang Kai continued to investigate other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu frowned slightly, and there was a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt a probing gaze just now, but when she tried to track it down, she didn't find anything. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that she was just imagining things, and the other was that the person's cultivation was far beyond her imagination. Qin Yu guessed that it was the latter possibility. There were masters appearing in Maplewood City from time to time, so it was normal for them to inadvertently investigate. The main thing was that Qin Yu didn't feel any malicious intent. Since there was no malicious intent, it didn't matter. Master Luo, this Qin really has no other way. Can you give me a few more days? When Yang Kai's divine sense probed a side room, he suddenly found traces of Qin Chaoyang. But at this moment, he had a bitter look on his face and was pleading with a young man in brocade clothes. The two maidservants next to him stood there with pale faces, trembling in fear. No other way? The young man surnamed Luo looked at Qin Chaoyang with a sneer. If there's no other way, then think of a way. Steal or rob. You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he whispered, "How can this be? How can this be?" The young man surnamed Luo snorted heavily. He suddenly pointed at the two maidservants beside him and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly what the two bitches you sent today look like. Are they worthy of serving this young master with their dog-like appearance?" The two maidservants with low cultivations instantly turned pale and knelt down, trembling all over, as if they were afraid of this person. Qin Chaoyang's face was bitter. He was the eldest brother, yet he was being spat on by a junior. He was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. In fact, although the two maidservants he brought today weren't very good-looking, they were still delicate and pretty. However, the young man surnamed Luo's requirements were too high. They had to be stunning beauties, and they had to be replaced every day. The Qin family's maidservants, who were slightly more beautiful, had all been ruined by him. Qin Chaoyang had also bought some maidservants from ordinary families, but they still couldn't satisfy the young man's needs. It seems that your Qin family doesn't need this young lord's protection. That's fine. This young lord is too lazy to serve you. However, the Qin family's head should know better than me what happened to the Du family. The young man surnamed Luo said as he walked out. Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he hurriedly stopped him. "Master Luo, please wait." The young man surnamed Luo coldly snorted. "What else do you have to say?" Qin Chaoyang said with difficulty. "Master Luo, please give me 2 more days. No, 1 more day. I'll think of a way to satisfy Master Luo." When the young man surnamed Luo heard this, he sighed and said, "Qin family head. This young lord has been with your Qin family for quite some time now. With this young lord overseeing your Qin family, has anyone come to cause trouble for you?" "Never," Qin Chaoyang hurriedly replied. Although this young man surnamed Luo wasn't easy to serve, he was only a lecherous man. He was happy without a woman every day. Although the Qin family wasn't a large family, they still had the ability to find beautiful maidservants. The key point was that this guy changed women too quickly. 2 beautiful maidservants were sent in only a few days before they were replaced. He was like a pig, plowing day and night without stopping. However, as he said, with him overseeing the Qin family, no one came to cause trouble for the Qin family. On the other hand, the Du family offended a powerhouse a few days ago and was uprooted. Over 100 people in the family were killed overnight, and even their servants were wiped out. Maplewood City didn't have the same rules and regulations as Spirit Lake City. Although the city lord's mansion maintained order, who could the city lord's mansion deter? Many powerhouses didn't put the city lord's mansion in their eyes. Even if they abided by the law on the surface, they were secretly vicious. Because of this, each of the large families in Maplewood City would hire someone with strength and status to oversee the safety of the family. Of course, the price to pay wasn't small. The Qin family's situation was considered good. They only had to pay a few beautiful maidservants to serve this young man surnamed Luo. Some families had to hand over 70% of their annual income, which was simply a nightmare. The head of the Qin family is also a reasonable person. The young man surnamed Luo faintly smiled and calmly patted Qin Chaoyang's shoulder, saying, "This young master has a proposal, but I don't know if the head of the Qin family is willing to accept." Qin Chaoyang's heart jumped. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling, but he could only brace himself and say, "I'd like to hear the details." The cultivator surnamed Luo chuckled and said in a low voice, "Doesn't the head of the Qin family have a granddaughter? As long as—" "No." Qin Chaoyang turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused. It was because he saw that this cultivator surnamed Luo was extremely lecherous that he had asked Qin Yu to enter secluded cultivation in the secret room and not come out unless there was something important. He didn't expect that this cultivator would still think about it. Ever since Yang Kai returned from the Four Seasons realm and brought back the tribulation fruit, Qin Yu had shown extraordinary cultivation aptitude. In just a few years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It was even possible for her to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future. The future of the Qin family was pinned on Qin Yu. Not to mention his own granddaughter, even if she was an ordinary descendant, Qin Chaoyang wouldn't make a deal with her. Qin Chaoyang had also made it clear to the maidservants that he bought to serve the cultivator surnamed Luo. Only when they agreed would Qin Chaoyang bring them back to the Qin family. Qin Yu would never agree to this kind of thing, and Qin Chaoyang wouldn't consider it either. Why not? The cultivator surnamed Luo's face suddenly became gloomy, as if his dignity had been challenged. No, no, no. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand repeatedly. His attitude instantly angered the Qin family and he sneered. You think it's impossible, but this young lord thinks it's possible. Don't worry. As long as your granddaughter is willing to give herself to this young lord, everything in the Qin family is negotiable. All right, I'll go find her. You don't need to worry about this. Saying so, he walked out, as if he already knew where Qin Yu was. Qin Chaoyang was shocked. Just as he was about to stop him, that cultivator surnamed Luo slipped behind him like a loach, causing him to grab empty air. Opening the door, the cultivator surnamed Luo was startled. He didn't know when, but someone was standing in front of the door, blocking his way. Scram! The cultivator surnamed Luo was in a hurry to find Qin Yu. How could he be in the mood to stay here? He immediately struck out with his palm. That person didn't move at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed forward, the tip of his finger poking the cultivator surnamed Luo's palm. A heart-wrenching pain came in an instant. The cultivator surnamed Luo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he suddenly jumped back. He looked in front of him in shock and horror and shouted, "Who is it?" Qin Chaoyang was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't until a bloody smell lingered at the tip of his nose that he suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked, his eyes dazed. Little brother Yang. Chapter 2753. Qin Chaoyang stared blankly at the figure blocking the door. He didn't expect Yang Kai to appear at this critical moment and injure Luo Ping with a single finger. His face changing, Qin Chaoyang panicked. Yang Kai didn't know who this Luo Ping was, but he did. He wasn't someone he could casually provoke. If not for this, he wouldn't have been qualified to lead the Qin family. Qin family patriarch. I trust you have been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this time, the young man wearing the round hat appeared behind him and said with a bitter face, Patriarch, this person said he wanted to see you. This little one came to report, but after hearing some noise inside, I didn't dare to intrude. I didn't expect. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. You can leave. The young man wearing the round hat felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran out. Who are you and why are you so vicious? Luo Ping gritted his teeth and shouted. The power of Yang Kai's finger just now had pierced through his palm, leaving a bloody hole. This is vicious? Yang Kai grinned. Compared to what you're about to do, this isn't vicious at all. Turning to look at Qin Chaoyang, he asked, Who is this guy? After listening for a long time, he didn't know who this guy was. But Qin Chaoyang seemed to be afraid of him. Qin Chaoyang showed a bitter expression, but before he could speak, Luo Ping shouted, This young lord is a disciple of Star Soul Palace? You dare hurt me? You're dead. Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Luo Ping grinned. What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to this young lord and maybe I'll spare your life. Is he really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai looked at Qin Chaoyang seriously. Qin Chaoyang said with a wry smile, Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded. Star Soul Palace's disciples could not be casually impersonated. In the Southern Territory, impersonating the disciples of the other three great sects might not be a problem as long as they were not exposed on the spot. But if anyone impersonated a disciple of Star Soul Palace, they would definitely be met with disaster. The person in front of him was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. His aura was steady and steady. He wasn't old, so he should be from a big sect. Furthermore, since Qin Chaoyang said so, he must have confirmed the other party's identity. In other words, this Luo Ping was really a disciple of Star Soul Palace. No wonder he was so arrogant and showed no fear in the face of the Emperor Realm. It was because of his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Kneel. Luo Ping clenched his bleeding hand and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly raised his palm, his emperor chi surging. He said lightly, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. If you are still here after 3 breaths, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Star Soul Palace. Luo Ping was stunned and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. He thought that after he reported his identity, this person would panic, but who would have thought that this person would not take him seriously and even shamelessly say that he would clean up Star Soul Palace? Was this for real? Was there something wrong with this person's head? He was a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai, don't be impulsive. Qin Chaoyang was shocked and his face turned pale. If Luo Ping really died in their Qin family, the Qin family would be finished. Yang Kai, hearing Qin Chaoyang's call, Luo Ping's eyes widened and he carefully looked at Yang Kai, his pupils shrinking as a look of fear appeared on his face. He suddenly remembered the message he received from his sect some time ago. The name and figure described in the message were very similar to this person in front of him. Was this person Yang Kai? If it was really him, then his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not enough to deter him. Seeing the power in Yang Kai's palm grow stronger and stronger, he did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed as he hurriedly fled out of the Qin clan like a bolt of lightning, and he didn't even dare leave behind a single ruthless word. Qin Chaoyang was stunned as he looked in the direction Luo Ping disappeared. His mind was a little confused. What was going on? A dignified disciple of Star Soul Palace was running away like a stray dog. Was he seeing things? Even if Yang Kai showed the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, he would not be so scared. Was this really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Qin Chaoyang even wondered if Luo Ping's identity was real or fake. In a small alley in Maplewood City, Luo Ping stopped with a pale face. Releasing his divine sense, he did not feel any aura of Yang Kai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and fall to the ground without a care for his image. His bearing as a disciple of a great sect was gone. It was not until this moment that he felt a burst of fear and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. His identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not fake, and he was an inner sect disciple with some status in Star Soul Palace. For a disciple like him, even if he encountered most of the people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, he would not put them in his eyes, but this person named Yang Kai was different. He was different from all the people from the Emperor realm. Some time ago, he received a message from the sect asking the disciples who were staying outside to pay attention to the whereabouts of a person, and that person was Yang Kai. Luo Ping did not know why the sect wanted to pay attention to such a person until he met a brother in Spirit Lake City and asked a little about it. This Yang Kai was actually related to the killing of Elder Tan Juanhao and Deacon Wu Ming, and there were all kinds of signs that indicated that Elder Tan and Deacon Wu had died at his hands. This matter had been jointly confirmed by more than 20 masters from the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, so there was nothing false about it. Elder Tan was one of the only 4 third-stage Emperor realm elders in Star Soul Palace. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was incredibly powerful, yet he was killed by Yang Kai. When he heard this news, Luo Ping could not believe it at all. A third-grade Emperor realm master could die? In comparison, Wu Ming's death did not seem to be much of a shock. An elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace being killed was a big deal, and the entire Star Soul Palace paid great attention to it. Countless people were searching in all directions to find traces of this person named Yang Kai. However, after the incident in Flowing Shadow City, Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, and only now appeared in Maplewood City. "You dare hurt me? You're dead." Luo Ping gritted his teeth, took out a communication artifact, and probed the surroundings like a thief before sending his divine sense into it. After receiving a reply, Luo Ping smiled sinisterly. "The masters of the sect will soon arrive in Maplewood City. Let's see how you die." In the Qin family, Yang Kai was silent for a long time after learning the truth. According to Qin Chaoyang's explanation, this Star Soul Palace disciple, named Luo Ping, was invited by the Qin family. Currently, Maplewood City was not stable, and the rise of Maplewood City had attracted many masters. Although the previous great families had the advantage of time and place, they were not strong enough, so they could only survive in the cracks, and 2 of them had even been destroyed. It was thanks to Luo Ping's protection that the Qin family was able to survive. However, although Luo Ping did not ask for cultivation resources, he was extremely interested in women. He was even somewhat insatiable, causing Qin Zhao Yang to be unable to satisfy him, which led to today's matter. "Yang Kai, you should leave quickly. Luo Ping will definitely send a message to Star Soul Palace, so it is not wise for you to stay here any longer," Qin Chaoyang advised with some concern. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's fine if the people from Star Soul Palace don't come looking for me. But if they do, I have a grudge to settle with them." He had killed Tan Juanhao and Wu Ming, so Star Soul Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. In any case, they would demand an explanation from Yang Kai, otherwise, Star Soul Palace's supreme dignity would be challenged. Yang Kai had never thought of hiding from Star Soul Palace. If it were in the past, he could only look up to such a colossus, but now, he vaguely had the capital to negotiate with Star Soul Palace. And since the Bright Moon Great Emperors were able to become Great Emperors, they must not be unreasonable people. The 20 or so chess pieces he had arranged in Flowing Shadow City should have played their role at this moment. "You!" Qin Chaoyang was furious. The one they had offended was Star Soul Palace, not some random sect, so how could Yang Kai still be so calm? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Let's not talk about me. Where should the Qin family go?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Chaoyang was stunned, and only after a while did he sigh heavily. Now, not only had the Qin family lost Luo Ping's protection, but they had also offended him. It was likely that their future would be difficult, and there would no longer be a place for the Qin family in Maplewood City. "I don't know, but we will definitely have to leave Maplewood City." Qin Chaoyang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. "Where can we go after leaving Maplewood City? The entire Southern Territory belongs to Star Soul Palace." Qin Chaoyang was speechless. Indeed, even if they left Maplewood City, the revenge would still come, unless they left the Southern Territory and escaped the sight of Star Soul Palace. But how could such a thing be easy? Yang Kai said, "How about I arrange a place for you to go?" Qin Chaoyang raised his head and said, "Where?" "The Northern Territory," Yang Kai said. Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "It's too far, and the cultivation of my Qin family disciples is uneven. so it's impossible to travel that far. You don't need to travel there, as long as the Qin family agrees. I will send you to the Northern Territory in 10 days. 10 days? Qin Chaoyang was shocked, and his first thought was that it was impossible, but after thinking about it, there was still a trace of possibility. Of course, it would require the use of legendary items. Can we really reach the Northern Territory in 10 days? Qin Chaoyang asked in a trembling voice. If it was possible, then the Qin family would definitely be able to escape this disaster. The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were like heaven and earth, and Star Soul Palace's hand couldn't reach there. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded seriously. If the Qin family head trusts me, then I can arrange it immediately, and will set off in 2 days. Qin Chaoyang's expression instantly became conflicted. Deep down, he was willing to trust Yang Kai, but this matter concerned the future of his entire family, so he had to be cautious. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I won't disappoint the Qin family head." Speaking of which, he didn't plan to bring the Qin family to the High Heaven Palace. This trip was just to take a look, but since the Qin family had nowhere else to go, it didn't matter if he brought them along. To Yang Kai, it didn't make much of a difference whether he released one sheep or herded a flock of sheep. Moreover, this way he would be able to gain Qin Yu. With Qin Yu's current cultivation aptitude, it was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would have an additional source of strength. For the sect, there were only benefits. Chapter 2754. Maplewood City, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Branch. Maplewood City was no longer the same as before, and it had risen rapidly. As one of the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had naturally set up a branch here, and it even had a master from the Emperor realm stationed here. The constant flow of cultivator traffic between Maplewood City and the nearby Spirit Lake City had brought great profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce naturally attached great importance to it. The branch had 50 shops under its jurisdiction, as well as a large auction house. Over the past few years, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had made a lot of money in Maplewood City. Walking into the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many cultivators in the hall. Most of them were talking in low voices, while some were browsing the goods placed here. The hall was very large and built in a very imposing manner, showing the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's extraordinary financial resources. In the corner, a few beautiful girls who were whispering to each other saw Yang Kai walk in and immediately walked over, stood in front of Yang Kai, and bowed. "Greetings, master. What does the master need?" Yang Kai could tell at a glance that she was a maid who had been specially trained to receive customers. Many chambers of commerce had such an existence. The girl was young, about 28 years old, but she had a delicate appearance, a sweet smile and a gentle voice. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have a business to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce." The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened. Maids like her were most happy to hear this kind of words. This was because every business they did had a commission. Although the number of commission wasn't large, if it was really a big business, then once they started, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for several years. Previously, she had seen Yang Kai's extraordinary bearing, so she was even more certain of this now. For a time, the girl became even more enthusiastic and said with a faint smile, "What business does the master want to discuss? This servant can make the decision for anything below 10 million source crystals." "Low-rank source crystals?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." The girl nodded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then tell your manager to come out." The girl was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The business this master wanted to discuss was probably not something she could decide. 10 million low-rank source crystals was a huge number to her, but it was nothing to some people. This was especially true for Emperor Realm Masters. From the looks of it, this was what the master wanted to talk about. With a solemn expression, the young girl said, "Master, please follow me into the private room for a moment." Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed the girl in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at an independent private room. The young girl arranged for Yang Kai to enter and served him tea. Then she said, "Master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and invite the steward master." Yang Kai remained motionless, and just as the girl was about to leave, she suddenly asked, "Right, have you heard of Kong Si Ran?" Shopkeeper Kong was the first friend he made in Maplewood City. Yang Kai was able to obtain Gong's son Mu's inheritance thanks to Kong Si Ran's guidance. It was just that Maplewood City was too small at that time. After Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source Realm, he was transferred away by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai did not know where he was transferred to. He had not seen him for more than 10 years. Now that Yang Kai had returned to his hometown, he naturally thought of him. He was just casually inquiring, but he did not expect that the girl would ask in surprise, "Master knows Manager Kong?" "Huh?" Yang Kai was stunned. The girl smiled and said, "Master, if you know Manager Kong, then this servant will ask him to come over and discuss with you." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Is Kong Si Ran here?" "Yes, Manager Kong is in this branch." This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai did not expect that his casual inquiry would lead to such a thing. He nodded hurriedly. "Good. Ask him to come over." "Yes." The girl responded, bowed, and left the room, closing the door behind her. In the private room, Yang Kai sipped his tea. He waited quietly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and Kong Si Ran's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. When their eyes met, Kong Si Ran was shocked. "Brother Yang, mountains and rivers will meet again." "We meet again, Brother Kong." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kong Si Ran was surprised and delighted. He closed the door and said, "I was just wondering which old acquaintance came to see me. Turns out to be Brother Yang. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right?" "Yes, Brother Kong, sit down and talk." Kong Si Ran was quite excited to see Yang Kai again after such a long time. After all, he was able to break through to the Dao Source realm back then thanks to the Dao Source pill Yang Kai gave him. If not for that pill, he might still be stuck at the peak of the Origin King realm, unable to advance any further. He would not have his current cultivation and status. After more than 10 years, Kong Si Ran's cultivation had also reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It seemed that he had worked hard and cultivated well in the past 10 years. After taking a seat, Kong Si Ran could not help sighing. Thinking back, he and Yang Kai were both Origin Kings and had gone through life and death together. Now that they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. "Wasn't Brother Kong transferred away? How come you've returned to Maplewood City now?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Maplewood City is no longer the same as it used to be, so the headquarters naturally paid more attention to this place. Although this Kang's cultivation isn't very high, he has been operating here for half his life and is extremely familiar with the situation here, so he was sent back here. Maplewood City was a good place now, and there were many people from the headquarters who wanted to come here. If it weren't for Kong Si Ran's natural advantage with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this delicious cake. But even so, it was likely that he would be transferred away again after a period of time. That was because the branch had already established a firm foothold here and was gradually becoming familiar with Maplewood City. There was no need for him to guide them. When the time came, there would naturally be people with higher cultivation and stronger connections to replace him. "So that's how it is, that's a good thing." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not understanding some of the intrigue in the Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran smiled and did not explain much. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's affairs were family matters, and although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, there was no need to mention this. *****. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the knocking fell, and before Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran could respond, the door was opened and a young man in brocade robes walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw this person, Kang Si Ran's face instantly sank and he frowned. "Gu Hong, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm discussing business with a guest?" This Gu Hong was too presumptuous, entering the private room without permission. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who was sitting here. If it were someone else, Kang Si Ran wouldn't know how to explain it to them. If things didn't go well, they would think that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's confidentiality measures weren't good enough, and the business would be ruined. Facing Kang Si Ran's accusation, Gu Hong ignored it and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Friend, this one is Manager Gu Hong of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. How should I address this friend?" Yang Kai glanced at Kang Si Ran, then looked at Gu Hong, his eyes flashing as he grinned. But he didn't say a word. Gu Hong didn't get a response, so he looked embarrassed, but he still said, "Please forgive me for disturbing this friend. It's just that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough, and this Gu was afraid that if he had a big business to handle, it would ruin it, so he came uninvited to atone for his mistake." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "How can you say that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough?" Gu Hong smiled and said, "It took him a year to negotiate 3 deals. Isn't that a sign of his lack of ability?" Kang Si Ran's face turned pale as he said coldly, "If no one intervened to stop me, this Kong could have negotiated a few more deals." Gu Hong said, "Manager Kong, there's no need to be angry. This Gu intervened in your business for your own good. You will soon be transferred from here, and when the time comes, the various procedures will be very troublesome. It's better to leave it to this Gu now." Kang Si Ran snorted and said, "Then should this Kong thank you?" Gu Hong smiled and said, "We are all from the same Chamber of Commerce, so there's no need to thank me." Turning his gaze to Yang Kai, he said, "Friend, if you really have business, this Gu is willing to help. To tell you the truth, Manager Kong is indeed about to be transferred, so if you have any business to discuss with this Gu, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Yang Kai turned to look at Kang Si Ran and said, "He's about to be transferred again." Kang Si Ran sighed. Being transferred out of Maplewood City was his own will. Maplewood City was too small and barren, so there was no good future for him if he continued to stay. But now it was different. Maplewood City was a piece of delicious cake that everyone wanted to take a bite of, so how could he be willing to be transferred away? It was just that he couldn't win. Yang Kai nodded. "This one appreciates Manager Gu's kindness, but Manager Kong and I are old friends who have gone through life and death together, so I would like to discuss this business with Manager Kong." "Is that so?" Gu Hong froze for a moment before smiling and saying, "In that case, this Gu won't act like a villain and will take his leave." Yang Kai's words made him understand that he probably couldn't get this business, so he didn't waste any more time and quickly left. Soon, only Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran were left in the private room. Yang Kai asked, "Does Brother Kong not want to leave Maplewood City?" Kang Si Ran nodded and said, "Although there are a few branches in the Southern Territory that are comparable to Maplewood City, they are not places I can join. If I am transferred away this time, it will be difficult for me to come back." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded. Kang Si Ran smiled and said, "It's fate. Let's not talk about me for now. Brother Yang, what did you come here to trade with the Chamber of Commerce?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades." Kang Si Ran stroked his beard and said, "These 2 things are the main materials for refining space rings, so they are not difficult to find. The branch has some in stock. I wonder how many Brother Yang needs?" "How many do you have in your branch?" Yang Kai asked. Kang Si Ran said, "Let me see." Saying so, he took out a jade slip and checked it. After a while, he looked up and said, "There are some worth about 30 million mid-rank source crystals. If Brother Yang wants them, I can give you a 10% discount. This is my limit. I'll take them all." Chapter 2755. All of them? Kong Si Ran was taken aback. That was 30 million mid-rank source crystals, not 30 million low-rank source crystals. Even if they were converted into high-rank source crystals, they would still be worth 300,000 pieces. All of them. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kong Si Ran immediately realized that this was probably the biggest deal he had ever negotiated. With this deal as a foundation, even if he was transferred away, he wouldn't end up in such a remote place. Before a look of surprise appeared on his face, Yang Kai continued, "In addition, I would like to ask Brother Kong to continue to help me purchase Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades, as many as you have." *C. Kong Si Ran drew a sharp breath. Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades were basically used to refine space rings, but in the star boundary, space rings weren't very valuable. Many cultivators carried a dozen or so with them. It was easy to just throw a space ring over when making a transaction. So, the demand for these two materials wasn't too high. Yang Kai actually bought 30 million mid-rank source crystals in one go and asked him to continue purchasing. How many space rings did he want to refine? After calming down, Kong Si Ran said, "The branch only has 30 million mid-rank source crystals, but the main guild should have more, and we can transfer them from other branches. Brother Yang, are you sure you want as many as you have? That's not a small number. One branch costs 30 million mid-rank source crystals. 10 branches would cost 300 million. 100 branches would cost 3 billion. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had hundreds of branches in the Southern Territory, so if he really wanted to purchase like this, he would definitely need to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. This was definitely a huge deal. If this deal was successful, Kong Si Ran would be promoted to a branch president. The only problem was that his cultivation was a bit lacking. After all, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, only those in the Emperor realm could serve as a branch president. If it was someone else who came to discuss this kind of business with Kong Si Ran, he wouldn't try to persuade him and would definitely agree. But it was Yang Kai who came to discuss business, so how could Kong Si Ran not consider him? Fearing that Yang Kai wouldn't understand the importance of this deal, Kong Si Ran deliberately calculated the amount. "I'm sure." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Can't Brother Kong make the decision?" Kong Si Ran said seriously, "Such a big business. As a small steward, I really can't make the decision." Yang Kai was just joking. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. He couldn't help but be stunned. Kong Si Ran said, "Brother Yang, if you really want to do this business, this Kong will ask the president to come over and talk to you personally." Yang Kai said, "All right. Wait a moment," Kong Si Ran said before immediately opening the door and walking out. Outside the door, Gu Hong saw Kong Si Ran come out. He smiled faintly and said, "Manager Kong, how did it go? Do you need my help?" Kong Si Ran snorted. "There's no need to trouble Manager Gu." Gu Hong snorted and flicked his sleeve. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." In front of Yang Kai, he needed to maintain the image of the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, he couldn't show any disdain, but in front of Kong Si Ran, there was no need to endure. Seeing Kong Si Ran go straight up the stairs, Gu Hong frowned. Looking at his posture, it seems he wants to go to the president. Could it be that this business is so big that even a steward can't make the decision? Thinking of this, Gu Hong was shocked. If that was really the case, then Kong Si Ran's contribution would be great, and he might be able to stabilize his position in this branch. There was a burst of anxiety in his heart, and worry appeared on his face. After a while, a person with a strong background from the headquarters would come to take the position of steward, but the number of stewards in each branch was fixed. In other words, if someone came down, the steward here would have to give up his position. Originally, according to performance and cultivation, the person who would give up his position would definitely be Kong Si Ran, but if Kong Si Ran's position was stabilized, it might be Gu Hong's turn. In any case, no matter who it was, one of them would have to leave. Maplewood City was a good place with many cultivator and a large trading volume, so how could Gu Hong be willing to leave? Working here for a year was equivalent to working in another branch for 2 or 3 years. That was why he made things difficult for Kong Si-ran and snatched his business. He wanted Kong Si-ran to give up hope of staying here and be transferred away. But now he might fail at the last step. This made Gu Hong both shocked and angry. Just as his thoughts were in chaos, he saw the president coming down with Kong Si-ran. Gu Hong's face changed. This business really alarmed the president. How big is this business? He felt indignant in his heart. How could Kong Si-ran have such good luck? In front of the private room, Kong Si-ran gently knocked on the door, and after getting a response from Yang Kai, he opened the door and said respectfully, "President, please." A short old man stepped in and swept his gaze towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his brow, got up, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, President Liu." The president of the branch in Maplewood City was actually the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, Liu Qi. It was obvious how much importance Violet Source Chamber of Commerce attached to Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen him in his early years, so he naturally would not forget him. "You recognize this old master?" Liu Qi was a little surprised. Although he was the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and the president of Maplewood City's branch, he lived in seclusion and very few people had seen him before. Now that Yang Kai recognized him at a glance, he was naturally surprised. But after taking a closer look, he vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Liu Qi was surprised because he found that the young man in front of him had a cultivation not inferior to his own. They were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Originally, when Liu Qi heard from Kong Si-ran that a friend of his was coming to discuss a big business deal, he did not take it seriously. What kind of friend could a person with Kong Si-ran's cultivation have? But now he realized that he was wrong. This person was actually from the Emperor realm. He immediately withdrew his contempt and said with a smile, "This old master seems to have seen little friend somewhere before." Yang Kai said with a smile, "When Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened in Maplewood City, this junior was there. When the Four Seasons realm opened, I was also there." Liu Qi thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. "You are Yang Kai." Liu Qi's face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Your courage isn't small, actually daring to show up so openly." His expression changed so quickly that Kong Si-ran was startled. He did not know how Yang Kai had offended Liu Qi. Yang Kai was taken aback, but soon understood why Liu Qi had such an attitude. It should be related to Star Soul Palace. There were some things that Kong Si-ran could not touch, but Liu Qi could. Yang Kai smiled and said, "With a clear conscience, why wouldn't you dare show up?" Liu Qi stared at him and said lightly, "You are indeed bold, but you don't know your destiny." Yang Kai said, "Does President Liu want to discuss business, or do you want to give up? If you don't want to talk, I can go to Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. I believe they should be very interested in this business." "Of course, why wouldn't we talk?" Liu Qi snorted. Yang Kai deliberately brought up Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, an old rival of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was playing hard to get, but business was business. Liu Qi would not let it go. Yang Kai gestured and Liu Qi immediately sat down and said, "Little friend, please take a seat." Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si-ran, who was standing next to Liu Qi. Liu Qi said, "Manager Kong, take a seat as well." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this Yang Kai value Kong Si-ran so much? The relationship between the two seems to be very good." Kong Si-ran was a little frightened, but since Liu Qi had spoken, he could only sit with a slightly restrained expression. Liu Qi got straight to the point. "I heard from Manager Kong that the business little friend wants to discuss is worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals?" "Indeed. I wonder if President Liu can handle it." Yang Kai nodded. Liu Qi smiled and said, "There is no business in this world that my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce cannot handle. What does little friend want to do with so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "This is not something President Liu should be concerned about, right?" Liu Qi was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, It is this old master who speaks too much. After pondering for a moment, he said, Little friend needs a huge amount of goods. It is not that this old master does not trust little friend, but shouldn't little friend show some sincerity? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai threw out a space ring. This is the deposit, President Liu. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. Lu Qi took it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately seeing a small mountain of high-rank source crystals. There were at least 10 million of them. His expression turned solemn as he knew that Yang Kai was indeed qualified to deal with the Chamber of Commerce. So he nodded and said, Very good. Little friend is a man of integrity. This old master will also be frank. Within 2 months, this old master can transfer goods worth 40 million high-rank source crystals for you. At that time, I hope little friend can bring enough source crystals to my Chamber of Commerce and complete the transaction. Good. Yang Kai nodded. But I have a condition. Lu Qi said, Please speak, little friend. Yang Kai looked at Kang Si Ran and said, I will only talk to Manager Kang about this matter. No one else. Lu Qi frowned. Why is that? Does little friend not trust my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai shook his head and said, How can I not trust the Chamber of Commerce's reputation? However, I have a good relationship with Manager Kang, so I feel more at ease when dealing with him. Lu Qi could not help but show an awkward expression, because Kang Si Ran would definitely be transferred away in 1 or 2 months. At that time, he would not be in Maplewood City, so how could he deal with Yang Kai? However, this business could bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so Lu Qi had to carefully consider it. Raising his eyes, he asked, Does little friend want to help Manager Kang? He vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to use this method to keep Kang Si Ran in Maplewood City, a rich place. Shaking his head, Lu Qi said, Little friend, this is meaningless. Although this will keep Manager Kang in Maplewood City for 2 months, after the goods are delivered, he will still be transferred away. Yang Kai frowned and said, President Liu, is there no other way? Lu Qi said, This is the decision of the headquarters. This old master is powerless. Kang Si Ran showed a grateful look and was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and said seriously, What if I say that I have more business to cooperate with Manager Kang? And it is a long-term cooperation. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said lightly, That depends on what kind of business it is. Yang Kai waved his hand casually on the table and a bright, round, Longan-sized monster beast's monster core appeared on the table. The rolling demonic chi rushed out in an instant. Chapter 2756. A 12th Order Monster Core. Lu Qi was startled, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he reached out and grabbed the monster core from the table, carefully fiddling with it as he nodded. It really is a 12th Order Monster Core. A 12th Order Monster Core could only be produced in a 12th Order Monster Beast, and a 12th Order Monster Beast was equivalent to an existence in the Emperor Realm. Lu Qi was just a First Order Emperor Realm cultivator. If he really encountered a 12th Order Monster Beast, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He might even die under the bloody mouth of the Monster Beast. Could be said that a 12th Order Monster Core was a rare item in the entire star boundary. The weak couldn't get one, and even if the strong got one, they wouldn't sell it easily. After all, a Monster Beast's Monster Core had a wide range of uses. Alchemy alone was enough to make countless people scramble for it. What a pity! Lu Qi sighed again. Kang Si Ran asked, What's a pity? He was also shocked. When he saw Yang Kai again this time, he suddenly found that he didn't recognize Yang Kai anymore. The first thing he did was talk about a big business deal with him, and now he took out a 12th Order Monster Core. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personality was still the same as before, and hadn't changed much. He still remembered that when Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, even if he wasn't poor, he was still quite shabby. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Compared to him, Kang Si Ran had lived for more than 10 years in vain. It's a pity that this is only a 12th Order low-rank Monster Beast's Monster Core. and it's equivalent to a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Qi stroked his beard and shook his head. Even though they were both 12th-order monster cores, the difference in quality and value was like heaven and earth. Just like the Emperor Realm's first, second, and third layers, the higher the quality, the higher the value. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. Lu Qi said, if my Chamber of Commerce bought it, it would be 2 million high-rank source crystals. The price is fair. Yang Kai nodded slightly. A 12th-order low-rank monster core. This price was indeed about right. Of course, if you bring it to the auction house of my Chamber of Commerce, it's possible to sell for 3 million high-rank source crystals. Lu Qi smiled slightly. Little friend, the business you mentioned before is quite good. You're not referring to this, are you? This was indeed a good deal. The monster core of a level 12 monster beast was in short supply everywhere, but a low-grade monster core was nothing, even though it was rare. However, he would occasionally run into one at the auction house. What if I add this? Yang Kai casually tossed it out again. Lu Qi instinctively took it and stared at it. His eyes widened as he hissed, This 12th order high rank? Kong Si Ran's eyes also bulged. If it weren't for the previous low-rank monster core, Kong Si Ran might not have been able to make such a conclusion, but compared to the previous monster core, whether it was the aura it exuded or the feeling it gave off, it was several grades stronger. This was definitely a 12th level high-grade Naiden. That was equivalent to a third-stage Emperor Realm Master's monster core. Where did little friend get this? Lu Qi couldn't remain calm anymore and stood up abruptly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, his expression meaningful. Lu Qi's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old master misspoke. This kind of thing was not something he should inquire about. This was a written rule in the Chamber of Commerce, and once violated, even if he was a vice president, he would be punished or even expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was too shocked that he was lucky enough to see a 12th order high-rank monster core in his life. For a moment, his grip on the monster core tightened, and he was reluctant to let go. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. 10 million. Lu Qi quickly said. At least 10 million if it's auctioned. Even 15 million is possible. Yang Kai raised his brow. The difference in price between a 12th order monster core and a low-grade monster core was quite big. How is this business? Yang Kai asked with a smile. It's really good business. Lu Qi nodded seriously. Yang Kai had come. Both of these deals were large orders worth more than 10 million high-rank source crystals, enough for Kong Si Ran to personally receive them. Such large orders were not something one could encounter casually. So with these two deals, Kong Si Ran's performance would definitely soar. He would leave the other deacons in the branch far behind. But this kind of business, how can we cooperate for a long time? Lu Qi frowned. He wanted to cooperate with Yang Kai for a long time, but how could a 12th order monster beast monster core be so easy to obtain? He didn't know where Yang Kai had gotten two from, but he might not be so lucky next time. In the future, I will trade 2 12th order monster cores with Brother Kong every year, with no restrictions on the grade. This deal will continue until Brother Kong leaves Maplewood City. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In the end, little friend still wants to keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City. It's not that this old master doesn't want to help, nor that this old master doesn't trust little friend. But these 12th order monster cores, little friend, how can you? At this point, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the monster cores inserted between the 5 fingers of Yang Kai's right hand. Whether it was the size, color, or aura of these monster cores, each one was not inferior to the one he took out at the beginning. Looking at his left hand, it was the same. Gudong. Even though Lu Qi was used to seeing big storms, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Yang Kai flipped his hand and the monster cores suddenly disappeared. They're all 12th order? Lu Qi asked dizzily. Yang Kai smiled and said, Seeing is believing. Didn't President Lu see for himself? Lu Qi scratched his head and said, Little friend, can you sell all those monster cores? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai refused. Although he had so many monster cores that he couldn't use them all, he wouldn't sell them at will. Lu Qi was depressed, but these things were his. Whether he sold or not depended on his mood, he couldn't just snatch them away. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Qi tried one last time. If little friend can sell all those monster cores to my Chamber of Commerce, this old master can give you a very favorable price. I won't sell, I won't sell. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Qi was disappointed but suddenly straightened his face and said, "Good. Little friend really does have the capital to cooperate with my Chamber of Commerce for a long time. Just the monster cores he had seen just now numbered 8, in other words, they could cooperate for 4 years. I will report this matter to the headquarters. Whatever the headquarters decides, this old master can't interfere." Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Lu is too modest. You are a vice president and have a bit of authority. How can you not interfere? And how about this, if I can cooperate with Brother Kong for a long time, how about I sell you 2 12th order monster cores every 6 months? 6 months. 2 monster cores. Lu Qi's expression brightened as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course, little friend can rest assured. This old master will speak with the headquarters. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble President Lu." Of course. You can discuss the rest of the matter. This old master will go gather some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for little friend so as not to ruin his plans. Saying so, he stood up and placed the 2 12th order monster cores in Kong Si Ran's hands before sending him a divine sense message and exhorting him a few words before pushing open the door and leaving. After the door closed again, Kong Si Ran held the 2 monster cores and said gratefully, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. If you need this Kang's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Kong is too serious. I'm not just doing this for you, but also for myself." Kong Si Ran naturally didn't believe him and thought he was just comforting him. Yang Kai said, "I have recently established a sect, but it is still in its infancy. When it develops in the future, it will have a huge demand for various materials. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is a good partner, and with Brother Kong here, I will definitely not suffer a loss when dealing with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce." Kong Si Ran was surprised. "Brother Yang, you have actually established a sect?" This really shocked him. Although Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Master, not every Emperor Realm Master was qualified to establish a sect. First of all, they had to choose a good location, have a wide network of connections, and have strong strength. Then there was the matter of recruiting disciples, which was quite troublesome. "It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Kong Si Ran said seriously, "Brother Yang, rest assured, if your sect has any transactions with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, this Kong will definitely do his best." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course I can rest assured with Brother Kong. And if you are unhappy in the Chamber of Commerce one day, you are welcome to come to my sect at any time." Kong Si laughed and said, "If you hadn't said that your sect and the Chamber of Commerce would cooperate in the future, I would have gone right now. However, if Yang Kai's sect and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce established a cooperative channel in the future, it would naturally be better for Yang Kai if he stayed." After chatting for a while, Kong Si Ran said, "The president told me before he left that if Brother Yang is willing to sell these 2 monster cores to the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce will pay 13 million source crystals." Yang Kai said, "Naturally, I will sell these monster cores. Is there any other way?" Kong Si Ran said, "This is our first cooperation, so the president said that you can sell them directly to my Chamber of Commerce, or let my Chamber of Commerce auction them on your behalf. In the future, you won't have the option of auctioning them." Yang Kai did not hesitate and said, "Let's sell them to the Chamber of Commerce." Although he would suffer a bit of a loss by selling them at a lower price than auctioning them, if he entrusted them to the Chamber of Commerce, he would still have to pay a certain handling fee. When the time came, it should not be much different from selling them. Since he wanted to help Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai naturally would not be greedy for such small benefits. "All right." Kong Si Ran nodded and said, It just so happens that the Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction tomorrow night. These 2 monster cores should be able to sell for a good price. As for the source crystal sold, Brother Yang, how about? Yang Kai said, count it as the purchase of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Good. Kong Si Ran nodded. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made him realize that Yang Kai's net worth might be more terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, he would not have put 10 million high-rank source crystals in his eyes. By the way, Brother Kong, I have something to ask you. Kong Si Ran said, please speak, Brother Yang. Will there be any artifact armors for sale at the auction tomorrow night? Chapter 2757. Can a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor satisfy Brother Yang's needs? Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. There is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor in the auction? Kong Si Ran nodded. Yes, the finale of this auction is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Is that true? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had come to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to purchase Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades in order to prepare for the space array in the future. Moreover, he was looking for an artifact armor. Yang Kai's requirements were not high, but he was from the Emperor realm, so he just wanted to find an Emperor-grade artifact armor. He did not expect that there would be a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor here, which was much better than he expected. He did not want to become ragged or even naked when he used the dragon transformation secret technique in the future. Is it possible to make a private transaction? Yang Kai asked. Most of the items in the auction house were put up for auction by the cultivator, but many of them were found by the auction house themselves. Regardless of which, Yang Kai was qualified to make a private transaction with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of the long-term cooperation between him and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said guiltily, I'm afraid that won't be possible. If it were any other auction item, it would be fine, but this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor is the finale, and it was advertised 3 months ago. President Liu will not agree to make a private transaction with you. Is that so? Yang Kai did not look disappointed, as it was already advertised for the finale. He would definitely not sell it in private. After all, this would be a great blow to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's reputation. It's fine, I will bid at that time. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I will prepare an invitation for you. Saying so, he walked out of the room. After Yang Kai waited for a moment, Kong Si Ran came back with a gilded invitation and handed it to Yang Kai. The auction will start tomorrow night. Brother Yang, come early. Maybe you will find something you like. Okay. Yang Kai took the invitation and stuffed it into his space ring. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the private room and left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Yang Kai casually strolled around Maplewood City, Maplewood, and spent a lot of source crystals before returning to the Qin family. The Qin family family members were extremely busy. Although they were a small family, they had lived and prospered here for thousands of years. They were reluctant to leave this place so suddenly. However, under Qin Zhaoyang's orders, even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. They had to take everything they could. Kai Yang walked around the Qin family. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of Qin Zhaoyang. On the other hand, Qin Yu had already come out of seclusion. Yang. Sunday. Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Previously, Yang Kai had investigated Qin Yu and found that she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was extremely fast, and perhaps it was related to her world-severed body. With such aptitude, as long as she was given enough time and space, she would definitely be able to grow. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Qin Yu crossed her fingers and stood in front of Yang Kai. She said gratefully, If it weren't for Brother Yang, I might have died when I was 18 years old. You are my greatest benefactor. This is your destiny, so you don't need to thank me. Yang Kai smiled. Where's your grandfather? Qin Yu brushed her hair behind her ear and said, He is leaving soon. Grandfather wants to sell the Qin family's land deed, so he should be going to the city lord's mansion. She paused for a moment and said, Brother Yang, are we really going to the Northern Territory? Yes. I heard that the Northern Territory is very cold and snowy. Yang Kai said with a smile, The rumors are wrong. Although there are many places in the Northern Territory that are snowy, there are also many places where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. The place I am taking you to is the latter. Your Qin family will have a better future there. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't help showing a yearning look. You go ahead with your work. I'm going to rest for a while, Yang Kai said and walked towards the back hall. Looking at his back, Qin Yu opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. A day passed quickly, and Yang Kai only opened the door and walked out when the next night fell. Qin Yu was walking back and forth in front of the door with a worried look on her face. Hearing the sound of movement, she looked up and saw Yang Kai, so she hurriedly said, Brother Yang, we are all ready. Qin Chaoyang also walked over from nearby and said solemnly, Brother Yang, the Qin family is ready. When are we leaving? Yang Kai said, We will leave at night and wait 500 kilometers southeast of the city. There is another group of people who will be going with you. Who? Qin Chaoyang was stunned. The Zhang family, Yang Kai replied. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, So, it's them. The Zhang family and Yang Kai seemed to have a good relationship, and Qin Chaoyang knew this. After Yang Kai left, the Qin family took care of the Zhang family, but in recent years, the Qin family couldn't take care of themselves, so naturally, they didn't have the ability to take care of the Zhang family. Now that he heard that the Zhang family would be going with them, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but feel like they were going through thick and thin together. Brother Yang, where are you going? Qin Yu suddenly asked. I'm going to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction to buy something, Yang Kai replied. He took a step forward and flew out, but suddenly, he stopped a dozen meters away and looked back at Qin Yu. Do you want to come with me? The expectation on Qin Yu's face turned into joy, and her tender body flickered as she chased after him. Let's go, Yang Kai called out. His emperor chi surged and wrapped Qin Yu, turning into a stream of light and disappearing above the Qin family. The entrance of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a red carpet was spread out. It was bustling as if it was a festival. Manager Kong Si Ran and Manager Gu Hong were standing on the left and right respectively, greeting the guests with smiles on their faces. They cupped their fists and greeted the guests. Sect Master Lu, long time no see. How have you been? An elderly man strode over with his head held high, and Gu Hong immediately went to greet him. Lu Dong smiled slightly and returned the greeting. Manager Gu is too polite. I heard that many good things will appear in this auction, so I came here to join in the fun. Gu Hong said, Sect Master Lu must be joking. If you came here to join in the fun, I'm afraid no one would buy anything. Lu Dongjung said, You are busy. This old master will help himself. Sect Master Lu, please forgive my poor hospitality. Gu Hong smiled apologetically and waved his hand. Immediately, a beautiful maidservant came forward and led Lu Dongzhang to the auction house. Anyone with a little status would be led by a maidservant, which made them stand out from the others. Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, then turned his eyes and glanced at Qin Yu. Smiling, young lady Qin is also here. He naturally recognized Qin Yu. After all, Kong Si Ran had been operating in Maplewood City for half his life. Qin Yu smiled and returned the greeting, Manager Kong. There's no need to greet me. I can go in by myself. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze in front of him. Yang Kai looked over and saw Lu Dong staring at him coldly. His eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, not putting him in his eyes at all. Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted and turned to leave. Although the two's gazes collided for a short time, Kang Si ran and Gu Hong saw it clearly. Gu Hong's eyes rolled as he thought of something and he let out a low chuckle. Kang Si ran, on the other hand, was worried and whispered, "Brother Yang, do you have some kind of grudge with that sect Master Lu?" "A little." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Lu Dongzhang had killed 3 of his disciples from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so the enmity between them was not small. Kang Si Ran said seriously, "Then you have to be careful of him. Lu Dongzhang is the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect. He broke through to the Emperor Realm 100 years ago, and it is rumored that he could break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm at any time. Do not underestimate him." Yang Kai cast a comforting smile. "It's fine. I'll go in first." Kang Si Ran nodded and motioned to the maidservant next to him. Immediately, one of them came out, took the invitation card from Yang Kai's hand, and led him into the auction venue. After passing through a spacious and bright corridor, they soon arrived at a private room. Opening the door, a spacious room appeared before his eyes. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. Could accommodate at least 20 people without feeling crowded. In front of him was a huge transparent crystal window. Through the crystal window, everything outside could be seen at a glance. Only very distinguished guests were qualified to have such a private room. The maidservant obviously knew this, so her attitude was extremely humble and respectful. "Master, if you need anything, just let this servant know," the maidservant said warmly after introducing some of the rules of the auction to Yang Kai. "There's nothing I need. You can go out first, I'll stay here," Qin Yu suddenly said, shooing the maidservant out like she was shooing a fly. The maidservant's smile didn't falter. At a glance, it was obvious that she had received good training. She bowed and said, "Then this servant will go out first and wait outside." As he spoke, he left the room and gently closed the door. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai and found him looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. "Have a seat," Yang Kai said, then found a chair and sat down, facing the auction stage outside. "If you see anything you like, just bid." "I'll just watch the fun," Qin Yu whispered, but saw that Yang Kai had already closed his eyes. She couldn't help but pout and find a chair to sit down. The room was silent for a while, which made Qin Yu feel a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to ask Yang Kai where he had been and what he had done in the past few years, but now that she saw that Yang Kai didn't have the mood to talk, she didn't want to disturb him. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait long before the auction began. A beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. She was wearing revealing clothes that exposed most of her breasts, and her 2 beautiful legs were faintly discernible under the gauze. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, and she smiled before saying anything. Immediately, the atmosphere of the auction venue was stirred up, making Qin Yu blush and secretly disdain her. She secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were still closed. Only then did she feel much better. Chapter 2758. The auction hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This auction held by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was of a very high standard. Many people from the Emperor Realm were participating, and every auction item was sold at a very high price, causing the beautiful woman standing on the auction stage to smile. Spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures were taken out like flowing water, and the sounds of bidding rose and fell in succession from all directions. The next item to be auctioned is a drifting cloud butterfly hairpin. The beautiful woman on the stage suddenly raised her voice, and her beautiful eyes swept across the audience as she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Friends who have brought a female companion or are preparing to give a female companion a gift, please pay attention. This mistress can guarantee that this is absolutely the best gift." No matter how this beautiful woman dressed, as a qualified auctioneer, she naturally knew how to raise the price. Therefore, when these words came out, many people showed expressions of interest. After all, this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was a piece of jewelry just from the name. It was impossible for ordinary jewelry to be auctioned, and only some valuable artifacts were qualified to be auctioned. Everyone was curious about what kind of jewelry this drifting cloud butterfly hairpin was and what kind of power it had. Under everyone's gazes, a maidservant holding a tray came from the back and stood beside the beautiful woman auctioneer. The tray was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for people to see the true appearance of the auction item. After the beautiful woman had whetted the appetite of the crowd, she revealed a faint smile and reached out to remove the red cloth. In an instant, a faint blue light suddenly flew out, bringing with it a string of blue light that illuminated the auction stage. It was a magnificent sight. A burst of exclamations rang out as many women stared at the high stage with wide eyes. This kind of beautiful thing could always attract the attention of women. When they saw it clearly, the women exclaimed again because the blue light was none other than a fluttering butterfly, and every time it flapped its wings, it brought with it a beautiful fluorescent light. It was a dazzling sight. After a moment, the butterfly suddenly descended and stopped on a jasper-like hairpin, its wings still gently flapping as if it was alive. But everyone knew this butterfly was not alive at all, and it existed in a special form as an ornament on the hairpin. Everyone gasped in amazement. Not only did the women reveal expressions of love, but even some men were interested. If he bought this kind of jewelry and gave it to a woman, it would definitely make her happy. Who knows, it might even be a good thing. This artifact isn't just for decoration, right? May I ask what kind of power it has? A magnetic voice came from a private room. This question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Although the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin looked extraordinary and extremely beautiful, if it was only an ornament, its price would be greatly reduced. Only some women would like things that looked good but were useless. But it was a man who paid for it. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled faintly and said, "How could the artifact refined by Grandmaster Ho be just a decoration? What? This hairpin is a secret treasure refined by Grandmaster Ho. Is that true?" The words of the beautiful woman on the high platform caused an uproar below the platform. Waves of exclamations sounded, as if Grandmaster Ho was an extraordinary figure. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Who is this Master Ho?" After asking this question, he didn't get a reply. Turning his head, he saw Qin Yu pursing her red lips, her beautiful eyes staring at the high platform without blinking. The beautiful woman didn't beat around the bush and said with a smile, "This jade hairpin is neither offensive nor defensive," but, as she spoke, she circulated her source qi, causing the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin in her hand to suddenly expand to a length of 10 meters. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged butterfly, its huge wings gently flapping, causing a dense light to ripple out. The beautiful woman formed a seal with her hands and pushed her source qi, causing the huge butterfly to turn into an orchid light and fly around the auction hall a few times before returning to the stage. A flight-type artifact, everyone exclaimed. Previously, everyone had been guessing what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was, but none of them had expected it to be a flight-type artifact. If that was the case, its value would be enormous, and judging from the speed it had just displayed, it seemed to be extremely fast. The beautiful woman said, "I haven't refined it yet, so this mistress can only display half of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin's speed. However, according to the appraisal of my Chamber of Commerce's experts, if this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is used at full strength, its flight speed won't be as fast as the Emperor Realms, but it won't be far off. It's definitely a great tool for escaping. Of course, the orchid light of this artifact can also be concealed, so there's no need to worry about exposing your whereabouts." With all kinds of flattery, the beautiful woman was trying to express one thing. Good stuff. It was indeed a good item. Whether it was its appearance or its practicality, it was enough to tempt many cultivators. Seeing that the promotion was about done, the beautiful woman shouted, "Dao Source Grade High Rank Flight Type Artifact. Flowing Cloud Butterfly Hairpin. The starting price is 50 million mid-rank source crystals, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. Everyone, please. As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, a wave of bids rang out. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 50 million mid-rank source crystals rose to 60 million, but it didn't stop there. After another 10 breaths, the price had climbed to 70 million. 20 breaths later, 80 million. Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. The previous joy was swept away and replaced with a look of disappointment. She also knew that with her financial resources, it was impossible for her to compete for such a good item. But when she heard such a terrifying price, she still felt powerless. 80 million mid-rank source crystals. Even if she went to the Spirit Lake Palace to buy blue jade tokens, she could buy 4 of them. However, compared to the value of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, 40 million was far from the bottom line. The appearance of this jade hairpin set off a wave of bidding. After 40 million, the cultivator sitting in the hall could no longer participate in the bidding. Only the guests in the private rooms continued to compete. This was especially true for the old man who had just said that he had a new concubine. He bid extremely quickly, as if he was determined to win. When the price climbed to a terrifying 130 million, there were only 2 people left in the hall, and each time they increased the price, they seemed to have to think carefully, unlike before. 141 million. Old Joe, if you can go higher than this price, I'll let you have this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. A person's voice came from a private room. The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and said, "Since Brother Wang is so kind, this old man will naturally appreciate it." 142 million. You win. The old man from the Emperor realm sighed slightly. 142 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 142 million high-rank source crystals. The masters from the Emperor realm definitely had this much wealth, but it also depended on what they wanted to buy. It was just a piece of jewelry for a woman, so naturally they couldn't spend so much. The auction was only halfway through and there were still many good things to come. If they spent too much, how would they bid later? "Thank you for letting me win." The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and rushed to the high platform. "Hurry up and count down. No one is bidding anymore." The smile on the beautiful woman's face didn't fade as she looked around and said, "Anyone else? If no one else, 150 million. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. Inside the private room, Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He didn't expect the man who had been silent all this time to speak at this time. Who was he buying it for? He definitely wouldn't buy such a valuable item for himself, so who could occupy such an important position in his heart? The old man surnamed Zhou's laughter came to an abrupt end, and he became a little flustered and exasperated. 160 million! The item that could have been bought at 142 million was now even more expensive because of Yang Kai's interference. Naturally, he was in a bad mood. Chapter 2759. I'm at home today, so there will be 2 updates. But starting tomorrow, I'll be busy again, so please forgive me. Oh. 170 million. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, while Qin Yu was surprised. 180 million. The old man surnamed Zhou roared. 2 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The old man surnamed Zhou burst into laughter and said, "Boy, you're confused. 2 million. High-rank source crystals." Yang Kai added. The old man surnamed Zhou's mocking laughter was instantly extinguished. 2 million high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200 million mid-rank source crystals. But in an auction, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be exchanged for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, although 2 million high-rank source crystals was theoretically no different from 200 million mid-rank source crystals, its value was much higher. If the old man surnamed Zhou wanted to increase the price, he would have to pay with high-rank source crystals. He immediately fell silent. On the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly as she stared at Yang Kai's private room and said, "The friend in Heaven Room 3 has bid 2 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Naturally, no one increased the price. One had to know that Yang Kai only sold a 12th grade low-rank monster core to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for 2 million high-rank source crystals. The value of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was almost equivalent to a 12th grade low-rank monster core. However, not everyone could get their hands on such a thing. Congratulations to the friend in Heaven Room 3. The beautiful auctioneer smiled faintly, but she was also suspicious in her heart. She felt that Yang Kai's voice was unfamiliar, and she didn't know when the Chamber of Commerce had such a big customer. Not just anyone could enter the heavenly class VIP room. Moreover, this person occupied one of the top rooms in Heaven Room 3, so he should be an extremely important guest to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yang Kai opened his mouth to bid, Lu Dong's eyes flashed coldly as he sat in another Heaven Room. Since he had dealt with Yang Kai before, he naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. He glared in the direction of Room 3 with hatred in his eyes. After all, he was a big customer of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, even with his status, he was only able to obtain the 9th ranked room. How did that young man manage to obtain the 3rd Heaven Room? After pondering for a while, he said to the maidservant kneeling in front of him, "Go and call Steward Gu over." Yes. The maid got up and walked out. Not long after, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yu, are you looking for me?" Lu Dongzhang said, "The person in the 3rd room? What is his background?" Gu Hong was startled and said awkwardly, "Why does Sect Master Yu ask about this? You know the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Although this Gu is a steward, this guest's information is absolutely not allowed to be leaked." Lu Dongjing smiled and said, "There are always exceptions, aren't there?" Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Yu, you are making things difficult for me." Lu Dongjing frowned. After dealing with Gu Hong for so many years, they both knew each other's nature. This Gu Hong was not a person who would play by the rules. He sighed softly. He said, "I won't hide it from you. This old master has a grudge with this boy." Gu Hong asked curiously, "How did he offend Sect Master Yu?" Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted. "It's fine if he only offended you, but 3 of my disciples from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm died at his hands, and one of them was this old master's descendant." "What?" Gu Hong was shocked. No wonder Lu Dongjing asked him for information about that person. It turned out that there was such a big grudge between them. Lu Dongzhang said, "Steward Gu, you also saw that this boy didn't hesitate to bid. He is quite rich. If I can get him, I will definitely make a profit. How about I give Steward Gu 30%? Gu Hong bitterly said, "Sect Master Yu, it's not that this Gu doesn't want to help you. 50%. This. Gu Hong pretended to think for a while, then slapped his thigh and said, "Sect Master Yu, I don't know much about this person's origin. He suddenly appeared in the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, but I have never seen him before. It seems that Steward Gu is unwilling to help this old master with this small matter. Fine, this old master will not come to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to do business in the future." Lu Dongjang coldly snorted. Gu Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master Yu, although I don't know his origin, after I arrange for him to leave the auction, I can inform Sect Master Yu of his whereabouts." Lu Dongjing's eyes flashed and he nodded. "Then I will have to trouble Steward Gu." Gu Hong rubbed his hands and said, "Then, the 50% that Sect Master Yu mentioned before, I won't forget about it." Lu Dongjang waved his hand. Gu Hong cupped his fists and said, "Then many thanks, Sect Master Yu. I wish Sect Master Yu good luck and success." Leaving the door, Gu Hong's eyes flashed coldly. "Boy, don't blame me. It's your appearance that has hindered my future." After Yang Kai appeared yesterday, Gu Hong clearly noticed that Branch President Lu Qi's attitude towards him had become colder and more enthusiastic towards Kong Si Ran. Thinking about what had happened before and after Yang Kai came to the Chamber of Commerce, Gu Hong knew that Kong Si Ran had used him to negotiate a big business deal. This business deal was likely to be an amount he could not imagine. Only by doing this could Kong Si Ran be a salted fish, and if Kong Si Ran was a salted fish, Gu Hong would be the one to suffer. Someone from the branch would definitely be transferred away, and if Kong Si Ran stayed, he would definitely be transferred away. But if Yang Kai died, Kong Si Ran would lose his support and naturally have nothing to fear. In Heaven Room 3, a maidservant delivered the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai paid 2 million high-rank source crystals before holding the hairpin in his hand and playing with it for a while. Although he had not refined it and could not understand the true power of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, Yang Kai could feel that this jade hairpin had been refined with great care. It was a rare top-grade item. The monkey head symbol on the side was even more exquisite and lifelike. After admiring it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the jade hairpin to Qinyu. Qinyu was still in a daze and hurriedly caught it before looking at Yang Kai in amazement. "I'll give it to you." Saying this, Kai Yang closed his eyes again to meditate. "It's for me." Qinyu held the jade hairpin in her hand, her heart inexplicably pounding and her cheeks burning. Just now, she was wondering which woman occupied such an important place in his heart that he would not hesitate to spend 2 million high-rank source crystals to buy this thing. But in the blink of an eye, this jade hairpin was in her hands. Did Big Brother Yang buy this for me? Do I have such an important place in his heart? Qinyu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai timidly, but when she did, her fiery heart was immediately doused with cold water. Yang Kai had already closed his eyes, as if what he had given her was not a flight-type artifact worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, but something that could be found everywhere on the street. "Big Brother Yang, this thing is too expensive." Qinyu calmed down and hurriedly refused. 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure even for the entire Qin family. She was not related to Yang Kai, so how could she accept such a generous gift? Saying so, she handed the jade hairpin back. Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked, "You really don't want it?" Qinyu bit her lip and shook her head. This thing was too expensive for her to accept. Yang Kai smiled. "If you don't want it, it's useless for me to take it back." Qinyu lowered her head and whispered, "You can give it to Big Brother Yang. Any woman you like will be very happy." "But I've already given it to you," Yang Kai said. "But I'm not." Qinyu's voice became even smaller. Yang Kai said, "Your Qin family's myriad sword has been in my hands for a long time and has made contributions to me several times. This jade hairpin is my thank you gift to the Qin family, so don't feel burdened." "It's not the same." Qinyu shook her head. If he was not close to her, what was the point of giving her a piece of jewelry? Moreover, it was such a precious piece of jewelry. "Then I can only return the myriad sword to your Qin family," Yang Kai said seriously. "Don't." Qinyu hurriedly shook her head. Although the myriad sword belonged to the Qin family, it was an emperor artifact. The Qin family did not have the ability to protect it now. In fact, it was thanks to Qin Chaoyang that they had let Yang Kai take the myriad sword away. If the emperor artifact had been left in the Qin family, it might have been implicated. "Since you don't want it, just take it. It's only 2 million high-rank source crystals. Your Big Brother Yang doesn't put it in his eyes." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, and her mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. It turned out that 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure for the Qin family, but it was nothing to him. In other words, what he gave was not a particularly expensive thing, but a simple thank you gift. Thinking of this, Qinyu felt a little relieved. Then, "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Qinyu held the jade hairpin in the palm of his hand and thanked him in a low voice. "In your eyes, this is just a simple thank you gift. But in my eyes, this is the most expensive gift I have ever received in my life. It has nothing to do with the price." The auction continued. After the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was sold for an astonishing price, the atmosphere became even more heated. It seemed that everyone's competitive spirit had been aroused, and the price of each auction item rose steadily. An hour later, the auction was gradually coming to an end. After a short break, the beautiful female auctioneer walked back to the high platform and said in high spirits, "The next item is the finale of this auction, the flying great ink dragon armor. As soon as she finished speaking, she gestured with her hand and two strong men immediately walked up from behind, carrying a fine iron box. They walked up to the auction stage step by step, seeming to be extremely strained. In an instant, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on the high platform, and many people's breathing suddenly became rapid. The flying great ink dragon armor had been advertised by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce 3 months ago. So many masters from the Emperor realm had their eyes on this flying great ink dragon armor. It could be said that the value of this artifact armor was higher than all the previous auction items combined. Kong. When the two strong men put the box on the ground, a dull sound came from the high platform. It seemed that the flying great ink dragon armor was extremely heavy, and many people were awestruck by it. However, everyone knew that as long as it could be refined, even the heaviest artifact armor would become as light as a feather. Otherwise, this alone was enough to reduce the value of the flying great ink dragon armor. Chapter 2760. In the auction venue, many people's breathing suddenly quickened as countless divine senses swept towards the high platform from all directions, wanting to see it first. An Emperor artifact was extremely valuable, not to mention a defense-type Emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. However, to everyone's disappointment, the box, which looked like it was made of fine iron, actually blocked the probing of divine senses, making everyone return empty-handed. On the high platform, the beautiful woman chuckled as she looked around, and she said in a soft voice, "This armor wasn't refined by the current equipment refinement masters, and it came from an ancient abode. It's an item from a very long time ago, and it was accidentally discovered by a friend and sent to be auctioned off by my merchant association." As soon as she said this, many people showed envious looks on their faces. Ancient cave mansions were common in the star boundary, but not everyone could come across them. Even if they did come across one, they might be trapped in the spirit array and be unable to escape, let alone obtain a treasure from it. Being able to find an ancient cave mansion, escape unscathed, and obtain such a treasure, one could imagine how lucky that person was. Why can't I get such a good thing? Everyone asked themselves, gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they could encounter such a good thing, they would not have to worry about cultivation materials for several lifetimes. Because of its age, although this artifact armor is mid-rank, it has some flaws. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the auction venue suddenly fell silent. After a while, a voice came from a private room in the heaven room. "Dare I ask, what kind of flaws are they?" Many people from the Emperor realm had come for this artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had advertised that an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor would be auctioned, but now this beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had flaws. Yang Kai was also taken aback when he heard this, as Kong Si Ran had not told him about this. However, with his friendship with Kong Si Ran, if Kong Si Ran had known about it in advance, he would not have concealed it. In other words, even Kong Si Ran was not aware of this secret. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt relieved. Although it had flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor, so there was no need to make it too clear when advertising. It was enough to attract people. At this very moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Everyone will know in a moment. Now, I invite President Liu to test the power of this armor." She tilted her body and gestured behind her. She saw a figure that wasn't very tall coming over quickly. It was Lu Qi who was overseeing this place. He arrived at the beautiful woman's side. Lu Qi cupped his fists to the customers in the private rooms without saying a word. Suddenly, he circulated his Emperor Qi and pointed his finger at the iron box. With a series of whooshing sounds, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor flew out from the iron box, forming a long black line that shot towards Lu Qi with a series of crackling sounds. The thumbnail-sized pieces of armor actually covered Lu Qi's body in an extremely orderly manner, forming a piece from the neck down. It was a black armor that covered all the way to the back of his feet. Clad in his armor, Lu Qi's temperament suddenly became incomparably powerful, like a war god. His first-order Emperor realm aura seemed to have been strengthened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Looking at it, this artifact armor wasn't very heavy. Instead, it looked extremely light. Lu Qi moved about on the high platform with great agility. The joints were not affected in the slightest, but everyone could clearly see that although this artifact armor basically covered Lu Qi's entire body, there was a gap of about a foot around his waist. The gap was jagged. It wasn't the design of the artifact armor itself, but it gave people a feeling that something was missing. It was as if this artifact armor had once suffered a very strong attack and lost a piece at the waist. This flying great ink dragon armor was originally complete, but unfortunately, a part of it is missing, the beautiful woman explained. With such a serious loss, is this armor still useful? Someone asked. The beautiful woman smiled and said, the methods of the ancient artifact refining grandmasters are not something we can imagine. Everyone can rest assured that although this armor is missing a lot, it still retains most of its power. Of course, although this artifact armor is still Emperor-grade mid-rank, it can only display the defensive power of an Emperor-grade low-rank artifact armor. As the beautiful woman spoke, Lu Qi suddenly let out a light shout. The ink armor on his body creaked and flew off from his body, floating in mid-air and reforming into the appearance of the artifact armor. Lu Qi raised his hand and a thick, yellowed ancient book appeared in his palm. The dual rights record, someone exclaimed. This ancient book was Lu Qi's Emperor artifact, the dual rights record, and it was extremely powerful. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the dual rights record shot out two beams of light, one yin and one yang, which intertwined and shot towards the artifact armor suspended in mid-air. The surging power fluctuations caused everyone to pale. No one doubted that if these two beams of light hit an unprepared person from the Emperor realm, even the Emperor realm would be instantly killed. With a rumble, the beams of light hit the ink armor, but they only caused sparks to fly. The surface of the ink armor flashed with black light, but it was still intact. The beautiful woman's voice rang out at the right time, her voice much louder. This armor has been jointly appraised by several grandmasters of my Chamber of Commerce, and has been confirmed to be refined from the scales of an adult ink flood dragon. Although there are many flood dragons in the star boundary, ink flood dragons are extremely rare and have always been known for their amazing defensive power. The flying great ink dragon armor refined from the scales of an ink armor has incomparable defensive power to an ordinary Emperor artifact. This can save your life at a critical moment. It's actually refined from the scales of an ink flood dragon. All flood dragons have the bloodline of the dragon race. Doesn't that mean the scales of an adult ink flood dragon also have a trace of dragon nature? Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Although it's good, the price. The crowd was bustling for a while, and the beautiful woman's smile became even brighter. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, Flying Great Ink Dragon Armor. The starting price is 10 million high-rank source crystals, and any increase is optional. Everyone, please. As soon as these words came out, gasps could be heard. Previously, the highest price sold at the auction was a bottle of Emperor-grade spirit pills, which was worth 6 million high-rank source crystals. But now, the starting price of this flying great ink dragon armor was 10 million high-rank source crystals, so one could imagine how terrifying the final price would be. This starting price alone was enough to make 90% of the people give up on bidding. Only those from the Emperor realm who were well-prepared were eager to bid. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was a lot, Lu Qi's test just now showed everyone that this armor was not afraid of the attacks of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. With this armor, one would be almost invincible against a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master might be able to contend against him. No one wanted to miss such a good thing, and the competition would probably be fierce. No one wanted to be the first to stand out, and everyone wanted to see the situation first. For a while, the auction hall quieted down. The beautiful woman stood on the auction stage with a smile on her face. She did not urge anyone. She had hosted auctions many times, so she knew what these people were thinking. Even if the flying great ink dragon armor had some flaws, it was still a rare treasure. After 10 breaths of silence, a person's voice suddenly rang out, 20 million! Those from the Emperor realm who were still waiting to see what would happen were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. The person in the third room was the guy who had won the bid for the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. In an instant, many people's faces turned black, and some people even cursed the person in the Heaven Room 3 in their hearts. What was the meaning of raising the starting bid to 20 million when the starting bid was 10 million? Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce arranged this? Many auctions had such people, and their task was to drive up the price of the auction items and arouse the emotions of the bidders so that they could buy the items at a higher price. Thinking so, some people immediately felt that the person in the Heaven Room 3 was really a prop. Inside the Heaven Room 3, Qin Yu covered her red lips with her hand as she looked at Yang Kai in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yang, that's a high-rank source crystal." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not understand the starting bid and mistakenly thought that it was a mid-rank or low-rank source crystal, so she hurriedly reminded him so that he wouldn't be unable to close the auction. "I know." Yang Kai nodded and grinned. Qin Yu was stunned and then remembered what he said when he gave her the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Turned out that he really didn't care about 2 million high-rank source crystals. "Damn boy! Boy, go eat shit. Boy, do you dare tell us your name? This old master wants to see whose disciple you are." The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms could no longer remain calm at this moment and began cursing one after another. Inside the Heaven Room 9, Lu Dongjing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although Yang Kai had just spent 2 million high-rank source crystals to win the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which made him feel that Yang Kai was quite rich and that he would be able to obtain some benefits if he could really take him down, he never expected that Yang Kai's wealth would be so great. 20 million high-rank source crystals. What was his bottom line? 30 million? 40 million? No matter how much, he definitely had a lot of high-rank source crystals on hand. Good. 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 The heavens are really protecting my Broken Mountain sect. Lu Dongjing suddenly laughed. The richer Yang Kai was, the happier he was. In any case, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, all of his belongings would be his. As for Gu Hong, he could just give him a small fraction. What 50%? That was simply a pipe dream. A bunch of old fools. How dare they participate in the auction without any strength? Madam, I suggest that they be disqualified from bidding and driven out of the auction venue to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai shouted at the beautiful woman on the high platform with an ashen face after being scolded. When the beautiful woman heard this, she frowned and said, "Are you all here to participate in the auction or to quarrel? If you are here to quarrel, please move aside and don't disturb the auction process." As soon as she spoke, the people from the Emperor realm quieted down and no longer dared to act rashly. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms were also led out by the maidservants and left through the secret passage. In the third room, Yang Kai waited for a moment, and then a knock sounded on the door. Yang Kai responded, and the door was immediately pushed open. A maidservant came in with 2 strong men. They carried the fine iron box in, and after a short while, the goods were sold, and someone else led Yang Kai to the secret passage. This was also a way for the auction house to protect their customers. It was to prevent customers from being targeted by their enemies after bidding for a good item. There were hundreds of secret passages in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house, leading to all directions outside Maplewood City. If one did not know the direction in advance, it would be impossible to follow. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of anything, he did not refuse this arrangement. Soon, under the guidance of the maidservant, he entered an underground passage. In the 9th room of the heavens, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. Lu Dong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and asked through voice transmission. Gu Hong could not hide the excitement on his face, and he quickly replied. Lu Dongzhang got up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Gu Hong stood in place and thought for a moment, then sneakily followed him out. He was very clear about Lu Dongzhang's character. This guy called Kai Yang was actually so rich. This was something he hadn't expected. If Lu Dongzhang really did succeed, he didn't believe that the opposite party would keep their promise and give him 50% of the profits. So, it was better for him to keep an eye on him. When Lu Dongzhang succeeded, he would catch him red-handed, and Lu Dong would not deny it. This was a big deal that involved tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. So how could Gu Hong not be careful? If he succeeded, he would not have to compete with Kong Si Ran for anything, and he could go anywhere without any worries for the rest of his life. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai and Qin Yu walked out of a small mountain 50 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Looking up, the moon was bright and the stars were few. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew in a certain direction with Qin Yu. Not long after, the two of them arrived above a hill. When they looked down, they saw many people gathered below. As if they had sensed someone approaching, those people all raised their heads and looked over. When they saw a stream of light shooting towards them, they all revealed vigilant expressions. "Grandfather!" Qin Yu shouted. Qin Chaoyang heard this and chuckled. "Don't be nervous. It's Brother Yang and you, The stream of light landed in front of everyone, and sure enough, Yang Kai and Qin Yu's figures were revealed. Glancing around, Yang Kai said, "Is everyone here?" Before going to the auction, he had sent a message to the Zhang family, asking them to meet with the Qin family here, and now it seemed that everyone was present. Old Madame Zhang said, "Everyone from the Zhang family is here." The Zhang family did not have many people to begin with, and they were almost ready a few days ago. As soon as Yang Kai sent a message, they could set off immediately. The same was true for the Qin family. Even Qin Chaoyang found a way to sell the land deed. So everyone in the family had gathered here with their families. The two small families had about 150 people in total, and their strength was also mixed. The strongest was Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the rest were Origin Kings, Origin Returning Realm, and even Saint Kings, Saints, and Transcendents. "Brother-in-law, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" Zhang Ruoyu jumped out, her little face full of nervousness and anticipation. She had never traveled so far in her life, and this time, she was going to the extremely distant Northern Territory. As a native of the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory was extremely unfamiliar to her. "Brother-in-law?" Qin Yu was stunned, her heart in a mess, and a lonely look appeared on her face. "Who's your brother-in-law?" "Little girl, don't call me that." Yang Kai's face turned black. Ning Suan also shouted, "Ruoyu, stand down." Zhang Ruoyu pouted and stood to the side unhappily. Raising her eyes, she met Qin Yu's eyes and smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. "Elder sister Qin." Qin Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile. "Little sister Ruoyu? Since everyone is here, let's go." If he was alone, he would be able to reach the Thousand Leaves sect in less than 2 days, but with such a large group of people with varying strengths, he estimated that it would take at least half a month to reach the Thousand Leaves sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked behind him, only to see a flowing light rapidly approaching from the horizon. From the looks of it, it seemed to be heading towards them. Qin Chaoyang, Ning Suan, and the others obviously noticed this as well and immediately became nervous, especially Qin Chaoyang. After all, Yang Kai had just offended a disciple of Star Soul Palace in the Qin family 2 days ago. If a Star Soul Palace master were to come, the Qin family would be finished. "You go first. I'll catch up later." Yang Kai had already recognized who this person was when he swept out with his divine sense, and after instructing the Qin and Zhang families, he turned around and waited. "Which way?" Qin Chaoyang asked. Yang Kai pointed in a direction. "Be careful, Brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang reminded and nodded slightly to Ning Suwen before the two of them immediately led their family members forward. If they stayed behind at this time, they would only be a burden to Yang Kai, so the two of them made a prompt decision. In the blink of an eye, the 100 or so people gradually disappeared. A moment later, the flowing light fell and the light faded, revealing the figure of an old man. Sect Master Lu. Where are you going in such a hurry? Yang Kai smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Dongzheng, who was chasing after him. A cold light flashed in Lu Dongzheng's eyes as he coldly snorted. Why ask when you already know the answer? Looking at the people from the two families in the distance, Lu Dongzheng asked, Are those your people? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Dongzheng grinned. Very good. None of them will be able to escape. This old master will slaughter them all. Yang Kai smiled. That depends on whether or not you'll be able to survive until then. Lu Dongzheng narrowed his eyes. Little brat, your tone isn't small. Do you think you can beat this old master? Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was similar to his, Lu Dongzheng didn't put him in his eyes. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but he had been in this realm for 100 years. How could an ordinary cat or dog be compared to him? A child sitting in a well, looking at the sky like a big well. Yang Kai sneered. Presumptuous. Lu Dongzheng was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai, who was supposed to be several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. They were less than 3 inches apart. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk Lu Dongzheng sucked in a breath of cold air and was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He didn't notice Yang Kai's movements at all, but he was actually right in front of him. The pair of eyes that were so close to him were filled with disdain and ridicule, making Lu Dongzheng's heart sink like it had fallen into the depths of the abyss. Instinctively circulating his emperor qi, Lu Dongzheng tried to move away from Yang Kai, but he was shocked to find that no matter how he moved, Yang Kai was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of him. Placing a palm on Lu Dongzheng's chest, Yang Kai's sneer turned cold. Die! Chapter 2762. Gu Hong chased after Yang Kai without stopping, and he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He only had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, so he was much slower than Lu Dongzheng. If he didn't know the direction of the secret passage Yang Kai had taken, he wouldn't have been able to track him. After arriving, Gu Hong immediately found a bush and hid in it. At the same time, he restrained his aura and looked around. There were no sounds of fighting or energy fluctuations. Could it be that Lu Dongzheng finished off that brat so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. I also chased after him. Even if Lu Dongzheng is strong, that brat is from the Emperor realm, so he should be able to hold on for a while. Either he moved the battlefield. Gu Hong felt that this was very likely. Maybe the two of them were evenly matched in strength and were locked in a fierce battle, so he didn't know where they were fighting. It would be best if both sides were injured and he could reap the benefits. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind doing a double cross and killing both Yang Kai and Lu Dongzheng. While Gu Hong was fantasizing in his heart, a faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into his nose. After sniffing it lightly, his expression changed slightly. When he looked up again, he saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away from him under the moonlight. This is... Gu Hong's expression turned solemn as he focused his vision. The person lying on the ground had his head slightly tilted. He was facing Yang Kai's direction. It allowed him to see his face clearly. Lu Dongzheng. Gu Hong was shocked. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered. The sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongzheng, who left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce auction right after him, was lying there motionless and covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The possibility of him dying was very high because Gu Hong didn't detect any aura. Yang Kai's blood almost froze. He stood there stiffly and didn't dare to move for a long time. Lu Dongzheng was a veteran First Order Emperor Realm Master. It was rumored that he could break through to the second-order emperor realm at any time. How could such a master be reduced to such a state? Who did this? Just a moment ago he was still alive and kicking, looking like he wanted to find that brat in the third room to take revenge. Why was he like a dead fish now? Gu Hong didn't dare to move for a long time, afraid that there were still strong enemies hiding nearby. If he moved, he was afraid that he would attract a fatal disaster. However, after waiting for 2 hours, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Gu Hong muster up the courage to stand up. Step by step, he cautiously walked towards Lu Dongjing. After a while, he came to the front of Lu Dong. Gu Hong looked at his tragic death, and his face was awe-inspiring. One move. Lu Dong had been killed in a single move, and there was a clear handprint on his chest. His chest had completely collapsed. There were still traces of blood that had not dried up in his mouth and nose. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible before he died. Gulp. Gu Hong swallowed hard. A master like Lu Dongjing was a high and mighty existence in his eyes. How strong was the person who killed him in a single move? Regardless of whether it was the brat from the third room or not, it was still related to him. He couldn't stay in Maplewood City any longer. If that brat found out that he was the one who leaked his whereabouts, his end wouldn't be good. Gu Hong shuddered all over. Gu Hong glanced at Lu Dongjing's hand, but didn't see any trace of the space ring. It was probably taken away by the person who killed him. Not daring to stay any longer, Gu Hong pushed his source chi and turned into a stream of light, quickly leaving this dangerous place. The speed of the 100 to 200 people was slower than Yang Kai expected. They walked and stopped all the way, and after 10 days they had only covered half of the distance. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. If it were any other time, such a group of people walking in the star boundary would easily attract the attention of some cultivators with bad intentions, but with Yang Kai leading the way, anyone who dared to hunt for food would die miserably. Suddenly leaving the land where they had lived for generations, both the Zhang family and the Qin family were a little disappointed. The older they were, the more so. On the other hand, the young people were full of curiosity and expectation towards the outside world, especially Zhang Ruoyu. Whenever she was free, she would surround Yang Kai and ask him questions. Any strange person or strange matter would make her happy for a long time. This girl's personality was completely different from Ruoxi's. She was lively and active, as if she had inexhaustible energy and endless questions. Yang Kai didn't show any impatience. It just so happened that he wanted to introduce the situation of the Northern Territory and his sect to the Zhang and Qin families, so he answered Zhang Ruoyu's questions. Gradually, the more than 100 people were filled with yearning towards the Northern Territory and the High Heaven Palace. Like this, after walking for more than 20 days, the group finally arrived at the old site of the Thousand Leaves sect. Leading the two families into the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai activated the space array and divided the more than 100 people into several batches. One by one, they were transported to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai brought up the rear. When he led the last batch of people into the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi immediately came forward to greet him. Palace Master! When the first batch of cultivators was transported, the 2000 Leaves sect disciples guarding here immediately sent a message to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi didn't know what was going on and hurried over to investigate. After asking around, she found out that it was Yang Kai who arranged for them to come, so she naturally didn't neglect. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the cultivator of the two families with a faint smile. At this moment, the more than 100 people all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their eyes filled with shock and joy. Zhang Ruoyu even spread her arms wide, her face filled with joy, as if she wanted to embrace the entire world. The High Heaven Palace was originally the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. This place was filled with spiritual mountains and rivers, and the world energy here was rich. It was not something that Maplewood City could compare to. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a wonderland, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If not for them restraining themselves, they might have already made a big fuss. Zhu Qing hasn't returned, right? Yang Kai glanced around vigilantly and asked Hua Qingxi in a low voice. She hasn't. Hua Qingxi shook her head. Very good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, although he knew that Zhu Qing wouldn't come back so soon. After all, she was going to the frozen earth to track down the source left behind by the dead clansmen. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhu Qing really came back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get rid of her again. Palace Master, what should we do with the people of these two clans? Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai said, You are the head chief, so you should ask me. Just make the arrangements as you see fit, but there is no need to give special treatment. Just find some people with aptitude and select them as the first batch of disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Focus on nurturing them. Understood. Hua Qingxi nodded. Since Yang Kai said so, she felt more confident in her heart. Go and make the arrangements. I have something to tell you later. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Hua Qingxi responded, then flew into the air and shouted. Since you have entered my High Heaven Palace, you are now my High Heaven Palace's people. Follow me. She was still a member of the Emperor realm, so as soon as she spoke, the people of the two clans immediately became solemn and followed her. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people had left. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his palace. Half a day later, Hua Qingxi came to report the situation. The people of the two clans were arranged to live in a mountain peak filled with spirit energy. There were also ready-made buildings there, enough for them to live in. Hua Qingxi also left some cultivation materials for them and told them to check their cultivation progress a year later. Based on their cultivation progress, they would be given different titles. There was nothing to nitpick about this arrangement, and she believed that the people of the two clans would not complain. Originally, in Maplewood City, the two clans were struggling to survive and were always on tenterhooks. Now that the High Heaven Palace not only provided them with a safe place to live, but also such a good cultivation environment, they were naturally excited and happy. Palace Master, you said that you have something to tell me. May I know what it is? Hua Qingxi asked after reporting the situation of the two clans. It's like this. When I returned to the Southern Territory, I went to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and made a deal with them. Yang Kai briefly explained his deal. Hua Qingxi asked. And then? Yang Kai said. Then I suddenly thought that the High Heaven Palace could reach a long-term cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. You see, we are in the Northern Territory, and they are in the Southern Territory. The products between the two territories are different. Some things are abundant and cheap in the Northern Territory, but they are rare and expensive in the Southern Territory. There are also some things that are the opposite. If we can exchange them, buying and selling. Hua Qingxi understood. In the Star Boundary, many merchants did this. However, they had to experience thousands of mountains and rivers and pass through layers upon layers of dangers and obstacles before they could make a trip back and forth between two large territories. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the loss of both people and wealth. However, the High Heaven Palace was different. They had a space array that could cross territory, so they could easily travel back and forth between the two territories. With this natural advantage, this business was absolutely profitable. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, even if Palace Master didn't mention it, I also thought about it. Oh, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at her and said. Chapter 2763. As for what you want to buy or sell, you'll have to carefully consider it. Otherwise, not only will you not make a profit, you might even lose money. Hua Qingxi said, I'll personally go to the Southern Territory to investigate this matter. If this matter was successful, it would affect the future of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai was now extremely wealthy, and the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect both owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace, but if a sect wanted to survive, it had to have its own business. Yang Kai didn't stay in High Heaven Palace for long and returned to the Southern Territory the next day. A few days later, Yang Kai looked at the rolling mountain range in front of him as his figure moved as fast as lightning. That mountain range was the Azure Sun Mountain Range, and he had to make a trip to Azure Sun Temple. Although he was only registered in Azure Sun Temple, he still had the Azure Sun Golden Token, so neither Wen Zishan nor Gao Shueting valued him. Now that he had returned to the Southern Territory, it was only logical that he return to the temple to take a look. In addition, he had to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and tell Tianyan the good news that he had found the Flesh Incarnation Fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the Flesh Incarnation Pill himself, but now that he had Jiying as a helper, he naturally entrusted the matter of refining the Flesh Incarnation Pill to her. Before he left, Yang Kai had left all the herbs in High Heaven Palace. He believed that he would be able to obtain the Flesh Incarnation Pill the next time he returned. As long as he had the Flesh Incarnation Pill, Tianyan would be able to reconstruct his physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a solid backer of High Heaven Palace. With a master on the level of great emperors as their backer, even if High Heaven Palace wasn't a sect of great emperors, it would still become a sect of great emperors. When that time came, its status wouldn't be any worse than Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure stopped. He stopped in the void. He coldly looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Which friend is sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly burst out from the void. The light was so dazzling that Yang Kai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Two extraordinarily handsome figures were revealed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His expression was dignified without being angry. The other was a young man who looked about the same as Yang Kai. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The two of them looked somewhat similar, as if they were father and son. The middle-aged man's gaze was calm. However, when the young man looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were filled with eagerness to fight. "Master Xiao." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded, looked at the young man, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, how have you been since we parted in the Shattered Star Sea?" These two, they were from Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai recognized both of them. There was no need to mention the young man, Xiao Chen. Yang Kai had dealt with him many times. Every time, he was by Princess Lan Sun's side, acting as her protector. His father, Xiao Yuyang, was one of the first people from the Emperor realm that Yang Kai saw after coming to the star boundary. At that time, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace, and his cultivation had reached the Second Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that Yang Kai had to look up to, and could kill him with a casual breath. So many years had passed since then. Xiao Yuyang's aura seemed to have become more and more vigorous, reaching the Third Order Emperor realm. As for Xiao Chun, his cultivation was not weak either at the First Order Emperor realm. It seemed that his harvest in the Shattered Star Sea was not small. These two people suddenly appeared here and happened to block Yang Kai's path, so their intentions were obvious. Star Soul Palace's Elder Tanjun Hao and Deacon Wu Ming were killed. During this time, Star Soul Palace had been investigating this matter, and after some investigation they naturally found Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's recent whereabouts had been somewhat elusive. Even if Star Soul Palace was the sect of the great emperors and had many informants, they could not grasp his movements. A few days ago, they received a message from a disciple named Luo Ping, saying that he had seen Yang Kai in Maplewood City. Xiao Yuyang rushed over without stopping. Now that Xiao Yuyang was also one of the elders of Star Soul Palace, his cultivation was superb, so he personally came not to give face to Yang Kai, but from the information obtained by Star Soul Palace, Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming both died at Yang Kai's hands. With such a valiant battle record, those with low cultivation would not be able to do anything. Only those with Third Order Emperor Realm cultivation would be able to do anything. For Tanjun Hao's matter, the Third Order Emperor Realm elders of Star Soul Palace had all been dispatched, searching everywhere for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Xiao Yuyang knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and secretly felt that since Yang Kai appeared in Maplewood City, He might have returned to Azure Sun Temple, so he set up an ambush here. Facts proved that his guess was right, and after waiting here for half a month, he finally caught Yang Kai in the act. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xiao Chun sneered. "Who are you? Do I know you?" His nose was up in the air, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, as if he had a strong sense of superiority when facing anyone. After several encounters, how could Yang Kai not know his character? So he just smiled slightly and didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yang and said, "I wonder why Master Xiao is blocking this junior's way? You still dare to ask when you already know the answer?" Xiao Chun was furious and pointed the long sword in his hand at Yang Kai. "Don't you know what you have done? Stop putting on an act here." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying." Xiao Chun said with a sullen face, "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Yang Kai ignored him and just stared at Xiao Yang, making Xiao Chun angry. Xiao Yang clasped his hands behind his back, his face calm, but he was secretly amazed. Before this, he was extremely unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He only vaguely remembered that there was a Dao Source Realm cultivator who refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills and made a name for himself. That person's name was Yang Kai. As for the rest, he didn't know. In the past few days, he had carefully inquired about Yang Kai from Xiao Chun, and only then did he discover that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. All the things he had done, even in his opinion, were extremely difficult. Xiao Yang's son could be considered a dragon among men, but compared to this young man, he seemed to pale in comparison. Now that they were face to face, Xiao Yang's evaluation of Yang Kai rose again. He was an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yet this young man, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't show the slightest fear in front of him. Instead, he spoke with confidence and composure. Did he really kill Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming? Xiao Yang had deep doubts in his heart. With Yang Kai's strength, Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming weren't made of mud. So how could they have died at his hands? However, from the investigation of Star Soul Palace and the testimonies of the more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm, even if Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming's deaths weren't caused by Yang Kai, they were definitely related to him. Tan Jun Hao, Wu Ming. Xiao Yang didn't say much and just reported two names, his pair of eyes staring into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and capture the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "So that's what you want? And if Master Xiao is here to inquire about these two, then this boy can tell Master Xiao that I killed these two." He readily admitted it without the slightest intention of hiding it. Bullshit. Xiao Chen's face was full of contempt and ridicule, obviously not believing him. "I heard that you have a powerful monster king by your side?" Xiao Yang pointed out. "Where's that monster king?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The monster king isn't here." Xiao Yang said, "Yang Kai, you are also a promising talent. This king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tell this king the whereabouts of the monster king, then come back to Star Soul Palace with me." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Master Xiao thinks that Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming died at the hands of the monster king? Is there another possibility?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. He didn't expect that no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious and he said, "Tan Jun Hao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, represents Star Soul Palace and the great emperors. He should have protected the cultivator in my southern territory, but in Flowing Shadow City, he went against the rules and used shameless means to control the Emperor Realm. He even ordered the people of the Emperor Realm to become enemies with this boy in order to steal treasures from this boy. This little one killed him in a fit of anger, and it can be considered as helping Star Soul Palace to clean up the mess. This little one doesn't ask for the great Emperor or Star Soul Palace's gratitude, as long as they don't come looking for trouble with me. However, Senior Xiao has blocked my path here today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, then this little one is very disappointed in Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace's matters are not for you to criticize." Xiao Chun coldly snorted. Xiao Yang nodded and said, Star Soul Palace has investigated the matter clearly. Tanjun Hao was inhumane and used his strength to bully the weak. He ruined Star Soul Palace's reputation, so his death is not to be regretted. If you really killed him, then Star Soul Palace would have no objections, but if he died at the hands of a monster king, the matter is different, do you understand? Yang Kai said impatiently, the monster king didn't make a move. Didn't the Emperor Realm tell you these things? Xiao Yuyang said, they said it, but it's hard to believe, so you need to come with me to Star Soul Palace. This Xiao guarantees that no one will harm you as long as you tell the Xiao where the monster king is. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Master Xiao, forgive me for not being able to agree to this request. You don't trust me. Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly. Yang Kai said, Master Xiao and I are not related, so how can I trust you? There's no need to talk nonsense. Father, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let your son take him down. Xiao Chun had been itching to give it a try for a long time, but at this moment, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his sword, and at the same time, sword light wantonly rushed towards Yang Kai. He coldly snorted and said, You think you're so great just because you've become an Emperor Realm Master. Today, I'll let you see the difference between you and me. Emperor intent filled the air, and sword intent filled the air. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he whispered, Plum blossoms hide in the snow. Fragrance comes naturally. The slanting moon crushes the sky. His first move was an extremely powerful killing move, and the sword momentum was beautiful, dazzling everyone who saw it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. I'll return your words to you. He made a strange gesture with one hand and slapped his palm towards the center of the sword momentum. When Xiao Yuyang saw his son use this sword move, he was secretly praising him. But when he saw Yang Kai's move, his expression changed. Chapter 2764. As a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, Xiao Yuyang's eyesight was not something a greenhouse flower like Xiao Chun could compare to. With just a glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Xiao Chun and Yang Kai were both able to break through to the Emperor Realm because of the Shattered Star Sea, so there was not much of a difference in time, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Chun-er, back off! Xiao Yuyang shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. From within the sword curtain, a palm suddenly reached out and destroyed everything in its path. The sword curtain instantly withered, and even Xiao Chen's sword intent was thrown into chaos. Xiao Chun turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, the palm that destroyed his sword screen followed him like a shadow and was about to land on his chest. At the critical moment, a strong wind blew from the side. It was Xiao Yuyang who came to the rescue. With a tap of his foot, Kai Yang's figure instantly came to a halt, allowing the wind to brush past his fingertips. Xiao Yuyang stepped in between Yang Kai and Xiao Chun and said with a dignified expression, Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak, but he also does not want to fight with you. Can you cooperate? Yang Kai grinned. No. Xiao Yuyang sighed lightly. Since that is the case, then I will offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. As he did so, the entire world seemed to be imprisoned and a buzzing sound could be heard from the void. Facing Xiao Yuyang's grab, Yang Kai did not dodge and said casually, Master Xiao, it is not that this junior is looking down on you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this junior here. Perhaps we will meet again someday. Space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai's figure suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an afterimage. Xiao Yuyang's expression changed slightly as he broke through the afterimage and shouted, Space Divine Technique! Turning his head, Xiao Yuyang Kai could no longer find any trace of Yang Kai. Xiao Yuyang released his divine sense. Unable to capture Yang Kai's aura, Xiao Yuyang Kai's face sank. He had personally taken action but still failed to stop Yang Kai. If this matter spread, no one would believe it. Originally, Xiao Yu Yongkai thought that Tan Junhao and Wu Ming's deaths were caused by the Monster King, but now it seemed there was a slight possibility that Yongkai was the culprit. With the space divine technique was a miraculous ability. The information also mentioned that this kid had the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's Mountains and River's Bell. No one knew how powerful the Mountains and River's Bell was. After all, a prehistoric unique treasure. Turning his head to look, he saw Xiao Chun standing there in a daze. The hand holding the long sword was trembling incessantly, and his complexion was ashen. Being defeated by Kai Yang in one move was a huge blow to Xiao Chun. Before this, he had always thought that he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. He was a core disciple of Star Soul Palace and the son of Xiao Yuyang. He had been trained since childhood and was an elite of Star Soul Palace. Among cultivators of the same level, he could be called an invincible existence. But now, his sense of superiority had been shattered by Yang Kai's palm. It was almost unacceptable. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Rather than bickering over temporary gains and losses, why bother? It's better to think about how to improve your strength. Xiao Yuyang said lightly. Xiao Chun trembled and finally came back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Father is right. Let's go." Xiao Yuyang stretched out his hand. "Where are we going?" Xiao Chun asked. "Azure Sun Temple." Xiao Yuyang replied and took the lead to fly out. He had been lying in ambush here and met Yang Kai. Then Yang Kai's intentions were obvious. He was going to Azure Sun Temple. Since he could not stop him here, he would go to Azure Sun Temple to find him. No matter what, he had to end this matter. "Who are you? Stop right there." Not long after flying forward, two figures rushed in front of him. The leader shouted and blocked Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai had been in and out of Azure Sun Temple many times and naturally knew the rules. He immediately took out the Azure Sun golden token and threw it to the two guarding disciples. The leader took the token and his expression changed. Azure Sun golden token? This golden token was something only a few core disciples in the temple were qualified to have. Although they were also disciples of Azure Sun Temple, they were far from the core disciples. Looking at Yang Kai, they did not recognize him at all. He was definitely not one of the core disciples in the temple. The leader of the disciples immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of our temple? Where did you get this golden token?" While talking, the two immediately summoned their artifacts and locked their auras on Yang Kai, ready to fight at any time. Yang Kai was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and the golden token was given to him by Gao Xueting in Maplewood City. It was not reported to the entire temple, so many disciples did not know Yang Kai at all. At this moment, seeing a stranger holding a core disciple's token, they were naturally very vigilant. Yang Kai said, "The token was given to me by Elder Gao. You can ask Elder Gao or the other elders. Just say that Yang Kai is here, they will naturally explain it to you." Yang Kai, the leader of the disciples, frowned and winked at the junior brother on the side, nodded and said, "Wait a minute." While speaking, he took out a communication artifact, presumably to report this matter to the higher-ups. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact shook, and the leader of the cultivators immersed his divine sense into it. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. The elder's message was that this token was real, and this person named Yang Kai was also a disciple of the temple. "Sorry to offend you, brother." Since there was an order from the elder, the disciple guarding the mountain naturally did not dare to stop anything and immediately stepped aside. Elder Gao said that you should go to Myriad Saints Peak to find her. Yang Kai nodded and took back the golden token. When he passed by the two disciples, he suddenly said, "By the way, there will be two guys coming over later. Find a way to stop them for a while." "Yes." The two disciples did not know the truth and immediately agreed. Myriad Saints Peak was one of the main peaks of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai flew to the sky and saw a white figure standing in front of the main hall from a distance, overlooking this side. The figure was like a white lotus, white and flawless. The fitting dress outlined the beautiful curves, and there was another small figure standing beside her. From afar, Yang Kai showed a smile and went over to greet her. Before he got close, the white figure suddenly raised her hand and a rolling sun-like mirror suddenly rose behind her head, like a blazing sun, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Emperor Artifact, blazing sun mirror. Several scorching rays of light shot out from the mirror, turning into beautiful arcs, and instantly blasted in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked and summoned his myriad sword, using the defensive sword style to form a sword curtain in front of him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the scorching rays of light were blocked by the sword curtain and could not move an inch, but Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again. After the rays of light were neutralized, a figure flashed in front of him and Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him. She stretched out her jade hand, gently clenched it into a fist, straightened her middle finger, and knocked Yang Kai on the head. Yang Kai did not dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. With a bang, his head was knocked down, and his whole body became shorter. Elder Gao. Yang Kai touched the place where he was hit with an aggrieved expression. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai, saying, "Have you grown up? Now you dare to fight back." "When did I?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It was my instinctive reaction." "Do you know why I hit you?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I haven't been back for a long time, so I must have made you worry." Gao Shueting snorted and said, "It's fine if you didn't come back, but you caused such a big mess and encountered such great danger. So why didn't you ask for help from the temple? Do you think the temple is an outsider, or are you an outsider?" Yang Kai immediately understood that she was referring to the Star Soul Palace, and he could not help but feel warm in his heart and chuckle. "Don't be so cheeky with me. Get down here." Gao Shueting reached out, grabbed one of Yang Kai's ears, and pulled him down towards Myriad Saint's Peak. "Die, die, die, die." Yang Kai tilted his head and held the Myriad sword in his hand as Gao Shueting pulled him along. Even in the face of the great emperors and divine spirits, he could still stand straight, but at this moment, he did not dare to resist at all. He felt like his ears were about to be pulled off, and he loudly begged for mercy. Only when they reached Myriad Saint's Peak did Gao Shueting release her hand and slap the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered and did not dare to speak. When he looked up and saw Wen Zishan, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Temple Master 1, good luck." The corner of Wen Zishan's mouth twitched as he looked up at the sky and turned a deaf ear to him. He kindly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. "Little Shueting is very angry. Let her calm down first, or this temple master will not dare to speak to you." Yang Kai's face darkened as he cast a disdainful look at him. He turned his head and looked at the people beside him. Whether it was Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran, Elder Chen Qian, Di Rong or Yu Kuan, they all turned their eyes away and ignored him. Only Gao Shueting stared at him coldly. Her gaze was like a sharp sword, as if she wanted to stab Yang Kai full of holes. Yang Kai obediently walked in front of Gao Shueting and said submissively, "Elder Gao, this disciple was wrong. Please punish me." Gao Shueting said indifferently, "What did you do wrong? Why should this elder punish you? By the way, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me last time, this elder probably wouldn't have been able to get away safely." As she spoke, she actually bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly moved to the side. Gao Shueting adjusted her direction and bowed again. Kai Yang scowled miserably. "Elder Gao, what do you want?" "I'll agree to it." Gao Shueting immediately raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Since you've said so, this elder won't make things difficult for you. You only need to promise me one thing, and this elder will let you go this time." "Please say it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become an elder of the temple." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, "Elder Gao, this, you dare refuse?" A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's hand as a sword immediately pressed against Yang Kai's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "This elder has personally asked, don't you dare refuse." Chapter 2765. Yang Kai was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he said with a serious face, "Disciple is saying that. I agree. You're worth teaching." Gao Shueting smiled and sheathed her sword. Only then did Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and many elders step forward with a smile, cupping their fists and addressing Yang Kai as Elder Yang. When Zishan was also full of smiles. "Good. Good. My temple has another elder. Congratulations. Congratulations. This temple master has decided to hold a grand ceremony in 5 days to announce it to the world." Yang Kai trembled and hurriedly said, "Temple master, there's no need for that. Disciple is now." Before he could finish, when Zishan patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't need to say more, I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but thousands of words turned into a sigh. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Although there was a reason for it, after all, he had gone against a behemoth like Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely bring trouble to the temple. It was fine if this matter was done secretly, but when Zishan wanted to hold a grand ceremony to announce it to the world, wasn't this clearly inviting trouble? Yang Kai was moved but also a little uneasy. If he really brought trouble to the temple because of him, it would be terrible. But when Zishan clearly knew this and still insisted on doing so, it was obvious that he wanted to protect him with the power of the temple. Gao Shueting said from the side, "Among the temple's disciples, once they advance to the emperor realm, they can become an elder of the sect and enjoy the authority of an elder. Xiaoshang is one of them, so you don't have to feel burdened." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There's something I want to tell you. Disciple founded a sect some time ago." "Oh?" When Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other, quite surprised, the elders were also stunned. "Disciple is now a temple master. If I become an elder of the temple, I'm afraid there will be some conflicts." When Zishan nodded when he heard this, but Gao Shueting looked suspicious. "Are you lying to us? You want to shirk the position of elder?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's the truth." Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Although you're a venerable sovereign and have the qualifications to establish your own sect, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early won't do you any good in the future. Right now, you should focus on improving your cultivation." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Gao. This disciple understands. However, this disciple has his own reasons for establishing a sect." Yang Kai nodded. Gao Shueting sighed and said, "Since you've already established a sect, you'll have to be careful. They couldn't just disband. How about this? Your sect will form an alliance with the temple. If there is anything you need help with, the temple can help you. The temple can even send some people to help you. That way, you won't have to worry too much about worldly matters." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Someone will take care of the sect's affairs. I don't need to worry about it." "That's for the best. You're also a smart person. You should know that your own strength is the foundation of everything." Gao Shueting pondered for a moment and said, "But since you're already a palace master, it's indeed inappropriate for you to become a divine hall elder. How about this? You can be a guest elder. What do you think, temple master?" When Zishan smiled and said, "Whatever little Shueting says." Although a guest elder was also a kind of elder, they had more freedom and could come and go freely. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous status as a registered disciple. However, it was more noble. "By the way, what's the name of your sect? Where is it located?" Gao Shueting asked. Qiu Ran, Chan Qian, and the others also looked at Yang Kai with a curious look. "High Heaven Palace, in the Northern Territory." Yang Kai grinned. "The Northern Territory is so far away." Gao Shueting frowned. Azure Sun Temple was in the Southern Territory, while the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. The distance between the two was hundreds of millions of miles. Even if they formed an alliance, it would be useless. If something really happened to the High Heaven Palace, Azure Sun Temple would not be able to put out a nearby fire. "How is the strength of your sect? How many disciples do you have?" Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting awkwardly and asked cautiously, Elder Gao, do you want to hear the truth? Or lies? I dare you to lie. Gao Shueting glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He replied, We don't have many disciples, just 100 or so. 100 or so. Gao Shueting nodded slightly. After all, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago. Even if he had established a sect, it would definitely be a small one. It was already good enough that he could recruit 100 or so disciples. Sects were like rolling snowballs that slowly grew. As for strength, there are good and bad people. In the Emperor realm, there are 6 more besides me. What? Many elders were shocked. 6 more? Doesn't that mean there are 7 people in the Emperor realm? Are you sure there are only 100 or so people in your sect? The elders of the Divine Hall could no longer remain calm, and even when Zishan's eyes were wide open, a sect with more than 100 people actually had 7 people in the Emperor realm? What kind of sect was this? Wasn't this ratio a little too terrifying? One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in Azure Sun Temple, but there were only a dozen or so people in the Emperor realm. Gao Shueting was even more stunned. She thought that Yang Kai's sect was just a small one, but now it seemed that this sect was quite amazing. Those 6, what are their cultivations? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, A First-Order Emperor Realm Chief Steward who handles the affairs of the sect for me. There is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Array Master and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Alchemist. *kiss**, a series of gasps sounded. On Myriad Saints' Peak, everyone looked at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost. A sect with more than 100 people and 7 people in the Emperor realm was already shocking enough, but according to Yang Kai's introduction, there was actually an Emperor Realm Array Master and an Emperor Realm Alchemist in the Emperor realm. How was this possible? Even Azure Sun Temple did not have their own Emperor Realm Array Master and Emperor Realm Alchemist. Only the sects of the great emperors could have such a heritage. What about the other 3? Gao Shueting asked, her eyes filled with shock. Yang Kai tilted his head and said embarrassedly, Those 3 are Monster Kings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Monster Kings? And there were 3 of them. Only those from the monster race whose strength was comparable to the Third Order Emperor realm were qualified to be called Monster Kings. In other words, any Monster King's strength was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master, Wen Zishan. The temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory precisely because of Wen Zishan's leadership. Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land were the same, each having a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. However, in Yang Kai's newly established High Heaven Palace, there were 3 such powerful existences. With such heritage, except for the fact that there were no great emperors and there were only a few great emperors in the Emperor realm, in which aspect was it inferior to the sects of the great emperors? If such a sect were to develop and grow stronger, its sharpness would probably overshadow all the forces in the star boundary except for the sects of the great emperors. After a moment of shock, Gao Shueting suddenly said solemnly, Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Yang Kai, how can you control those 3 Monster Kings? How can they be willing to listen to your orders? When Zishan also nodded seriously, That's right, you must be careful about this. Yang Kai nodded and said, Disciple understands. You are not a reckless person. Since you understand, then we won't say anything more. When Zishan gently nodded and suddenly grinned, But it seems that your High Heaven Palace is really qualified to form an alliance with the temple. It's just that it's a long way to go. What a pity. By the way, since your High Heaven Palace has such a heritage, where did you choose to base your foundation? The strength and development of a sect is closely related to its location, so you must not be careless. Disciple has snatched someone else's territory, so I don't have to worry too much about this matter. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Oh, when Zishan raised his eyebrows, Which sect did you snatch? Although this temple master doesn't know many sects in the Northern Territory, I have heard of a few. Seeking Passion Sect. When Zishan's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, and even many of the elders' jaws dropped. Naturally, they all knew about Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. In terms of status, it was almost the same as Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had actually snatched Seeking Passion sect's territory and established a sect there. In other words, Seeking Passion sect must have been destroyed. On second thought, the High Heaven Palace had such a strong heritage that it was not impossible for them to destroy Seeking Passion sect. Yes. Seeking Passion sect's foundation must be extraordinary. When Zishan's face was covered in cold sweat. For the first time, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. In the past, he only felt that he had great potential, so he tried every means to get him to join Azure Sun Temple and finally got him the identity of a registered disciple. But after not seeing him for a few years, this registered disciple had done such an earth-shattering thing. If it weren't for the huge gap between the two territories, this news would have already spread to the Southern Territory and shook the entire Star Territory. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The coronation ceremony will be held in 5 days. There are still many things to be done. Gao Shueting changed the topic. He didn't dare to ask anymore. If he continued to ask, he was afraid that he would hear more shocking news. At this moment, Gao Shueting suddenly frowned and took out her communication artifact. After checking it, she raised her head and said, "Temple Master, Xiao Yuyang is here." When Zishan narrowed his eyes and said, "He came so quickly," Yang Kai said, "I met him on the way, but I got rid of him. He should be chasing after me." When Zishan nodded and said, "I know, little Shueting, take him away." Gao Shueting responded and said to Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai cupped his fists to the elders before flying away with Gao Shueting. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yuyang, it would not be a good thing to meet him face to face at this time, so he simply avoided him. However, he had involved Azure Sun Temple in this muddy water, which made Yang Kai feel a little apologetic. After a while, Gao Shueting brought Yang Kai to Purple Bamboo Peak where she lived. On Purple Bamboo Peak, patches of purple bamboos were swaying in the wind. There was only one building on top of the huge Purple Bamboo Peak, which looked extremely deserted. This should be related to Gao Shueting's temperament. Chapter 2766. In Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, and this Purple Bamboo Peak belonged to Gao Shueting. If Yang Kai was appointed as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would also receive such treatment. But the appointment ceremony was in a few days, so Yang Kai could only stay at Purple Bamboo Peak for a few days. The peak was deserted, and there wasn't even a maid. Gao Shueting arranged for Yang Kai to stay in a guest hall on one side of the peak, and after reminding him not to wander around, she turned around and left. "Elder Gao," Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Gao Shueting looked back. "This disciple has something else to ask Elder Gao for help with," Yang Kai said solemnly. "What is it?" "I want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror." "Enter the Divine Ascension Mirror." Gao Shueting frowned. Why? The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Yang Kai was able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world because he brought back a few star seals for the temple, making a great contribution. Although Yang Kai was now an elder candidate of Azure Sun Temple and qualified to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, this matter couldn't be taken lightly, so Gao Shueting naturally had to ask him clearly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and didn't hide anything, telling her about his agreement with Tianyan. Gao Shueting was shocked. "You actually met that senior in the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? And you even made such an agreement with him?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was just casually mentioning it at the time. After so many years, it's about time I gave him an answer." Gao Shueting was slightly absent-minded. "I've heard from the Temple Master that there's an incredible master in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. I've entered and exited the Divine Ascension Mirror many times, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I never thought that you would be so lucky. Since there's an agreement, you should fulfill it," but that flesh incarnation pill isn't easy to obtain. The flesh incarnation pill has already been found. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gao Shueting's expression brightened. Really? Yang Kai smiled. I've already prepared all the materials. The alchemist master from High Heaven Palace will be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill soon. How confident are you? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Although this was the first time she had heard of the flesh incarnation pill, she knew that it was definitely not easy to refine. Even if an alchemy master were to personally refine it, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Yang Kai said, I forgot to tell Elder Gao that I am the Pill Emperor of the High Heaven Palace. He is the 5th disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded. After a while, she said in shock, You've abducted the personal disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills to become an alchemist in your sect? He was too bold. It was already shocking enough that there was an alchemy master in Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace. Who would have thought that this alchemy master had such a great background? He was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even a 3rd-stage emperor realm master would have to treat him with respect. What Gao Shueting couldn't figure out the most was why the great emperors of wondrous pills would agree to such a thing. However, if the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors were to personally refine the flesh incarnation pill, then there should be no chance of failure. If you wanted to enter the divine ascension mirror during normal times, it wouldn't be difficult, but now. Gao Shueting suddenly frowned. Now what? Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, You're not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you. Right now, someone is using the divine ascension mirror and can't be easily disturbed. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for you to enter the divine ascension mirror now. Yang Kai had a surprised expression on his face. Among the people he had seen on Myriad Saints Peak before, almost all of the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple were present. Who else was using the divine ascension mirror? Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed. It seemed that the person using the divine ascension mirror had an extraordinary status. No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he couldn't think of such a person in Azure Sun Temple. I'll talk to the temple master about this and see if we can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while. After all, it's been so many years since your agreement with that senior. You don't have any ready-made flesh incarnation pills on hand. All right? Yang Kai nodded. Now that things had come to this was all he could do. After asking about Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Zhao's situation, he learned that the two of them had been in secluded cultivation ever since they returned from the Shattered Star Sea and showed no signs of coming out. Yang Kai also gave up on the idea of looking for them to reminisce. The two of them were also core disciples of Azure Sun Temple and were future pillars of the sect. However, they were slightly weaker than Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang was able to break through his shackles in the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao didn't have such an opportunity, but they had also gained a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. This time, they entered secluded cultivation with the resolve to not come out until they broke through to the Emperor Realm. After Gao Shueting left, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large box that seemed to be made of fine iron appeared in front of him. Flying great ink dragon armor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to take a closer look at this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor he obtained at the Purple Source auction until now. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai gently stroked the artifact armor in the box. In an instant, a roar suddenly came from the box. Black chi quickly overflowed from the artifact armor and gathered into a mass, turning into an inky flood dragon that sat on top of the box and glared at Yang Kai with its gong-sized eyes. Heh! Yang Kai looked up at the inky flood dragon phantom and grinned. According to the introduction of the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, this flying great ink dragon armor was refined from the skin of an inky flood dragon. Inky flood dragons were extremely rare and were known for their strong defensive power. When it was refined, the inky flood dragon's monster core should have been integrated into it, which was why the inky flood dragon's soul appeared at this time. In other words, this flying great ink dragon armor seemed to have an artifact spirit. This kind of artifact was refined from the body of a powerful monster beast and could perfectly integrate with the monster core's soul. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce didn't mention this point. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid of affecting the value of this artifact armor in the eyes of the bidders. Although the value of an artifact spirit was much higher, it also depended on what kind of artifact spirit it was. The artifact spirit of the flying great ink dragon armor was the inky flood dragon's soul. Although the inky flood dragon was a flood dragon, it had the bloodline of the dragon race. Such an artifact spirit was not something that ordinary people could subdue. Just like when Yang Kai touched the flying great ink dragon armor at this time, the inky flood dragon's soul artifact spirit suddenly appeared. If he didn't refine this artifact spirit and make it recognize him as its master, it would be impossible to display the artifact armor's effect. The huge inky flood dragon's artifact spirit almost solidified, and the reflection of Yang Kai in its eyes was as small as an ant. But in the next moment, an oppressive and high-pitched dragon roar came from this ant's body. Golden light burst out, and the golden divine dragon source strength leisurely swam out. A golden dragon even larger than the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit suddenly emerged from behind Yang Kai's head. The inky flood dragon's artifact spirit, which should have been a dead object and had no sentience, strangely showed a look of fear and lowered its head slightly. The golden divine dragon's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the inky flood dragon to involuntarily shrink back into the box. The bloodline suppression of the dragon race was a strange and magical phenomenon. No other race could imagine how terrifying this suppression was. Just like how Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance when facing Zhu Qing, all existences who were tainted with the Dragon Clan's bloodline had to bear this indelible shackle while obtaining great power. If it were another third-layer Emperor Realm Master, even if Zhu Qing could win, it would not be too easy, but if she were to face Li Jiao, she could easily take his life. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai grinned like a villain, staring at the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit and said, "If you're afraid, then scram back to me and serve me, otherwise, I'll destroy your soul." It was unknown whether the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit understood, but when Yang Kai's voice fell, the inky flood dragon's artifact spirit actually shrank back, the rich black chi dissipating and merging back into the artifact armor. At the same time, on Myriad Saints Peak, led by Wen Zishan, the elders of Azure Sun Temple were waiting solemnly. Two streams of light flew over quickly and landed in front of everyone, revealing the figures of Xiao Yuyang and his son. Xiao Chun greets Temple Master 1 and greets seniors. Xiao Chun cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was arrogant in front of his peers, he had a good upbringing after all, so he did not lose his manners on this occasion. When Zishan smiled and nodded, "Young Master Xiao is considerate." He then cupped his fists and said to Xiao Yuyang, "Brother Xiao, long time no see." "Temple Master 1. Xiao Yuyang responded solemnly. Although he was a member of Star Soul Palace and was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he did not dare to be careless in front of a temple master like Wen Zishan. Before Xiao Yuyang could speak again, Wen Zishan spoke first. "Brother Xiao has come at the right time, just in time for a joyous occasion in my temple. Brother Xiao must stay in my temple as a guest for a few days." "Joyous occasion?" Xiao Yuyang frowned. "What joyous occasion?" Wen Zishan said, "It's like this. My temple is preparing to confer an elder in 5 days. If Brother Xiao does not mind, please stay for a cup of wine." Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Temple Master 1, as far as this king knows, among the several core disciples of your noble sect, Xiaoshang has already broken through to the Emperor realm and is now an elder. The others are all in retreat and will not come out for a while. The person you want to confer an elder isn't the one I'm thinking of, right?" When Zishan asked suspiciously, "Oh? Who is Brother Xiao thinking of?" Xiao Yuyang said word by word, "Yang Kai." When Zishan was surprised, "Brother Xiao is really clever. You can even guess this. I admire you." Xiao Yuyang shouted angrily, "Temple Master 1. Seeing him pretending to be confused, Xiao Yuyang Qi was speechless. When Zishan chuckled and said, Brother Xiao shouldn't have guessed this long ago, so you came to congratulate us in advance, right? That's very thoughtful of you. The veins on Xiao Yuyang's forehead throbbed as he quickly said, Brother One, you and I have known each other for many years. This Xiao advises you not to draw fire to yourself. When Zishan couldn't help but squint, I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. My temple is only conferring an elder. How is that drawing fire to myself? Xiao Yuyang stared at Wen Zishan and said, That boy killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Temple master, one must know about this. Wen Zishan was shocked. That's impossible, right? Tanjun Hao is a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Wu Ming is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. And Yang Kai is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he kill them? This is absolutely impossible. Is there some kind of mistake? Xiao Yuyang sneered. More than 20 sects from the Southern Territory have conferred together. How can this be false? Chapter 2767. When Zishan said, What else did the 20 or so people from the Emperor Realm testify about? Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, Tanjun Hao used his goo insect technique to control them and make them enemies with Yang Kai. But unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai. Wu Ming helped the tyrant and also died on the spot. Tanjun Hao acted in such a despicable manner and ruined the reputation of the Divine Palace. His death is not to be regretted. When Zishan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Xiao Yuyang and said, In that case, Yang Kai also cleaned up the Star Soul Palace, so the Divine Palace should be grateful to him. Brother Xiao, are you here just to thank Yang Kai? So there is no need for that. Elder Yang's action can be considered as eliminating evil for the people. The Divine Palace is too polite. Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and said in a deep voice, Temple Master 1, Tanjun Hao is an elder of the Divine Palace and a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. His death is not a trivial matter. It concerns the face of the Divine Palace. When Zishan smiled slightly and said, Of course it is a big matter, but with the testimony of the 20 or so people from the Emperor Realm, does it not prove anything? Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, I'm afraid Yang Kai will have to come back to the Divine Palace with me. When Zishan showed a troubled expression and said, I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai is now considered an elder of the Divine Palace and the coronation ceremony will be held in a few days. If he is taken away by you, won't the Divine Palace become a laughingstock? The Divine Palace's face is face, and the Divine Palace's face is also face. Xiao Yuyang said, Temple Master Wen also said that the coronation ceremony is in a few days, so Yang Kai is not considered an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. Who said so? When Zishan grinned and turned back, Little Qian Qian. Chun Qian did not say a word and raised her hand to release hundreds of talismans, which turned into streams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She then cupped her fists and said, Temple Master, this subordinate has informed the Southern Territory sects and families about the coronation ceremony in 5 days. When Zishan nodded slightly, Xiao Yuyang's face darkened. When Zishan, do you know the consequences of this? When Zishan's expression instantly turned solemn. He said calmly, Yang Kai is a member of my Divine Hall. Even if the Divine Palace wants to take him away, it will have to get the approval of my Divine Hall. Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and also raised his hand to send out a talisman. I have already reported this matter to the great emperors. As for how to deal with it, the great emperors will decide. When Zishan had made it clear that he wanted to use the power of the sect to protect Yang Kai, so even if he had a falling out with Wen Zishan, he would not be able to take away Yang Kai. He could only report this matter and wait for news. When Zishan's expression finally changed, but he still smiled and said, The great emperors are wise and will naturally provide a fair solution. Since you are a guest, why don't Brother Xiao stay in my temple for a few days? Very well, I'll have to trouble you then. Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly. Please. Oh. In the side hall of Purple Bamboo Peak, accompanied by a crackling sound, the black ink dragon armor was draped over Yang Kai's body, adding a majestic aura to his appearance. After the appearance of the golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai found that refining this flying great ink dragon armor was surprisingly easy. It was even easier than refining an ordinary Dao source grade artifact. Now that the artifact armor was draped over his body, it fit him perfectly and was extremely flexible. Even if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he would not have to worry about it breaking. The only thing that made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied was that the waist area of the artifact armor was missing a lot. The Emperor grade mid-rank artifact had dropped a grade and could only display the power of a low-rank Emperor grade artifact. It was enough. Yang Kai did not buy this artifact armor for its defensive power. He just wanted an artifact that could allow his body to expand after dragon transformation. Whether it was Emperor grade mid-rank or Emperor grade low-rank, it did not make much of a difference to Yang Kai. However, the shape of this artifact armor was still very much to Yang Kai's liking. After wearing it, it was as light as a feather, and after covering it with a layer of clothing, there was nothing special about it at all. After inspecting it for a while, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the flying great ink dragon armor. Although Purple Bamboo Peak was full of world energy, it was located in a remote area and few people would come here. Gao Shueting came back a few times, but she saw that Yang Kai had been in retreat. She did not disturb him. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Gao Shueting pushed open the door and entered, alarming Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw a group of 4 or 5 women coming in under Gao Shueting's instructions. Looking at the clothes these women were wearing, they should be disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Get up! Gao Shueting greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and asked suspiciously, "What is this for?" Gao Shueting gestured to the female disciples as she explained to Yang Kai, "I'll help you tidy it up. Today is your big day." Yang Kai sneered, "You speak as if I'm getting married." Seeing Gao Shueting's cold face, his smile disappeared and he obediently followed Gao Shueting's arrangements. Sitting on a chair next to him, a female disciple immediately walked behind him and combed Yang Kai's hair gently. Another female disciple half-squatted in front of him and carefully tidied his beard. Gao Shueting stood aside and explained to Yang Kai the process of today's conferment as well as many things to pay attention to. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't it a guest elder? Why is there such a big fuss?" He thought it was just a formality, but looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. "Don't worry about it. Just cooperate," Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai nodded and obediently sat there without moving. He closed his eyes and rested, taking Gao Shueting's words to heart. Several female disciples surrounded Yang Kai and served him. From time to time, they would secretly look at him and click their tongues in amazement. They were surprised that the temple would suddenly confer an elder, especially when they heard that this new elder was about the same age as their big brother Xiaosheng. After all, Xiaosheng's reputation in the temple was not ordinary. Who knew how many female disciples adored him? What kind of bold guy dared to kill an elder of Star Soul Palace? At a glance, they found that Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. They secretly felt that the rumors were wrong. How could such a cultivator kill Tan Jun Hao? They were afraid that he couldn't even take a single blow from Tan Jun Hao. Some people looked at Xiao Yuyang cautiously. Xiao Yuyang was now an elder of Star Soul Palace, so everyone was naturally curious about his reaction after seeing Yang Kai, but to everyone's disappointment, Xiao Yuyang still closed his eyes and didn't say a word. What was the Azure Sun Temple doing? Canonizing a guy who killed an elder of Star Soul Palace as an elder, wasn't this just asking for trouble? Many people couldn't understand. The process of the canonization ceremony was actually not complicated. After all, everyone was a cultivator, and there was no need for so many formalities. Yang Kai walked forward step by step under the guidance of Gao Shueting, ignoring the curious gazes on both sides, and walked all the way to Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan smiled, stretched out a finger, and tapped on Yang Kai's head. Then, one by one, he read out the rites and duties that Yang Kai should perform after becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 2768. After half an hour, when Zishan finally finished reading, he retracted his hand and looked at Yang Kai. "Do you remember this king's words?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "I remember." "Very good." When Zishan nodded with satisfaction and gestured behind him, Chan Qian, who was standing behind Wen Zishan, immediately held something and handed it to Wen Zishan. "Take this elder jade disc. Yang Kai, from now on you are an elder of my Azure Sun Temple. You will advance and retreat with the temple, and live and die together." "Yes, Temple Master." Yang Kai held the elder jade disc with both hands and immediately returned the Azure Sun golden token to Wen Zishan. From this moment on, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The jade disc was not big and very light, but Yang Kai felt it was heavy in the palm of his hand. What was heavy was the care and protection of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. Sacrifice to the heavens. When Zishan waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Roar!" A beast's roar resounded through the sky. Looking in the direction of the beast's roar, they saw Qiu Ren flying over with a cage in his hand. A majestic beast was imprisoned in the cage. The beast was an ape-shaped demonic beast. Its back shone with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Even though it was imprisoned in the cage and had a restrictive power on its body, it still exuded a monstrous aura. It kept ramming its body against the cage, but it was unable to break free. Kept roaring in anger. "Golden-backed, heaven-piercing ape," someone exclaimed. On the square, many people in the Emperor Realm's faces changed. The elder conferring ceremony was the last ceremony. It was also a bridge for the newly promoted elder to show one or two divine secret techniques in public, so that everyone could see the strength of the newly promoted elder. Generally speaking, the monster beast chosen in this segment was neither strong nor weak. If it was too strong and failed, it would be a laughingstock. If it was too weak, it would not be able to show the ability of the newly promoted elder. However, Azure Sun Temple chose a monster beast like the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape this time, which was really surprising. Although the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was a 12th-order low-rank monster beast, which was only equivalent to a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master, if they really encountered such a monster beast, they could only flee at the sight of it. This was because this monster beast's defensive power was astonishing, and its recovery speed was also very strong. If an ordinary 1st-order Emperor Realm Master wanted to kill it, they would have to go all out. Even so, they might not succeed. No matter how they looked at it, if they were to meet with the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, would he be able to successfully complete the sacrifice ceremony? Many people muttered in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would make a mistake and make Azure Sun Temple a laughingstock. If that happened, there would be no end to this matter. But there were also speculations. The monster beast's strength should be restricted so that it would be easier for Yang Kai to kill it. Just as everyone was wondering, when Zishan nodded slightly to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran made a few hand seals and suddenly removed the cage imprisoning the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. With a flash of light, even the seal was undone. Roar! An increasingly terrifying murderous aura burst out. Once free, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Its aura soared as it pounded its chest with both fists, making thumping sounds as its red eyes swept around. Many people were shocked, and their hearts were filled with horror. The golden-backed heaven-piercing ape had completely lost its restraints, and in its rage it could unleash its full power. Now, a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master was no match for it. Only a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master could suppress it. What is Azure Sun Temple doing? When Zishan has been astute all his life, why did he become confused at this time? Something went wrong in the sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a joke to the world? With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai was already floating in the air. Previously, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting had explained all the segments to him clearly, so he knew what to do in this heaven worship segment. He didn't put a trivial 12th-order low-rank monster beast in his eyes. He summoned the myriad sword and pointed it at the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. His murderous intent locked onto the monster beast. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's murderous intent, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape immediately looked back. With a demonic chi rolling around its body, it roared and rushed toward Yang Kai, wanting to tear Yang Kai to pieces. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A stream of light suddenly shot from a distance, as fast as lightning, piercing through the body of the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape and pouncing directly in front of Yang Kai. Who is it? When Zishan shouted, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. With a crisp clang, the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed, and his figure was blasted back, retreating a full 300 feet before stabilizing his body. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until this time that when Zishan stood in front of the stream of light, Gao Shueting also came to Yang Kai's side in an instant, shielding him behind her, her beautiful eyes staring vigilantly at the newcomer. Pung, with a muffled sound, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, which was still full of vigor a moment ago, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, dripping in midair, not even leaving a corpse behind. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood up together. No one had expected that someone would come out to cause trouble during the last segment of the ceremony. Moreover, that person had killed the sacrificial object in an instant. Not only that, he had also injured the main character of today's ceremony. This was a public slap in the face of Azure Sun Temple. How could this be tolerated? However, to be able to turn a 12th-order monster beast golden-backed heaven-piercing ape into a cloud of blood mist in one blow, this cultivation was shocking enough. Among all the people in the Emperor realm present, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could do this. Who dared to be so arrogant? Looking over, everyone could not help but be stunned, faintly feeling that today's coronation ceremony would not end peacefully. Elder Shui. When Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the newcomer, his tone low and his face a little ugly. The person who had come was actually Elder Shui Zhengmao of Star Soul Palace, something Yang Kai had not expected. After all, Xiao Yuyang was already here. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, one of them was enough, so what was Shui Zhengmao doing here? Moreover, he came to make trouble on such an occasion, not giving Azure Sun Temple the slightest bit of face. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Yuyang, but saw Xiao Yuyang frowning slightly, as if he knew nothing about this matter. Temple Master 1, Shui Zhengmao replied faintly, his gaze sweeping past Wen Zishan and falling on Yang Kai, saying, "You are Yang Kai? You took a blow from this old master and are fine, but come with this old master first." As he spoke, he directly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Wen Zishan's expression became angry as he raised his hand and slapped towards Shui Zhengmao. "How dare you!" Shui Zhengmao shouted as he changed his hand into a palm and collided with Wen Zishan's attack. Shockwaves swept out and the void collapsed as both sides took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. "Elder Shui, this king respects you as a guest, but you came to capture my temple elder. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" When Zishan coldly snorted, Shui Zhengmao said, "You are a temple elder? When Zishan, you are getting worse and worse. Don't you know how much trouble this boy has caused? How dare you protect him? Do you want to ignore the foundation of Azure Sun Temple? I wonder what kind of trouble Elder Yang has caused to make Elder Shui so angry? This king would like to ask for some advice." When Zishan did not back down, "I won't argue with you about this. Today I must take Yang Kai away." Shui Zhengmao coldly snorted, his attitude tough as he turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, "Elder Xiao, what do you say?" As soon as the statement came out, Wen Zishan's expression changed slightly. Although he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he could only deal with one person of the same cultivation level. If Xiao Yuyang had the same idea as Shuizheng Mao, then Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even if Azure Sun Temple and the Emperor Realm worked together, they would not be able to stop him. Xiao Yuyang frowned and said, 5 days ago, I reported this matter to the great emperors and am waiting for the great emperors to decide. When Zishan was relieved, it was a good thing for him that Xiao Yuyang did not intervene. He was not afraid of Shuizheng Mao alone. Shuizheng Mao didn't get the answer he wanted, so he seemed to have some complaints about Xiao Yuyang, but both of them were elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one was more powerful than the other. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't say anything, so he turned to Wen Zishan and said, Temple Master 1, the appointment ceremony hasn't been completed yet, so Yang Kai isn't considered an elder of your temple yet. Hand him over to this old master so I can take him away. This will only bring benefits to your temple, no harm. When Zishan shook his head and said, although the ceremony has not been completed, Yang Kai has received the Elder Jade Plate. Who dares to say that he is not an elder of the temple? You are so stubborn. Must you wait until the great emperors are angry before you bow your head? Shuizheng Mao shouted angrily. When Zishan chuckled and said, the great emperors are wise and powerful. How could they be angry over such a thing? Maybe they will even reward Elder Yang for cleaning up the temple. How dare you? Shuizheng Mao's face turned pale. When Zishan said coldly, if you want to take Elder Yang away, you will have to go through this king first. Do you really think I won't dare to attack you? Shuizheng Mao gritted his teeth and shouted, didn't you already attack me before? When Zishan retorted, these two third-order Emperor Realm Masters continued to argue back and forth, neither of them willing to back down. Chapter 2769. Come, take a seat. When Zishan waved his hand, feeling relieved. No matter what, it was good to be able to calm Shuizheng Mao down. No rush. Yang Kai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. When Zishan looked at him in astonishment, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai asked, Temple Master, do you have any spare sacrificial beasts? When Zishan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not easy to find a 12th-order monster beast, otherwise its 12th-order monster core would not be so expensive. Especially now that they were pressed for time, where would they find another one? The goldback heaven-reaching ape that appeared earlier was personally captured by Wen Zishan from the Barren Mountains. Unfortunately, before Yang Kai could make a move, he was killed by Shuizheng Mao, causing the crowning ceremony to be unable to conclude, making it very awkward. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows and said, since there is no spare, I can only offend you. When Zishan's heart skipped a beat and he asked subconsciously, what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When Zishan's expression changed drastically as he vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intention and turned his head to look at Shuizheng Mao. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly appear in front of Shuizheng Mao and slash at him with his sword. On the tip of the sword, there was a terrifying 300-meter-long sword chi that seemed to want to shatter the void. Shuizheng Mao was also shocked and raised his hand to strike back. As his vigorous emperor chi surged, the sword chi shattered and Shuizheng Mao's figure swayed. How dare you sneak attack this old master? Shuizheng Mao shouted, his nose crooked in anger. He was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace. Yet this young man's sneak attacked him without saying a word? Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have suffered a loss. But no matter what, being ambushed in public caused Shuizheng Mao to feel slightly embarrassed, and the flames of rage in his heart surged. I'm just returning the favor. Yang Kai sneered. He abandoned his sword and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The principles of time leisurely pervaded the air, and the law of time rose and fell. Everyone felt a sense of unreality at this moment, as if time had stopped flowing. Even his thoughts paused for a moment. At the same time as the flowing time great emperor struck out, a golden light burst out from his right eye, and a budding lotus flower flashed. The enraged Xue Jingmao's body stiffened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. A huge lotus flower bloomed in front of him. He was horrified. How could he not know that he would fall into Yang Kai's trap if he was not careful? However, this soul secret technique seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. Was this really a soul secret technique that a first-order Emperor Realm Master could use? He bit the tip of his tongue, and the tingling sensation woke him up for a moment. He pushed his spiritual energy with all his might to resist the influence of the blossoming lotus secret technique. His vision cleared up, and the huge lotus flower disappeared. When he looked up, he was covered in cold sweat. In that moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was about to hit his chest. He didn't know what was so mysterious about this palm, but it gave him a feeling of extreme unease. He wanted to resist, but he found that his thoughts had become extremely slow, and even his movements were no longer coherent. As he shouted, the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out, and before he could do anything, the palm had already landed on his chest. His body and mind, which had just recovered, once again showed a momentary pause. At the same time, Xue Jingmao's counterattack landed on Yang Kai's chest. A visible dent appeared on Yang Kai's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and his face turned pale. He resisted the urge to make a sound, grabbed the floating myriad sword, and slashed at Xue Jingmao's chest. *chi. Sword light flashed. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his original position. His body swayed slightly, and his face was as pale as paper. With a gulp, he forcefully swallowed the blood rolling in his chest, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. This series of movements was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there was also the interference of the time principle. So, it wasn't until Yang Kai hurriedly retreated that everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Even when Zishan had a look of shock on his face. Xiao Yuyang had already stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. "I sacrifice the blood of my enemy to the heavens." As Yang Kai shouted, the myriad sword shook, and a bloody mist suddenly burst out from it, filling a large part of the void. Ceremony complete. Qi. At the same time, blood actually sprayed out from Xue Jingmao's chest. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they suddenly gasped. A wound that was around 30 centimeters long had actually appeared on Xue Jingmao's chest. His flesh and blood were torn open, and fresh blood flowed out. Xue Jingmao couldn't believe that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He was completely stunned, staring blankly at the blood spurting out from his chest. After a while, his whole body shook, and he reached out to his chest, stopping the blood from flowing out. He glared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, you court death." It was a great shame and humiliation that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Of course, he had underestimated his opponent, but it was undeniable that this little brat called Yang Kai was quite strong. Otherwise, if it had been any other first-order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how much he underestimated his enemy, he wouldn't have been injured. But at this moment, in front of so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, how could Xue Jingmao keep his face? His murderous intent surged like a tide, and Xue Jingmao was truly enraged. When Zishan stood in front of Xue Jingmao at the right time, although he was shocked that Yang Kai could injure Xue Jingmao in an instant, he also knew that Yang Kai had paid a great price. Xue Jingmao's counterattack had definitely injured Yang Kai's inner palace, and Yang Kai seemed to have used several powerful secret techniques to surprise him. If Yang Kai were to fight Xue Jingmao alone, when Zishan didn't think that Yang Kai had any hope of winning. "Get lost!" Xue Jingmao roared, going completely crazy. When Zishan said, Elder Shui, you launched a sneak attack first. Elder Yang is just giving you a taste of your own medicine. As a senior, Elder Shui won't be so stingy, right? Shui Zhengmao's face darkened as he immediately remembered what Yang Kai had said before about returning the favor. It was indeed so. When he arrived, he launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai without saying a word. How could he not allow others to launch a sneak attack on him? But this matter absolutely couldn't end like this. He couldn't swallow the anger in his chest. Turning his head and staring to the side, Shui Zhengmao called out, "Elder Xiao!" Xiao Yuyang sighed, took a few steps, and instantly came to Shui Zhengmao's side. Now that things had gotten to this point, it was no longer something that he could just stand by and watch. This was not only related to Shui Zhengmao's own face, it was also related to the face of Star Soul Palace. So he had to stand with Shui Zhengmao. Entangle when Zishan. This old master wants that little brat dead. Shui Zhengmao transmitted. Xiao Yuyang replied, "It's not a problem to entangle when Zishan, but you can't kill that little brat. You underestimate this old master?" Shui Zhengmao's chest was filled with anger, like a brewing volcano that could erupt at any time. It was just this old master being careless just now. "I'm not underestimating you. That little brat is proficient in the space divine technique. Without a perfect arrangement, no one can take him down. Space, divine technique." Shui Zhengmao's eyes narrowed as a sense of powerlessness welled up in the depths of his heart. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, he was no stranger to the space divine technique. In the past, a guy named Li Wuyi offended the Flower Shadow Great Emperors and was chased down by the Great Emperors. In the end, he escaped with his life, relying on the space divine technique. Later, the martial beast came forward to intercede for him, and the Flower Shadow Great Emperors let him go. Until now, Li Wuyi was still alive and well, living freely on Spirit Beast Island. If Yang Kai was really proficient in the space divine technique, Shui Zhengmao really couldn't do anything to him. Shui Zhengmao frowned as he was in a difficult position. The two great elders of Star Soul Palace stood side by side, and everyone's expression changed. When Zishan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples from the Emperor Realm surrounded Yang Kai tightly, their faces full of vigilance. No one expected a crowning ceremony to turn out like this. "Elder Shui, Elder Xiao, do you insist on this?" When Zishan said in a low voice, "Although my temple is not as good as Star Soul Palace, we are not pushovers." Xiao Yuyang didn't say a word, and neither did Shui Zhengmao, who just glared angrily at Yang Kai. The other guests who came to watch the ceremony were all on tenterhooks, fearing that the two sides would really fight. Once Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple shed all pretense of cordiality, the entire Southern Territory would be in turmoil for a while, and it wouldn't be good for anyone. An oppressive and tense atmosphere spread throughout the hall, and the younger generation brought by the Emperor Realm were all sweating and pale. "Stop!" In the distance, a soft shout came. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and seemed to have a magical power that made people's tense nerves inexplicably relax. The moment he heard this voice, Xiao Chun, who was staring at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, suddenly woke up and immediately looked to the side with bright eyes. He saw a ribbon come out of thin air, and a beautiful woman with picturesque features stood on the ribbon. There was a red cinnabar dot between her eyebrows, and her black hair was combed into a double moon bun with a few strands of long hair hanging in front of her chest. She wore a light yellow dress, which made her look more elegant and refined. With a light tap of her jade foot, she landed lightly on Myriad Saint's Peak. "Princess!" Xiao Chun cried out in surprise. Hearing Xiao Chen's shout, how could everyone not know the identity of this person? Shocked, they all stood up in unison and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Princess Lan Sun." The Emperor Realm Masters of the older generation were still fine as their temperament and cultivation were far superior. So even though Lan Sun was extremely beautiful, they only caught a glimpse of her beauty. On the other hand, the younger generation who had come with their elders to attend the ceremony regardless of whether they were men or women. All stared at Lan Sun in a daze, especially the men, who all revealed looks of adoration, their eyes filled with nothing but Lan Sun's dazzling beauty. Chapter 2770. Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors. Not to mention the fact that she was beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Even if she was ugly, if one could win her favor, they would have to struggle a few hundred years less. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's face suddenly sank. He snorted softly and took the initiative to greet Lan Sun. When he got closer, he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "Princess, why are you here?" Lan Sun gently nodded at him as a greeting, then her face turned solemn and her red lips opened slightly. "By order of the great emperors, I am here to pass on the oral decree of the great emperors." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. Although there were 10 great emperors in this world, the great emperors mentioned by Lan Sun were undoubtedly the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperors. They were also the stabilizing force of the entire Southern Territory. Just as the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were respected in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were also respected in the Southern Territory. "We respectfully welcome the decree of the Great Emperors." When Zishan's expression was solemn as he shouted. Many guests also looked solemn and listened attentively. Lan Sun said, "This is not the place to talk. Would Uncle Wen please prepare a secret room?" She was obviously saying that there were too many people here, but the guests who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. To some extent, Lan Sun now represented the Bright Moon Great Emperors, so who would dare to be disrespectful? "This way, please." When Zishan turned sideways and gestured to the back, Lan Sun nodded slightly and took the lead to walk towards the palace in front. When she passed by Yang Kai, she paused and turned her head. "Brother Yang, come here." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward to follow. Lan Sun's appearance here was definitely related to him, so he had to follow. Xiao Yuyang and Xue Jingmao looked at each other and also followed behind Lan Sun. Xiao Chun, the flower protector, naturally did not fall behind. After a while, a group of people entered the main hall. When Zishan waved his hand, the door immediately closed. Lan Sun stepped onto the high platform of the hall before turning around and looking down at the 3 great emperors. The 2 juniors, Yang Kai and Xiao Chun, stood on opposite sides. With a smile, Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang. From today onwards, you are an elder of Azure Sun Temple." As soon as this statement came out, both Xiao Yuyang and Xue Jingmao frowned. The information revealed by these words made them vaguely aware of something. Yang Kai said, "Your Highness is too polite." Lan Sun said angrily, "Brother Yang, why are you being so formal? Little sister Little Seven and I are as close as sisters. You treat Little Seven like an elder brother, so just call me Lan Sun." "How dare he?" Xiao Chun immediately widened his eyes. How could any random man enjoy such an intimate address? He and Lan Sun grew up together, and until now, he had only called her that in private. When there were outsiders, he still maintained the distinction between seniority and inferiority. Since Lan Sun said so, then I won't be unreasonable. "Congratulations on your promotion to the Emperor realm." Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chun as he spoke. It almost made him explode with anger. The 3 great emperors present, on the other hand, were all taken aback. First, it was Lan Sun's attitude towards Yang Kai. Second, it was Lan Sun's words. A person who could make Lan Sun treat him like a sister was definitely not an ordinary existence. "Little Seven?" Xiao Yuyang murmured. "Could it be the girl from Spirit Beast Island?" Xue Jingmao and Wen Zishan suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. After all, Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory. Although there was a reason for the killing of their elders and deacons, it was already magnanimous of them not to pursue the matter. How could they still be grateful? There is one more thing that Father has entrusted me to discuss with Brother Yang. Lan Xun's gaze turned and fixed on Yang Kai. Everyone keenly grasped the change in the way she addressed the great emperors in her words. Since Lan Xun's arrival, she had always addressed him as the great emperors, but just now she had changed it to Father. In other words, the matter to be discussed next was not as the great emperors. May I ask what it is? Yang Kai asked. Lan Xun said, Father wants to know where Tan Junhao's golden-armored heavenly book is now. As soon as she said this, everyone in the hall focused their eyes on Yang Kai. Obviously, all the third-layer Emperor Realm Masters present knew about the golden-armored heavenly book and the existence of this Emperor artifact. Although there were many Emperor artifacts in the star boundary, there were only a few famous Emperor artifacts. For example, the Mountains and Rivers Bell in Yang Kai's hand was an ancient exotic treasure that even the great emperors coveted. Although Tan Junhao's golden-armored heavenly book was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not an ordinary Emperor artifact, but a top-grade one. Yang Kai frowned as a bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart, but he finally said, The golden-armored heavenly book is with me. Saying so, he took out the golden-armored heavenly book and held it in the palm of his hand. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes. Lan Xun nodded and said softly, It's like this, Brother Yang. Father hopes that you can return the golden-armored heavenly book to me and bring it back. As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's face sank as he understood that his hunch had come true. He was well aware of the power of this golden-armored heavenly book. When he was fighting Tan Junhao, if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have only needed to display the full power of this golden-armored heavenly book. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have had to pay a much greater price. Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up such a good treasure. Moreover, he had refined the golden-armored heavenly book for a while and could use one or two divine secret techniques, so he was very fond of this thing. Now, Lan Xun wanted him to return it with just a few words, which was really unacceptable to him. If he did not return it, there would be no benefits, but he knew that since this was a negotiation, Star Soul Palace would never use force. Looking up at Lan Xun, Yang Kai wanted to hear what she had to say next. The golden-armored heavenly book is Brother Yang's spoils of war. Logically speaking, my Star Soul Palace has no right to ask you to hand it over. However, Brother Yang knows that this golden-armored heavenly book is not only an Emperor artifact, but also the key to open a sealed world in my Star Soul Palace. The key to open a sealed world. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Lan Xun nodded slightly. My Star Soul Palace has a sealed world called the Great Illusionary Realm. It is an independent small world that can only be opened by the golden-armored heavenly book. Elder Xiao and Elder Shui also know this. Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao both nodded, indicating that Lan Xun was telling the truth. And, Great Illusionary Realm, I know about this sealed world. When Zishan also echoed, I just didn't expect that this sealed world would require the golden-armored heavenly book to open. In the past, this sealed world was under the control of Tan Junhao, so the golden-armored heavenly book is in his hands. Chapter 2771. 200 million high-rank source crystals was not a huge sum that just anyone could possess. This was equivalent to the total income of the entire Azure Sun Temple for several years. Even Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao's expressions heated up when they heard this. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he did not hear 200 million, but 20 million, 2 million. This made several people present a little surprised. In the end, Yang Kai was just a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just broken through. Even if he had some wealth, it was impossible for him to be too rich, so why was he so indifferent in the face of such a huge amount of wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was so rich now? 200 million high-rank source crystals was really nothing to him. What's the second condition? Yang Kai asked indifferently. The strange look in Lan Xun's eyes disappeared as she said softly, "The second condition is that you can ask my father 3 questions, no matter what kind of questions you ask." As soon as these words came out, Xue Zhengmao and Xiao Yuyang's breathing suddenly quickened as a look of fanaticism appeared on their faces. Although they were elders of Star Soul Palace and held high positions in Star Soul Palace, with only one person above them, it wasn't so easy to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was in seclusion all year round, and his movements were elusive. Basically, they might not even see him once in a few years, let alone ask him a question. If they could get an opportunity like Yang Kai, the two of them would be overjoyed because no matter what cultivation a cultivator had, they would definitely have many doubts about the martial Dao. The doubts of masters at their level could only be answered by the great emperors. With just a few words of advice from the great emperors, they might be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. Could be said that the second condition was not as straightforward as 200 million high-rank source crystals. However, its value was much greater than the first condition. Source crystals could be earned in the future, but asking the great emperors 3 questions was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even when Zishan was tempted when he heard this, he tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, hoping that he would agree to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's expression was still indifferent. He pondered for a moment and said, "What about the third condition?" Lan Xun said, "The third condition is to enter my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda and cultivate for a month." Yang Kai nodded. He had already stated the 3 conditions. To be honest, Star Soul Palace's approach was indeed very sincere. No matter what condition it was enough for Yang Kai to return the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Must this Emperor artifact be returned? Yang Kai asked Lan Xun while holding the golden armored Heavenly Book. Lan Xun said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I hope you can sympathize with the dozens of disciples of my Star Soul Palace who are trapped in the sealed world. Without the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, they would not be able to open the great illusionary land, and the dozens of disciples trapped inside would never be able to escape." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then I choose the third option." Lan Xun was overjoyed at first, but immediately said in amazement, "Don't think about it again." When Zishan also persuaded, "That's right, Yang Kai. You might as well think about this carefully. Since the great emperors have agreed to your 3 conditions, they will not force you to make a choice immediately. It won't be too late to make a choice after you think about it clearly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I choose the third option." When Zishan opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he were Yang Kai, he would definitely choose the second option. Although the 5-colored treasure pagoda was extraordinary, cultivating in it also depended on one's opportunities. If there were no opportunities, not to mention a month, even if one cultivated for a year or 10 years, they might not gain anything. It was far better to ask the great emperor's 3 questions face to face. He did not know what Yang Kai was thinking, but in the end, this was still Yang Kai's own business. Since he had made a choice, of course, he could not persuade him. Lan Xun was obviously very surprised, because in her opinion, the probability of Yang Kai choosing the second option was as high as 90%. But she did not expect things to develop somewhat differently from her expectations. In the end, she just nodded and said, "Then Star Soul Palace will be waiting for Brother Yang at any time." Yang Kai nodded, and with a thought, erased the golden armored Heavenly Book Soul brand on his hand and returned it to Lan Xun, who put it into her space ring. Now that this matter was over, when Zishan immediately warmly invited Lan Xun and the others to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a few more days, but Xiao Yuyang and Xue Jingmao were not in the mood at all and immediately said goodbye. Lan Xun's task was completed, so she naturally had to leave. Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Junior sister Lan, please wait. I still have some private matters to ask you." Lan Xun turned around and asked Xiao Yuyang and Xue Jingmao to wait outside. The two naturally had no objections, but Xiao Chun shamelessly stayed behind, his face full of hostility, as if he was worried about leaving Yang Kai alone with Lan Sun. "Brother Xiao, you also go out." Lan Sun glanced at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he met Lan Sun's beautiful eyes, his momentum stagnated and he swallowed all the words on the tip of his tongue. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, he turned around and left. After a while, only Yang Kai and Lan Sun were left in the hall. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "There is no one else here. What does Brother Yang want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Junior Sister Lan just said that you went to Spirit Beast Island not long ago?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Yes, about 3 months ago. Father was invited by Senior Martial Beast and took me to the Eastern Territory. Then, did Junior Sister Lan see Senior 9 Phoenix on Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Anti-9 Phoenix?" Lan Sun was a little surprised. She thought that Yang Kai asked her to stay to inquire about Mo Xiaoqi. But who knew that he would ask about 9 Phoenix? As far as she knew, Yang Kai and 9 Phoenix didn't seem to have any intersection. So she shook her head and said, "I didn't see her." After a pause, she continued, "But I heard from little sister Xiaoqi that Anti-9 Phoenix has been in retreat recently and can't be easily disturbed." Yang Kai raised his brow thoughtfully. 9 Phoenix being in retreat was definitely related to Lu Yen. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, Lu Yen merged with the Phoenix True Fire and turned into a Phoenix Egg, which was brought back to Spirit Beast Island by 9 Phoenix. There had been no news about him so far. At that time, the 9-headed Phoenix had said that the matter would be resolved in 3 to 5 years at the earliest. Although there was 9 Phoenix protecting him, Lu Yen had taken some risks in accepting the Phoenix inheritance this time, which made Yang Kai a little worried. He wanted to inquire about some information from Lan Sun, but he didn't expect that Lan Sun also knew nothing. Seeing his disappointed look, Lan Sun looked puzzled, wondering how Yang Kai got involved with 9 Phoenix again. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "By the way, there is another thing I want to ask Junior Sister Lan for help with." Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there is no harm in asking." Yang Kai said, "Does Junior Sister Lan know a person named Hua Qingxi? She is also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her honored master is Tan Jun Hao." Less than half an hour later, Lan Sun walked out of the hall. Xiao Chun, who had been waiting outside, immediately greeted her. He looked at Lan Sun nervously, fearing that she had suffered some kind of loss. Seeing that Lan Sun was safe and sound, Yang Kai, who followed her out with a gloomy face, suddenly felt much better. "Brother Yang, whenever you want to go to Star Soul Palace, Junior Sister will be waiting for you." Lan Sun turned back and said to Yang Kai, "Junior Sister Lan, take care." Yang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. Lan Sun gestured to Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao, and the few of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed towards the horizon. On Myriad Saints Peak, many guests watched quietly. The coronation ceremony had been completed, and Yang Kai had also received the Elder Jade Plate of Azure Sun Temple. From now on, he was an Elder of Azure Sun Temple. If it had been an ordinary Elder, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but the key point was that Yang Kai had displayed his strength in front of everyone before, using his blood chi to fight against Shuizheng Mao and even injure him. Although he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, whether it was his courage or his strength, it was enough for everyone to take him seriously. The arrival of Lan Sun and the calm departure of the people of Star Soul Palace made these guests smell a different atmosphere. So at this moment, many people looked at Yang Kai differently. They no longer looked at him as an elder looking at a junior, but as an equal. After a brief silence, the atmosphere became lively again under the mobilization of many of Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups. Although the coronation ceremony had been completed, it was still a rare occasion for so many people from the Emperor Realm to gather together. Moreover, they were in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, so they naturally couldn't neglect their guests. When Zishan also took Yang Kai around the venue and toasted him one by one, so that he could become familiar with many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory. Who knows, he might have some dealings with them in the future. During this trip, Yang Kai saw many familiar faces. Wu Chong of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple, and Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Yang Kai had dealt with these people before. These rising stars, who had blossomed with amazing brilliance in the Tao Source realm in the past, had all now broken through to the Emperor realm. Wu Chong and Zhuang Bufan were easy to deal with. They were rising stars in the Southern Territory, and their status in their respective sects was the same as Xiaoshang's in Azure Sun Temple. The cultivation resources and treatment they had were beyond imagination. Many good things can't be bought with source crystals, so many people like to directly barter. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people exchanging for source crystals, but it all depends on what the owner of the treasure offers. Yang Kai kept Gao Shueting's words in mind and kept nodding. Gao Shueting was very satisfied with his humble attitude of asking for advice. After waiting for a while, the door of All Saints Temple creaked and closed a moment later. Yang Kai knew that the exchange should start soon. Sure enough, the moment the door closed, an elderly man flew up to the high platform. It was none other than Azure Sun Temple's deputy temple master, Qiu Ran. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple naturally had to be the first to go up and liven up the atmosphere. Qiu Ran coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your support and for making tonight's exchange go smoothly. This old man wishes you all a victory and a fruitful return. There's no need to say more about the rules. The exchange will begin now. My temple will throw a brick to attract the jade, so I hope you can take out some good things." With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Qiu Ran's hand. Raising the jade bottle slightly, Qiu Ran said, "Supreme Soul Refining Pill, an Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pill. Even if an Emperor Realm Master consumes it, after refining and absorbing it, it will greatly increase the strength of their soul. If supplemented with a soul secret technique, the effects will be even better. There are 3 spirit pills in this bottle, and only source crystals will be sold." As soon as his voice fell, more than half of the Emperor Realm's people showed signs of interest. It was none other than Emperor pills. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not so easy to find. Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, but how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a big sect like Azure Sun Temple did not have an Emperor-grade alchemist. There was an Emperor-grade alchemist in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was full. Even if one wanted to ask him for a pill, they would have to queue for several years before it was their turn. In the star boundary, spirit pills below Emperor grade were easy to obtain. After all, although there were not many Tao Source grade alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. However, Emperor grade pills were something that could only be found by chance. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple had actually taken out 3 Supreme Soul Refining pills at once. This was enough to show their sincerity. Moreover, they were only auctioning source crystals, which gave the people of the Emperor Realm the opportunity to participate. So, just as Qiu Ran's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. The old bids were replaced by new ones as soon as they appeared. For a moment, the 10,000 Saints Temple was as lively as a market. The people of the Emperor Realm shouted until their faces were red, as if they were determined to win. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He did not expect the temple to take out an Emperor-grade pill to auction as soon as they arrived. Even if it was just throwing a brick to attract jade, this brick was not light. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood something. The Supreme Soul Refining Pill's biggest use was to temper one's soul. After taking it, one could cultivate a soul secret technique and increase the strength of one's soul. However, this effect did not seem to be of much use to the people of the Emperor Realm. That was because Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. When he first came to Azure Sun Temple, when Zishan told Yang Kai that the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple had a higher soul cultivation than the cultivator of other realms. The reason for this was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The Divine Ascension Mirror was a sealed world that could improve one's soul. As long as the people of the Emperor Realm entered the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate, the effects would probably be many times better than taking the Supreme Soul Refining Pill. If they wanted to improve their soul, they could just enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Why would they need to take an Emperor-grade pill? In other words, the Supreme Soul Refining Pill was probably not worth much in the eyes of the people of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple. Chun Qian and the others understood this just by looking at their indifferent expressions. After realizing this, Yang Kai laughed in his heart. 5 million! Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, and the scene fell silent. The bid of 5 million high-rank source crystals immediately made the rest of the people of the Emperor Realm shrink back. This price was basically the limit of what they could afford. No one who could cultivate to the Emperor Realm was an idiot. Naturally, they would not spend source crystals carelessly. This was just the beginning. Who knew what other good things would appear later on? Chapter 2773. In the end, this bottle of 3 Supreme Soul Refining Pills was bought by a red-robed old man for 5 million high-rank source crystals. This red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect. His surname was Yu, but Yang Kai couldn't remember his name. Today, when Zishan led him to propose a toast, he had met this red-robed old man. But even if Yang Kai had a good memory, he couldn't remember more than 100 names from the Emperor Realm in a single day. Could also be said that he was too lazy to remember. Next, Qiu Ran took out 2 more treasures, like the Supreme Soul Refining Pills, which were auctioned for source crystals. Everyone in the Emperor Realm fought over them, and in the end, they were bought by a man and a woman at a high price. After the 3 treasures were auctioned, the atmosphere of the exchange was immediately livened up. After Qiu Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man who had won the Supreme Soul Refining Pills was the first to rush up the stage, bowed, and said with a smile, "This old man has made a fool of himself." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a crimson-red berry appeared in his palm, saying, "A 3,000-year-old jade blood dragon fruit in exchange for a water attribute spirit medicine or emperor pill of the same value." As soon as the bloodshed scarlet dragon fruit appeared, a strange fragrance wafted through the hall, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and energized. The people in the Emperor Realm present were all people with good eyesight, so they naturally knew that the jade blood dragon fruit was a rare treasure. Many people were immediately tempted, especially those who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or secret technique. Immediately, 4 or 5 rings were silently thrown up from below. The red-robed old man caught them and checked them one by one, a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, he kept one of the rings and returned the rest. He walked down the stage and handed the jade blood dragon fruit in his hand to the person who made the exchange. With the red-robed old man making a good start, the exchange became more and more lively, and the frequency of the exchange was extremely fast. When one from the Emperor Realm came down, another from the Emperor Realm immediately jumped up. They took out their items and proposed the conditions of the exchange. Except for a few cultivator who asked for too much or whose conditions were too harsh, everyone else basically got what they wanted. Yang Kai sat below the stage, not intending to participate for the time being. However, he was watching with great interest. Although Yang Kai was now rich and ordinary treasures were nothing to him, the treasures that could be brought to this exchange were all treasures from the Emperor Realm. All kinds of strange treasures were an eye-opener for him. After greatly expanding his knowledge, he would be able to recognize similar people in the future. Even Chun Qian and Di Rong, the 2 elders of the Azure Sun Temple, each made a move to exchange for something they needed from the Emperor Realm. In such an exchange, some people might suffer a small loss, but it was not a big deal. If the value of the items exchanged was too different, they could just use source crystals to make up for the difference. Everyone present had the same discerning eyes. No one would let the other take advantage of them. It was impossible to pick up scraps here. You don't have anything you want? Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, let's take a look first. If there's anything you want, just tell your senior sister Chun. Your senior sister Chun is in charge of the temple's storeroom, so she can help you exchange one or two things. Consider it a benefit for being an elder of the temple. As the two were talking, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the high platform. An hour later, a short old man walked onto the stage, a kind smile on his face, making everyone who saw him have a good impression of him, and said, this old man doesn't have anything good, but since I've come, I can't return empty-handed. I have something I hope everyone can appreciate. As he spoke, he took out an object that looked like a rouge box. The rouge box wasn't big, only about the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely crafted, and its surface was sparkling beautifully. Many women's eyes lit up when they saw it. However, everyone knew that this was definitely not a rouge box. Something that could be taken out by someone from the Emperor realm couldn't be ordinary. Divine senses swept over the box one after another to investigate its contents. After a short while, many people from the Emperor realm had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone, please take a look. The old man smiled slightly and reached out to touch the lid of the box. In the next moment, a gentle and pleasant tinkling sound came out from the box, composing a simple yet miraculous melody. The sound seemed to contain a strange power, transforming into an invisible hand that calmed the anxiety and impatience in everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to suddenly become calm. Chapter 2774. When the music rang out, the many emperors were fine, but the disciples brought here by their elders had mixed reactions. The lower their cultivation, the stronger their reactions. One of the Origin King realm cultivator couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his eyes shining brightly as if he had been enlightened. Ding-dong sounds continued to ring out as the box rose higher and higher. Only now did everyone see that the box was not a rouge box, but something that looked like a pagoda. After it rose higher and higher, the pagoda began to take shape. It was about 3 feet tall, and a rough count revealed that there were actually 9 levels to it. Each floor was rotating, left or right, fast or slow. As the pagoda rotated, the music gradually changed, but it was still pleasing to the ears. When the pagoda was completely formed, a layer of hazy mist emerged. This mist was blue in color and soon filled the hall. Looking up again, the hall was actually a star field, dotted with stars. They did not seem to be in the All Saints' Hall, but in the boundless starry sky. When they stretched out their hands, it was as if the stars were within reach, giving off a wondrous feeling. The faces of the cultivators from the Emperor realm turned solemn as they faintly realized the magical use of this treasure box. They were all calculating in their hearts what price they would pay to exchange for this treasure box. Asterisk walla. Asterisk with a light sound. The stars in the sky shattered and disappeared. The extremely beautiful scenery also disappeared without a trace. Accompanied by the pleasant melody, the treasure box slowly shrank and once again transformed into the appearance of a rouge box. From the outside, there was nothing strange about it. The Tao Source Realm and Origin King Realm Cultivator also came back to their senses in an instant, each of them showing a look of longing as they stared at the treasure box with fiery eyes. Holding the treasure box, the old man smiled and said, "Heavenly Note treasure box. The sounds of nature and the illusions it creates are of great benefit to the cultivation of any cultivator below the Tao Source Realm. If you can cultivate with the assistance of the Heavenly Note treasure box, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are no negative effects. This treasure box was obtained by this old master by chance when he was young, and has been with this old master since he entered the Saint realm. It has been 1,000 years, and this old master's achievements today are all thanks to it. After listening to the old man's explanation, everyone immediately understood that their previous guess was correct. Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm present couldn't feel the magical effects of the Heavenly Note treasure box, they could infer from the reactions of the later disciples that this treasure was indeed of great help to the cultivation of a lower cultivator. With the help of the strange and magical music and the beautiful illusions, it brought great benefits to the cultivation of a cultivator. This was not something that could be compared to taking spirit pills. Every kind of spirit pill had a trace of toxicity. It was fine to consume a small amount, but if one consumed too many, it would be detrimental to a cultivator's growth. However, the Heavenly Note treasure box was different. Everything was natural. Everyone was even more curious. Who was the one who refined such a treasure? And from what the old man said, the Heavenly Note treasure box had been with him for 1,000 years. In that case, this thing was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. It was very likely that it was something that had been passed down for a very long time, perhaps even dating back to the ancient era. The old man continued. To be honest, this old master is not willing to exchange such a treasure. After a while, Old Lu said, "This old man began to cultivate a secret technique a few years ago and needs a monster beast's monster core. So this old man hopes to exchange this Heavenly Note treasure box for a monster beast's monster core." Monster beast's monster core. When the crowd heard this, some were happy, some were sad, and some had different expressions. The monster core this old man needs must be a 12th order monster beast's monster core, and this old man wants to exchange it for 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. 5 elements monster cores. 2 sets? There was a burst of exclamations. Many people in the Emperor realm frowned, feeling that this old Lu was asking for too much. A 12th order monster core, even if it was a low-rank one, was worth 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals. A set of 5 elements monster cores included the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The average price was at least 10 to 15 million, and because it was a complete set, the price was even higher, probably close to 20 million. A set of 5 elements monster cores was 20 million, so 2 sets were 40 million. This was calculated based on the 12th order low-rank monster cores. Although the Heavenly Note treasure box was extraordinary, it was only useful for cultivator below the Tao source realm. Who would be willing to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals to buy this? Even if there was, it was not cost-effective. So when Old Lu said this, the people in the Emperor realm who were originally interested were silent. However, many people turned their eyes to Qiu Ran and several Azure Sun Temple elders. 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores the people in the Emperor realm present definitely could not take out. Only the owner of this place, Azure Sun Temple, could take it out. Everyone immediately understood that Elder Lu had thrown out the Heavenly Note treasure box on such an occasion because he was aiming for the Azure Sun Temple. He wanted to make a deal with the Azure Sun Temple. If even the Azure Sun Temple couldn't satisfy him, then this exchange could only be called off. Sure enough, the divine soul power of several Azure Sun Temple elders fluctuated, obviously communicating with each other through voice transmission. After a while, Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Old Lu, who was standing on the high platform, suddenly looked disappointed. The temple doesn't want this treasure box? Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting. He was a guest elder of the temple and had no right to decide matters related to the temple's interests, so Qiu Ran and the others did not inform him when they were discussing. The asking price is too high, and the temple does not have a set of 5 elements monster cores, Gao Shueting replied. 12th order monster beast monster cores were rare, and a set was even rarer. Although there were more than a dozen 12th order monster beast monster cores in the Azure Sun Temple's warehouse, and they were all in good condition. Only the earth attribute was missing. Naturally, it could not meet old Lu's requirements. If the temple doesn't want it, then I'll take it, Yang Kai grinned. Gao Shueting looked at him in surprise. You have 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores? Yes or no, discuss it with him. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looked up at the high platform and said, Old Lu, take a look at this. It may meet your requirements. While speaking, he raised his hand and threw a space ring. Old Lu caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he frowned and said, Elder Yang, this seems to be a bit lacking. There was a set of 12th order 5 elements monster cores in the space ring, but there was only 1 set. The remaining 2 sets were high-grade 11th order monster cores. Yang Kai shook his head and said, a 12th order monster beast monster core, and a set at that.